Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Logical Plausible Probable. I'm your host, John Maddox, and tonight we're having another stream you just won't want to miss. If you've got what it takes, click that link, or prepare yourself, for this arena is not for the weak. Now, let the mental combat begin, but always make sure your arguments are LPP.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome to an impromptu, yet again, stream here on Sunday night, July 10th, 2022. And I was inspired to do this because a little while ago, I was looking for something interesting to engage in, checking out for some atheist stuff or whatever, and came across this abortion stream, and it was just utter lunacy. And it really kind of irritated me, the level of moronic talking points that were being spewed, the rabid look on some of their faces, and just the incoherence of their overall logic in justification for their position, the regurgitation of talking points that are so outdated, the fact they continue to be spewed by pro-choice advocates showcases either they are complete idiots or they are gambling that the average person is so ignorant of basic civics, constitutional law, states' rights, and just biology, all wrapped into one, that they can continue to just say these things ad nauseum and never get called out on it. So that is what we are going to be doing here tonight. I will be reviewing some of this stupid stream that I just heard, and then we can have discussion if people want to join. And if you are a pro-abortion advocate and you want to come into the stream, the link is about to be pinned inside chat. So if you are a pro-abortionist and you want to come in here and defend why it should not be a states' rights issue specifically, and why the SCOTUS ruling was incorrect, feel free to come on in and defend your position, as well as why it is a justifiable position, why it is not murder, so on and so forth. And we'll see how this goes. So link's about to be pinned in the side chat, and then we will start reviewing this ridiculous stream that just happened a few minutes ago. Okay. This is for abortionists. And if no abortionists come in, which most times they don't have the CO Jones come and face me, we'll let it go for a bit, and then everybody else will be allowed to join if they want to go in and have a discussion. All right. So link's about to come on in. All right. And remember, you don't have to have your computer, fancy microphone, get your phone, and do this, and we will have conversation. Okay, let's switch this over here. All right, so this was over on Atheist Enlightenment channel, and I think the host is Josh the Archon, and then they have this rabid progressive woman on the right, and the guy on the left, Bryce. And some things he seemed to be intelligent, and then others it was just like, are you guys not actually coherent and understand? Like, I was sitting there leaving comments and asking questions in the side chat, and 5 minutes later they would address it and then claim that what I was saying wasn't relevant when I had posted something specific to what they had been talking about. Apparently their memories in typical atheist style are too gerbil or goldfish like to actually be able to follow a train of thought and then be able to put, objections and counterpoints into the appropriate line there. But anyway, okay. So link is inside chat. Let me pin that sucker real quick. And let's see, y'all. Get that side chat here. All right. I guess before I do all that, we'll calm down. Looks like Bible research tools in the side chat. What's up? What's up? Awesome. Member Cheryl is here as well. I think I saw Doki Doki already slinging super stickers. Appreciate you very much. What's the takeaway is here? Hurricane Havoc. What's going on, man? Rebuke and reprove. Pure Aussie Gold's in the house. What's up? What's up? Who else we got? Ted Gunderson. How you doing? Redeemed Team is in the house as well. How you doing? So, yeah, I see you're still watching last night's stream. Yeah, well, getting a little crazy here. Oh, Mountain Hours, what's going on? How are you? Good to see you. Oh, Raw Matt himself. What's up, Young Earth Creation? How you doing? Good to see you too. And all right. Is Jill in the house as well? I'll let Jill. Yeah, keep changing this up. Okay, all right. Let's play this madness and just get into the incoherence of atheism and abortion.
Hi there. I'm doing all right tonight. Yeah. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good. I'm really happy to have this type of conversation, though, because I think we really need to actually delve into this. I think this is something that is a necessity to delve into. And if we don't, then people are not necessarily going to have that information and know how to move forward from there. So this is something that I think that we really need to discuss. But before we continue, Bryce, would you like to introduce the audience to yourself?
Sure. I mean, for those, the funny thing about us on your platform is I'm sure that 99.9% of your audience already knows who I am, but for that 0.1% who doesn't, I am Bryce Aroni. I have appeared on the Atheist Roundtable, the Atheist Network Group, and also Skepticism as a host for Secular Soapbox, formerly owned by Josh the Archon. So I was recruited by a bunch of different people to just kind of offer my voice into the realm of secular humanism and the atheist community. But other than that, I'm just a guy a college student. I'm going to hold on to that title until I graduate. So I've been a college student for a long time, but I'm a currently university student right now. Another couple months.
No.
Quick sidebar. I never understand why anybody would want to hold on to, I'm just a college student. Like, does that indicate that you are afraid of going out into the real world and no longer being, unqualified? I mean, I don't know. You don't having to take responsibility for your life. I mean, I guess that may be maybe that's just an atheist thing. Like, I just want to stay in college. I don't want to actually go out and have to be a freaking adult and actually take positions and be able to defend my positions with anything other than superfluous bovine scatology. Ugh.
No worries. Likewise with me too. It's perfectly university student for a long time as well. So no worries about
I claim no credentials on anything. So no specific.
Okay, so they're proudly proclaiming that it's taking them forever to get out of college. Wow. Okay. All right. I'm just gonna let these guys play, not make fun of them too much.
Absolutely. And Shannon, would you like to introduce yourself to the panel?
And last thing, ladies and gentlemen, just prepare yourself. You will see very quickly in this stream that this woman is nuts. I mean, full scale, flat out, a rabid progressive who is borderline incoherent in a lot of her positions. I mean, the rabid level of just blabbermouthing that comes out of these people, especially all of them. It's amazing. It really is.
To the to our viewers, please and thank you.
All right. Well, thank you so much for having me on. Good to see you and talk with you again. I'm Shannon on Twitter. I'm Nullifidian Mom. I'm a mom of 3, and I'm a registered nurse. I'm not currently practicing in at bedside care, but I have a background in I'm a certified pediatric nurse, and I also have a background in maternity nursing. Currently, I homeschool my kids, and I'm an activist. I'm the communication director for Women's Voices of Southwest Florida.
Okay. And with this group,
And y'all might not be able to see this, but let me go full screen real quick. If you look in the bottom right on her black shirt, she's literally got the black fist. It's like there's nothing to be concerned about the positions being taken by somebody who is like, I think later on she states that she's like a democratic socialist, but yeah, nothing to see here, folks. Nothing to see here. Okay, before I continue on, and I will stop pausing this, I should let this get into their madness. If any abortion defenders arrive, click the link. We'll stop playing this, and we'll go straight into one-on-one communication between you and I. We can have timed responses. You can make your position. I will respond, vice versa, and then we'll go from there. If you want to actually have discussion and actually defend your position.
group sort of like, what is the purpose of the group in general, just so that the viewers can understand?
So we came together almost exactly a year ago. I live in Manatee County, Florida, and the Board of Commissioners in Manatee County is very conservative. And there's a pastor who was a brand new commissioner, and he proposed a 6-week abortion ban in Manatee County, where we have no abortion clinics. He wanted to model after the Texas 6-week abortion ban. He wanted to make us a sanctuary county for the unborn, modeling it after Lubbock, Texas, and some other cities in Texas who were sanctuary cities for the unborn. It was so it riled a lot of us up, and we came together pretty much on Facebook. And Women's Voices of Southwest Florida was born, founded by Danny K. Sametz and Sarah Parker. And so we've been demonstrating and doing activist work ever since then. It's expanded across Florida and also in Washington, D.C. as well, based on Florida implementing a 15-week abortion ban that thankfully has been struck down by Florida courts, and then also with the overturning of Roe v. Wade. So we're not just working in Manatee County, we're kind of all over now.
Right, right. And actually, I'm really happy to hear that, because I think that what your organization does, or the organization that you work with does, is really important for women's rights to begin with, and to give the right that to give voice to those rights, in a sense, and to kind of fight for the rights that individuals, sadly now from the overturning of Roe versus Wade, are now kind of empty-handed towards a certain extent. Because if we look at what's going on in mostly well, I don't want to overgeneralize, but I mean within the South, we can kind of understand that there will be certain states that are going to overturn the abortion law, or shorten it to such an extent that is almost it's not logical, in a sense, to do so, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's already happened. There were several states that had trigger laws, where the old abortion laws that were there before Roe v. Wade but never got taken off the books just went into effect that day, the day that Roe v. Wade was overturned. And then also like states like Texas that had a new abortion ban that, I mean, that's been allowed to stand since last September. And there's many states, my state of Florida including, that is trying to do everything in their power to try to ban.
Just as a heads up for everybody, there's been multiple states where those trigger laws are currently under injunction, and there's additional lawsuits going on based on the constitutionality of those states. I believe Missouri is one of them. I think there's one in California. There's a plethora of these things are going into effect. So these individuals who go on these diatribes, and it gets way better in the very not too distant future. So we're just hanging with you folks. I don't want to give the abortion advocates any defensive position that I somehow have taken things out of context, because I'm going to be just eviscerating these people here shortly. But they act as if there's like this just completely obliterates the possibility for everybody, which is like categorically false. There's provisions in multiple states. There's injunctions, there's lawsuits. I mean, this litigation is not over. But to somehow claim that because laws that were previously on the books have come back into effect, that somehow this is just beyond reason and, just out there power brokering, power mongering and whatnot, which, folks, when you listen to what these clown shows say here shortly about like Supreme Court, dictatorial actions from the freaking president of the United States, packing in the court, all these different things, it's priceless, folks. I mean, there's just so much to work with. But just keep in mind, as they're attempting to sound all rational and whatnot here at the beginning, the rabidity of their worldview starts to become in full view very, very shortly. Hi, what's up? Another member, the one and only Andrew Coppins in the house. What's up, Andrew? How you doing? Good to see you. Oh, looks like C Science Film Labs is here. I think I saw somebody else. Utopia Bust, another member. What's up, Utopia? Also in the house. Appreciate you guys for your support and for always joining the streams and giving good sidebar commentary. So, all right, we're about to, very shortly, folks, this gets into it. Like I said, I don't want to give any abortion advocates anything to work with in relation to saying that I took things out of context. So we're going to keep this going. And again, for any abortion defenders who want to get in here and defend abortion, whether it be from the legal perspective, states' rights versus federal, whether it's a constitutional right, whether it's a human right, as well as what is life. If you want to come in here and have conversation one-on-one, link is pinned in the side chat. Click it. Actually, I'll post it again right now. So again, for any pro-choice folks, if you want to come in and have a one-on-one discussion, we can even get into timed responses. If you can't have general dialogue, get in here. No excuses.
An abortion. I'm honestly, ultimately, the goal of the pro-life movement is to ban abortion across the United States at the federal level. They're not being quiet about it. It's not like they're hiding it. That is what they want. So this election, and I'd say the next coming elections are.
Hang on. She just said that it is the pro-choice Christian side that wants to make it illegal on a federal level. But we have nothing but Democrats rambling about how it needs to be codified on the federal level. It's the Democrats claiming it needs to be codified on the federal level. I mean, are you kidding me? I mean, that is directly contradictory to reality. You raging lunatic. I mean, seriously. Oh, the pro-choice people or the pro-life people are the ones that are trying to make it, a federal law. Like, what are you talking about? You guys want to have Roe v. Wade not be overturned, to have it be legal on the federal level, to override state law. You are the one that wants this. You are the ones that wants this. Now, we both can have the objective of macro level, having federal constitutional amendment which states that what life is or gives protection to the unborn. But if you want to claim that it's the pro lifers that are pushing for that right now, especially in relation to this upcoming election, that's literally a talking point coming out of Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Biden, Kamala Harris. All of them are running around talking about how the midterm elections are vital, and they're trying to use this and the potential for codifying abortion on the federal level as a massive political issue to catalyze the turnout of their voter base. I mean, this woman is nuts if she actually thinks that is anywhere remotely resembling reality. I mean, it is amazing how libs and atheists project their own positions onto to the other side and then claim that we're the ones making it up. It's truly fascinating, folks. All right, enough of my diatribe. Let's play.
Very, very important to stop what's going on now in its tracks and turn things back around so that we get our rights back. 167 million people lost our rights the day that Roe versus Wade was overturned. And we know that that's not where they want to stop. There's enough politicians out there that they're talking about they want to overturn Obergefell. There's, I mean, I know it sounds extreme, but Brown versus Board of Education is on the line. Loving's on the line. So many people's rights are on the line right now. We're regressing. We're going backward to an America. We're not at the America where we want to be at yet, and we're just turning around and going backward rather than progressing forward. It's very disappointing, and it can be
the fact that that woman just said that people that are against abortion are in favor of the overturning of Brown versus the Board of Education is another example of like either staggering ignorance, mind-blowing stupidity, or stone cold lying. She calls herself a progressive. All these clown shows here call themselves progressives. I'm pretty sure that it's progressives in colleges right now across the United States that are protesting and succeeding in getting having their universities resegregated, having minority-only dorm rooms, and minority-only clubs, minority-only graduations. I mean, you can't make this up, folks. The reversal of reality is strong with this woman. I mean, good Lord. She thinks that folks like myself are in favor of resegregating our schools. Good Lord, man. I mean, what alternative universe do progressives live in? Because it's not reality. I mean, let's continue.
It's been hard. It's been hard grappling with it, mentally and emotionally, but there are things we can do. I mean, there are things we can do to try to mitigate the damage now and try to push for, let's say, codifying Roe v. Wade in legislation and hopefully further than that. So all is not lost as long as we are the people, and this is not what the people want. So all is not lost, and we do have to remember that.
All right, now here is where, and I was actually commenting on this in the chat, but here is where the fundamental lack of foundation of their position starts to come on full display. So she just stated that the majority of people have just lost their rights, right? And their position has been invalidated. Well, and you'll hear them going on in diatribes here shortly about polls and polls and polls. Okay, polls mean jack squat. Votes mean it. Okay, folks. So I can run a poll on whatever, and then if my poll that surveys 1,000 people agrees with my position, until I take it to a freaking vote, until there's a referendum, a constitutional amendment, or it is a law passed by the duly elected members of the legislatures of the appropriate states. What the heck does my poll have to do with jack squat, folks? I mean, do you not remember how in 2016 all the polls said that Hillary Clinton was going to win the presidency? I mean, she was going to emerge victorious by gigantic percentages. It was going to be an utter train wreck, and Trump was just going to be utterly obliterated. I mean, I don't know, folks. It turns out that polls don't mean jack squat at the end of the day in terms of who votes for what when the rubber meets the road, who walks into the ballot box, who presses the button, who punches the ticket, and ultimately what law gets passed. So if you're going to sit here and, again, you'll listen to these clowns here shortly as they continue to go on these diatribes about polls. Polls don't mean jack. And if you think otherwise, and you're an activist, yeah, apparently you've been brainwashed or you're attempting to brainwash the masses to get them to vote in the way that you want them to, and by trying to convince them that the majority actually supports their position when that is not the case. And especially when you get into abortion, when you go past the surface level, do you think, women should have right to abortion? And they're like, well, yeah. And then if you go a little bit further down, it's like, well, what about, do you think it should be the first trimester? And they're like, oh, yeah, I think first trimester for sure. And you're like, okay, well, what about after their brain, heart, and limbs have developed? Oh, I don't know. Then like plummets, right? And it's no longer a majority. And then once you get further on the pregnancy, it's not even close to a majority. It's like 20% or less are in favor of like late-term abortions and such. So the positions that these people take are just, it's ridiculous. Okay, let's continue.
I would completely agree with that. I think that even though this is, I guess we can say, a daunting time, it is not something that automatically means that there can't be something better in the future, right?
Mhm.
Like, obviously, we might not know what is to come next. And as you stated, with all those other examples that are being looked at by the Supreme Court, and they're even wanting to strike those down, right, is very, I find it terrifying. But at the same time, these individuals aren't in office they're in office until whatever happens. But at the end of that, right, they're not there for eternity. They're only there for a specific amount of time, and then hopefully new people will be put forward into the Supreme Court, and they can overturn these regressive laws that have been put forth.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping before then, because a lot of these Supreme Court justices that have been appointed are pretty young, and they're planning to be there for a long time. Right, yeah. Exactly right. So hopefully this is mobilizing people to get their asses to the polls and voting these people out who are trying to take away our rights.
And if I could just say, Josh.
Okay, so we need to get people to the polls to vote out these people who are taking away our rights, after just stating that it's the people in the court who have done this. And irony of ironies of the incoherence of that position is that here in just a second, I think his name's Bryce, is going to be talking about how they're like appointed for life and we need to put in term limits and all this other kind of stuff. I mean, so we need to get to the polls to take out the people who are appointed. I mean, are you calling for impeachment of the justices? Is that what you're stating? Because you said removal of. I mean, I really don't think that she's thought this through very far, or if she has either not understood it or is willfully and purposely reconstructing the actual reality.
Because we touched on this the last time I was on your show. I hope my audio is coming in clearly, by the way, when you're saying that I'm cutting in and out, but hopefully you guys can hear me okay. We touched on it on the last time that I was on your show about how the Supreme Court it's the one branch of the government that's not elected. Right. These are people who we didn't elect these people, and they're there. It's a lifetime appointment. And so, yeah, they're not there forever, but they can do a lot of damage in a lifetime. It's not like we get to vote them out during the next election, like the president or the people in Congress. So this is the devastating part about having someone like Donald Trump, who was in office, specifically campaigning to do that, to put in Supreme Court justices that would overturn Roe v. Wade. Shannon is absolutely right that this is not a secret, that they've been trying to do this for years. We've known about this for years and years and years. This has been the platform of the Republican Party, that they wanted to overturn Roe v. Wade, that they wanted to ban abortion, and they're doing it. So if any.
You know, what's so funny about this is, number one, the rulings on Dobbs and Roe v. Wade were 6-3 and 5-4, respectively. And so they're diatribing about the 3 justices appointed by Trump, but obviously in both rulings, there were more than 3 justices. So to sit here and be like, oh, it's all Trump that did it. I mean, it's ridiculous. Now, on the flip side, let's think about all of the positions that have been pressed by the left in the United States in relation to justices being appointed to the Supreme Court when Democrats are in office. I mean, were they ever pushing for like gay marriage, making sure that you were going to uphold Roe v. Wade? I mean, are you going to sit here and try and tell me that the reciprocal has not been going on since the passage, or since the Roe v. Wade ruling? I mean, come on, man. Like, oh, well, this is what's going on the other side. They're trying to undo what we did. I mean, yeah, no kidding, bro. Like, really? It's amazing how you are thinking through this and being like, it's all these guys' fault. I mean, okay, so they were against your position, but you have been doing the reciprocal. So should we take away your ability when your presidents or the people you support are in power to be able to advocate for your positions? Or should we just suspend all aspects of the rule of law and under the Constitution of the United States and just say, oh, well, if it's something I really don't like, let's look for every possible way to circumvent the rule of law and get what we want, versus allowing the due process to take place, right? I mean, it took what, 50 years to overturn this? Oh, it's like they're acting like, because this finally happened, therefore this was an abuse of power. I mean, really, folks, think about this for a second, about just the incoherence of, and just the brainwashed, naivete of, like I said, either they're naive or they think that the rest of us are. I mean, it's nuts. I think Ray, oh, by the way, folks, I want to say a big shout out again to Ray for joining the membership last night. Very much appreciated. He's also tossing super chats and says, interesting how a stillborn baby has gone from a tragedy to a cherished right to some women. I know, it really is. I tell you what, it was very disturbing to watch a lot of the SCOTUS protests, and all these women running around, like being caught on video being like, I love killing babies. I get pregnant just so I can kill babies. And it's like, what? And I'm not supposed to think that everything's not operating for you. Like, you haven't been brainwashed or are just nuts and becoming a psychopath. I mean, if you are purposely getting pregnant for the ability to destroy another life form, if you were doing that to a cat, like let's say you were impregnating your cat on purpose and then you killed the kittens, you would be considered a sociopath and be prosecuted more than likely for animal abuse, right? But if you do it to your own child, it's okay. I mean, and if you did it on purpose, I mean, it's unreal. And Rubicon Reprove makes a good point. Says abortion has killed more blacks than blacks kill blacks. Thanks for doing this stream on the subject. You're welcome, man. I've been thinking about it for a while, and just was listening to this stupidity tonight just pissed me off to such a degree. I mean, I really want a few abortion advocates to come on this stream and defend their position, because it is astonishing the level of just incoherent rambling and refusal to actually think and extrapolate out the logic of their positions. They never want to do it. I know you know it very well. You've been involved in many, many debates on this subject. It's so frustrating. And okay, let's continue.
If anyone was caught by surprise here, they weren't paying attention. They haven't been paying attention for the last 5, 6, 7 years.
I completely agree. But I think the issue, and also, Bryce, this one thing, because it is true, it's still hard to hear you, my friend. So
I'm going to back out and then come back here.
Sure, absolutely. Absolutely. So I completely agree with what Bryce stated. It's completely true. If people were caught off guard, they weren't paying attention, and they didn't see the signs, because the signs were clear to see. However, I think that with certain people, right, they believed that these rights were quote unquote fundamental, that these rights that were given wouldn't be changed, because how would you think within the 21st century, right, that somebody would be thinking about striking down these particular laws in the first place? So I think the reality of the issue was that people were caught off guard because they did not understand that those laws could be overturned.
And what he's saying right here just proves my point, right? They didn't understand that these laws, like, okay, so you guys have heard me ramble about the fact that civics is no longer taught in the United States public schools, right? So a Supreme Court ruling is not a law being struck down, okay? It's an interpretation of the constitutionality of something, right? Like, that is what SCOTUS does. And whether it be in the context of enforcement of a law or not, the constitutionality of it or not, is it or is it not constitutional? I mean, does it fall under the purview of the federal government in the first place, right? Which obviously, especially in the whole point of Dobbs' case, was that the decision regarding the state law was a states' rights issue and not under the provision of and the purview of the federal government, and therefore SCOTUS. Therefore, it was not, it needed to go back to the state, and it was under the state's jurisdiction. And the fact that people like Josh and so many other people I've spoken with about this don't seem to comprehend the differentiator. Don't you know that federal law always supersedes state law? It's like, yes, if the federal law is constitutional, number one, or if it is something that falls under the purview of the Constitution, and this context is a right clearly delineated in the Constitution of the United States. And given the fact that it is not, therefore, under both the 9th and 10th Amendments, it is going to go back to the states and not be decided by the federal government. Now, if all the pontification going on in DC right now about, we need to issue a federal law protecting abortion. Well, let's think about this. SCOTUS has just ruled that it is not under the purview of the Constitution and therefore the federal government. So if they pass the law, additional legislation will come, or litigation will happen challenging the federal law under the auspice of, per the Supreme Court's ruling, it's not constitutional because they don't have the power to pass a law on that subject. I mean, it's like these people just don't think through basic common sense whenever it comes to civics.
And they thought that they would just be perpetually there. And I think it was, towards a certain extent, how could I state it? It was ignorance in a sense, sadly.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I don't believe that, like, even with myself, even seeing Donald Trump up there, I didn't even think that would be possible for people to strike down or amend the law that was actually amended prior to, in order to actually give people freedoms and rights. And I never thought that would actually be turned.
Another great super chat from Ray says, fetus is Latin for young one or offspring. So calling an unborn baby a fetus is a sick way of avoiding calling the baby a baby. I agree with you 100%. And the other thing is the actual current definition. I'm reading it right now. Fetus, noun, an unborn offspring of a mammal. In particular, an unborn human baby more than 8 weeks after conception. Read that again for all of the geniuses on the abortion side who don't seem to be able to differentiate this stuff. Fetus, noun, an unborn offspring of a mammal. In particular, an unborn human baby more than 8 weeks after conception. So I hope that is able to be comprehended by those who can't seem to grasp that calling something a fetus actually, by definition, is specifically referring to a human baby. So, I mean, I guess you'll need to go have a campaign to have the Oxford Dictionary reconstruct the definition of it to somehow not be a human baby. It's amazing. Thanks for the super chats there, Ray. Appreciate it very much.
We're back. Welcome back, Bryce. Welcome back, my friend.
Test. Microphone check. Microphone check.
Oh, it sounds better now.
All right. Let's hope that's a trend that continues.
Beautiful, beautiful sound. Okay. So what I was stating before you got on was that I completely agree with you. I think that I think that it was ignorance that took over because they were so blinded by the laws that were there, right? And they thought that those laws would be staying there forever, in a sense, right? Because you wouldn't necessarily think that somebody would be able to overturn those in the 21st century. Though I do understand, and I think I know what you were going to say, is that, well, as soon as Donald Trump came into office, that whole entire scenario changed. And I think that is the reality of the situation.
I think some people just got complacent. A lot of people on the left, and I'm talking liberals and progressives, they got really complacent and they didn't they didn't take action when action needed to be taken. There's a lot of people on the right who are happy about this outcome. Like, they wanted it to go in this direction. Anyone that's wearing a MAGA hat, that's what they want. Make America great again. That's a euphemism for turn back time and let's go back to a period where people didn't have rights, right? That's what make America great.
Go back to a time when people didn't have rights. No, pretty sure that's not what that entails. It's more about removal of ridiculous amounts of government overreach, the strangulation of the economy, strangulation of freedoms in general from the macro view. And I'm sorry if you disagree with one little thing here, but if you think that reduction in regulation means that you want to reduce freedom, that is the antithesis of reduction in freedom. Okay, I want to have less government control. Therefore, I am a dictator. I mean, honestly, folks, think about this stuff. Think about it. Just actually think through what you say, Bryce. I want to have less government control. Therefore, you want to reduce my freedoms. I mean, it's amazing. It really is amazing that these people say this stuff to be on the internet in perpetuity. Let's say stupid crap like less government control equals less freedom. I mean, amazing.
It again implies that America is not great now. It used to be great, so we need to go back and make it like it was, which is when these things were illegal. So they've been very open about that. The people on the left have just been kind of, we have Roe v. Wade, Supreme Court precedent, that's there. We don't have to worry much about this, but we really do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I completely agree. Oh, Shannon, please go ahead.
Well, no, I was going to say one thing that is at least somewhat encouraging to me, specifically, I guess, about Roe v. Wade, is that there are at least some MAGA people who I think also didn't want to see Roe v. Wade be overturned and just went along with Donald Trump because they like the other crap that he said and just didn't really think it would happen, who are mad now. I'm in Florida. There's a lot of them here. One of our Republican board of commissioners, commissioner on the board of commissioners, she said she went to a Tea Party meeting, like the Tea Party. I mean, they're pretty extreme. And she had a woman come up to her and said, this ban cannot happen here in Manatee County when we're talking about the Manatee County ban. Mm-hmm. I know a number of people who at least have the family members who voted for Trump, and they're mad too. So I'm hoping that there unfortunately are people who are very supportive and very happy about it, but I'm hoping that maybe actually seeing that this happened is a wake-up call to even those people who thought, oh, this whole Make America Great Again idyllic idea that they had is going to bring us backward into some dark times. If they're realizing that, like they really
this affects me too.
Take women's rights away.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It has to adversely affect them as well before they see like that this was maybe a bad idea.
Folks, and for those of you who don't make it all the way through this, dark times are coming, ladies and gentlemen. Here shortly, these three are going to be advocating for President Biden to, on federal land in states that ban abortion, to set up abortion clinics on federal land under the auspice that state law does not apply to federally managed land. I mean, let's think about that for one moment, ladies and gentlemen. I want MAGA goes back to when we have less freedom, but I'm going to advocate that the president, through executive action, override state law by doing and setting up abortion clinics on federal land inside of a state. I mean, but no. You are the one who wants us to have less freedom. I mean, good night, man. It's just,
Yeah, maybe I'm on the wrong team here.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that does that.
I completely agree. Shannon, before we continue, Linear stated that the volume might be too high on your end. So if it's okay, if you can lower it just a tad.
Okay, I'm not very technologically advanced, so I just need to turn my volume down. Like,
I believe so. I believe maybe, or somehow.
If you go
is
to,
that better?
if
Is
you
that
go
better,
to
or should I talk
settings,
quieter?
it sounds the same to me. But if you
Yeah.
want to adjust if you want to adjust your audio, you just click the settings sprocket at the bottom,
Thank you.
and then click audio, and then there's a slider at the bottom that says mic volume, and you can adjust it manually that way.
Oh, thank you.
Great.
Yeah, I'm so
Yeah.
not. Okay, so okay.
That sounds great
So
to
I
me.
went to audio, and I see default, and the speakerphone headset earpiece. Like,
Oh, no. Okay. Oh.
no,
So-
automatically. Oh, it's just automatic. I'm still very new to this. All of these.
Radical to like too far to the left because I'm a democratic socialist. So a lot of people probably haven't considered my ideas that would absolutely work to protect women's rights. But how many people are
okay, folks, we have a democratic socialist on the left and somebody with the commie black fist on the right. But anybody who disagrees with them is against freedom. I mean, you can't make it up, folks. You can't make it up.
going to go for it?
Yeah, because
Let's hear it.
Well, so okay, Roe v. Wade, Supreme Court overturned it. The first problem I already talked about is with the Supreme Court.
Mhm.
They have 3 justices on there who were appointed by Donald Trump, a guy who lost the popular election, right? So the majority of Americans didn't ask for these 3 justices. The majority of Americans, as Shannon pointed out, were in favor of Roe v. Wade, wanted the right of women to choose, right? I think it's something like 65% support Roe v. Wade.
Okay, so let's think about the stupidity of what this guy just said regarding the people's choice. Okay, so number one, we don't live in a pure democracy. We live in a democratic republic. We have electoral college for a reason. However, in relation to the appointment and the confirmation of the justices he's referring to, buddy, there's just because Trump nominates a individual to be appointed to the Supreme Court, that does not necessitate the confirmation of them by the Senate. So let's just think about that for a second. You're claiming that there's like no people's choice in this whatsoever when the Senate has to confirm the nominations to the Supreme Court. This is how it's always been. This is how it was for Obama and all of the justices that he nominated. And then the same thing happened for Biden and Jackson, who was just nominated to the Supreme Court and just confirmed the Supreme Court has just sworn the oath to replace Justice Breyer, who just retired at the end of June. So to somehow act like what Trump justices, like the process by which they came to sit on the Supreme Court, is somehow like not normal, either indicates that you don't understand it, which I don't necessarily think that I think you probably do, because you some of the things you say later on, you seem remotely educated about the topic. But then to somehow try and frame it as being abnormal just indicates, again, either you're brainwashed or you are thinking the rest of us are not going to be able to comprehend how stupid your position is.
Americans. So you've got these Supreme Court justices that just overturn that, denying the will of the American people. They weren't put there by the American people. They were put there by a guy who lost the popular vote. So that's the problem. The problem is the Supreme Court right now. The first solution is to expand the court and even the balance to progressive justices. President Biden hasn't fought for that, but he could. Democrats could do that. They have a majority in both houses. Why aren't they doing it? But that's one obvious solution.
Hang on. He just said that Biden is not attempting to put progressive justices on the Supreme Court. Jackson literally cannot define what a woman is. And you're going to sit here and say, I mean, she's recognized as being an extremely liberal activist judge. And you sit here and say that, I mean, Biden hasn't been trying to do so. He literally just did it. And she just joined the Supreme Court a week ago. I mean, do they actually think this stuff through? I mean, it's like comedy gold, folks. It's comedy gold. I just can't even. Let's keep going.
Put in new justices to protect some of these laws. They could also be introducing legislation. Oh, by the way, President Biden's the president. He has executive power. He could do executive orders to allow federal installations on, in all these states that have overturned Roe v. Wade and have abortion ban laws. Well, there's federal land there. He could be, providing abortion services on this federal land, but he hasn't done that. So, there's a lot of things that could be done right now with.
Okay, so I mentioned this earlier. Here we're getting into the part where he's like actually outlining his like advocacy for executive action to violate state laws just because you're going to do it on federal land. I mean, let's think about this for a second. I mean, technically, the like military bases are federal land, right? So what if you have a civilian on a civilian employee on the military base? Are you going to like suddenly advocate that person would not be like, well, state law no longer applies? I mean, it's like, come on, dude. Oh, I mean, come on, man. But more importantly, from the big picture, folks, this is where the inability for the average leftist progressive genius to think big picture and actually extrapolate out in their own mind beyond like one step what they are actually advocating for. I mean, okay, so let's think about this. So Bryce says, oh, he's the president. He could take executive action on federal land in the states that have banned abortion. Okay. Well, by that logic, the president should be able to invalidate state laws out the wazoo. I mean, it doesn't matter if SCOTUS has said it's a state law. I mean, if the president has decided that he disagrees with the validity of XYZ state law, he can just say, you know what? State laws don't apply because I said so. I mean, this is what these people are advocating for, folks. And this is a nationwide talking point coming out, not just of this kid who's clearly brainwashed, but it's being advocated for by the talking heads on the mainstream media who are running around and actually advocating that somehow this makes sense and is not going to be a slippery slope into dictatorship. I mean, we want more freedom. If you're in support of MAGA, you want to go back to a time when we didn't have freedom. Oh, wait, I want the president to start acting like a dictator, but I'm in favor of human rights. I mean, good grief. It is just beyond the pale, the level of moronic statements that come out of progressive, lefty, democratic socialists on YouTube. It's just astonishing.
The people in power, they're just choosing not to exercise their power. So I think the voters need to pay attention to what your politicians are doing and what they're not doing and consider whether or not they should be your politicians.
I completely agree with you. I think that's the first step, right? But even if, let's just say, right, you allow more members or you put more members into the Supreme Court, you're still needing to deal with the term that the individual needs to stay in in the
Oh,
Supreme
I'm sorry, Josh. That was just the first step. That was just addressing the court. If you would like me to go on, there's a way to fix that too. And again, introduce legislation to have term limits on the Supreme Court. These people should not be in there for a lifetime. They should serve 4 years, 6 years, whatever they decide is the appropriate length of time for a Supreme Court justice, but it shouldn't be a lifetime appointment. So term limits on the SCOTUS, just like you have on the presidency, just like you have on the Senate and in the Congress. It's the only branch of government without term limits.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, did you just hear what this genius said? He said it's the only branch of government that doesn't have term limits, unlike the presidency, unlike the Senate. Okay, folks, neither the Senate nor the House have term limits. Think about that. Just let me repeat that. Neither the Senate nor the House have term limits. Okay. So it seems to me that given the fact, I mean, you potentially could be under legislation, I would argue it would probably have to be a constitutional amendment to institute term limits for the Supreme Court or for Congress. But I mean, this guy, he's like, oh no, let me continue. I've got a way to solve this. But he doesn't even know the current standard. I don't know what the standard is. I don't know what the current reality is, but I know how to solve my problem with the reality that doesn't actually exist. Oh man, it's too good.
It's the only branch of government where we don't elect these people. There's a problem there, right? So yeah, you can do both things.
Shannon, how do you feel about this?
Okay. I'm also a progressive. I would classify myself as a democratic socialist as well. However, I'm
a democratic socialist with a freaking black fist on my shirt. I mean, come on, man. Are you guys like actually saying that you're more like the original democratic socialists in Germany, i.e. 1931 to 35, 45, somewhere in there? Oh, yeah. Oh, is that who you're actually in favor of? That would make sense since you're so in favor of dictatorial action, the eradication of undefended members of society. Oh, yeah. I guess that would kind of make sense that you would be in favor of being a democratic socialist if you're actually espousing the principles of the originals and their desire to, let's just remove the eaters from the equation. Let's just take them out of society. So we don't have to put up with them. So we don't have to take care of these things that can't take care of themselves. Oh, yeah. Why don't we just eliminate them? Oh, wait. That's exactly what you're advocating in this context. Oh, well, something makes sense now. Oh, man. How did I miss that? How could I possibly miss that? Oh, wait, I didn't.
It's not so much that I disagree that those are good solutions. I think I don't think they're as cut and dry and easy as you make it out to be, though.
Oh, they're not easy. No, they're not easy at all.
Right. Well, you're saying like you do it right now, and I don't think that in the last couple of weeks since Roe was overturned that Biden could automatically have abortion services on federal installations at this moment. Could he be pushing toward that? Yes. Should we have more Democratic politicians and hopefully even honestly some moderate Republican politicians pushing for that? Yes, because not all Republicans are anti-abortion. A lot aren't. So I do think that would be a really good move in the right direction. Exactly. I don't know all of the exact locations of where these federal installations are.
Quick sidebar, Shannon, Miss Political Activist. The Democrats currently have the majority in the House. They have a tie in the Senate, but they have the tiebreaker vote with VP Kamala Harris, who serves as the president of the Senate. So your side already has the control of all three, of White House, Senate, and the House of Representatives. You already have it right now. Okay. So I don't want to hear this crap about how, Republicans and conservatives are like just blocking all of these things. Oh my. If theoretically, if you wanted to pull off your position and just make this all happen, you already have control. Go do it. Rise to the occasion. I want to hear this crap from you guys. Do it. You got the control. What else do you need? I mean, it's amazing. Let's go.
I know we have I think every state has some federal land. It could still be problematic for people trying to actually physically get to the abortion services, but it's better than nothing. I am in favor of expanding the court. I do agree with you there. I do wish that Biden would be pushing for that. I don't love it, only because I really hate that this whole thing has come down to a game, basically, of which side can play the dirtiest and win. Because I don't feel like that's true justice and truly a democratic way of moving forward. But if
which side can play the dirtiest? Let's consider that statement for one moment. Which side is currently firebombing pro-life establishments across the United States? Which side is currently firebombing and vandalizing in other ways Catholic churches? Which side is actively calling for the assassination of Supreme Court justices? Which side is it? Which side is calling for violence across America? I'm pretty sure it's the pro-choice side. Pretty sure that is the which position is playing dirty. Okay, pretty sure that is which side is playing dirty. So don't sit here and try and act like and I'm not saying that there aren't bad players on both sides, but I'm talking about from the majority position and the ones who are doing the worst things, and it's observed, it's happening right now, are the pro-choice advocates. So don't give me this bovine scatology, Shannon, that somehow you are not, I mean, that the pro-life side is running around firebombing everything. I mean, and doing things that are equivalent to what is happening right now. I mean, come on. It's a joke. I'm pretty sure the pro-lifers have not been rioting across America. Okay? So again, come back to reality. Come back to reality. Try again. But obviously she won't, folks. It gets even crazier.
I feel like it's like, if our hands are tied, what else can we do but beat them at their own game when it's human rights that are in jeopardy? So I would like to see that done. Yes, I agree with you there. What we personally can do right now as citizens is be contacting our legislators. I mean, I know mine ignore me. I've got Marco Rubio and Rick Scott and Vern Buchanan and Governor Ron DeSantis. So I know they ignore me, but I can still pester them. And I mean, like I said, I was saying, I really hope that what's happened will mobilize people to get out to the polls, but I think we really need to be pushing people to get out and vote. I think that we need to be pushing our fellow progressives to vote for the best candidate we can get. It's not always going to be the best candidate. It's not always going to be the person we want. I think we could push for reform in how our elections are handled. And I'm a big fan of ranked voting myself, but we're not there yet. We're not right there. So we got to work within the system that we currently have. Yes, we need to get more progressive candidates pushed to be able to actually have a chance at winning. But right now, I think that we need to push for whoever we can that's making promises that they are going to codify Roe v. Wade, or actually just codify the right to an abortion. It's not, and privacy. I feel like they're two separate issues in some way, but obviously they're intertwined. That's what Roe v. Wade was about. And we need to make sure that people, our fellow progressives, aren't going to be sitting out on voting if the candidate that's there and is the most likely to win isn't the one they wanted, isn't the perfect idealistic progressive candidate. I don't love that. There's definitely times when I'm checking boxes like, you know, like this is my choice. These are my choices, but we know one of the two is going to win. You know what I mean? And so I mean,
you have, Josh, a question in the chat. I don't know if you've noticed that, but and I kind of want to answer it. Logical, plausible, probable.
Sure.
How is pushing for the federal government overriding state laws democracy? That is incoherent. It's actually not, because what we have right now is not a democracy. We haven't had a democracy. We've never had a democracy in this country, but we definitely don't have one now. When you have a situation where you have a court composed of 9 justices where 6 people have decided the rights of 300 million and have affected over 150 million, that's not a democracy, because none of these people were elected. They were appointed by a guy who lost the popular vote. So again, you have losers who are in charge deciding the fate of hundreds of millions of people. How the hell is that a democracy?
Okay, so let's think about what this guy just said. Okay, so number one, he's like, I had typed that in like ages prior, but when they were talking about like the executive actions from Biden. But these folks have been going through all these diatribes of how they're in favor of democracy. Democracy needs to be democracy, and how the appointment of the justices was not valid or shouldn't be because he didn't win the popular vote, which would be what, ladies and gentlemen? That would be democracy. So they're advocating for pure democracy, which, and obviously to give themselves socialism, but they're advocating for democracy in order to accept reality of how something has happened, right? But then if you're having democracy on the, like, you can't only have democracy on the federal level and then not on the state level, right? So my point was that if you're in favor of democracy and a state passes a law which makes something law, right? That the federal government, now they're gonna have the president come in and invalidate something that was passed. I mean, I really wonder if they don't think about this. I mean, do they want us to go to like the original, like, pure democracy, i.e., the Greek city states where the population votes, and is pure majority rules in that context on every single thing? Do you want to have any kind of representative government? Because you can still have democracy in the election of your representatives, and if they pass the laws, then you vote them out. You don't like, you vote them out, and you vote in new people, or and I actually make this point. It takes them forever to get to it here in a few minutes. Or as the people, in every state there is an option for, you get enough signatures, you can have something put up for referendum. And that, in that context, you're circumventing the legislature and having something directly, whether it be a constitutional amendment or a law, put up to vote at the next election cycle. And in some states, you can even have special elections forced if you get enough signatures to have something put on the ballot ahead of, if the next election date is greater than X amount of time and you get enough signatures to do something, then it can be put to a special ballot. I mean, like, folks, these people don't understand the basics, but then are advocating for dictatorship under the auspice of that would be more democratic. I mean, you can't make it up, folks. Can't make it up. Okay, before I let them continue to ramble, one only George Bond, thank you, brother, gives a super chat, says the left always accuses the right of what the left are doing. 100%, man. 100%. It's the same thing the atheists do. It's the atheist fantasyland projection complex, the liberal fantasyland projection complex, the progressive fantasyland projection complex. It is out. It's completely out to lunch, folks. I mean, we have got to just accept the fact that these people do not think coherently. And the ones that are thinking coherently are purposely attempting to manipulate the masses so that they can gain ultimate power to crush those who are against them and to eventually be able to secure such a high level of power they can crush any and all opposition and therefore remain in power in perpetuity. Of course, we know that never actually happens. They ultimately end up collapsing societies. There's massive amounts of death and chaos, and things come out of the ashes. But that doesn't mean in the interim to all that, you don't have to deal with the freaking madness. I mean, good Lord, these people are so crazy. Let's continue.
Use that word there, but we don't have a democracy
fine.
right
You can
now.
do so. You can do.
That's
so.
the problem. Logical, plausible, probable. There is no democracy. What we're trying to do is make it so that it actually is a democracy, so that the laws in this country are reflective of the will of the American people. That's democracy.
Yeah, and to expand on that, I would also ask, how are incredibly unpopular laws that are not supported by the majority of the people in these states democracy?
Yeah,
it's
that's
not.
the other thing.
These aren't laws that were voted on by people. These are laws. Some of them are laws that are old, from like the 1930s, that were just on the books and just immediately got implemented, and people are going to die due to those laws. I don't see how having people die is democracy. I don't see how putting women in prison for having an abortion and then revoking their right to vote because now they're a felon is democracy either.
And the other part
I
of
don't
that,
see how taking away human rights is democracy when we are in a republic where we have a constitution that is supposed to protect the right of every human being in the United States, the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And how can...
Okay, so there's just so many things she's rambling about. Let's just focus on a couple. So number one, she just said we're in a republic, but they've been arguing for democracy, but we're in a republic. So let's just analyze that for a second. And then she's claiming that the Constitution defends, the right of all everybody for life, liberty, and happiness, whatnot, right? Pursuit of happiness. But then is going to advocate for that not being granted to the unborn child. So this only applies to you in your particular context. You don't actually articulate when it is, but at the same time are contradicting your own logic by stating that we're in a republic. And like, the people haven't voted on it. Well, in some cases they have, and in others they elected the individuals who passed the law, and they had decades, if they didn't like it, to elect other people to invalidate the law. So this is just ridiculous to continue to, go on these like rabid expositions and not actually be looking at it from what is the actual political structure of the United States. And if you don't like the one we're in, then you need to be advocating for a complete restructuring of our entire form of government, not whining and moaning about something under the due process of law not going in your favor. Therefore, everything is wrong and I have had my rights taken away and it's just invalidated my human rights. I mean, come on, man.
Can I have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness if I am chained and forced to carry a pregnancy that can risk my life, that will risk my health, that can risk my family's life against my will? So you tell me, how is that democracy?
Yeah, and the other part about that is, you're talking about the federal government overriding state laws. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about federal land owned by the United States government, which just happens to be in these states. The law of the land on federal land is federal law, not state law. So we wouldn't be changing anything. We wouldn't be affecting state law at all. It's just providing an opportunity for people who live in those states to actually have abortions in accordance with federal law. Federal law, by the way, trumps state law. It always has. So the federal constitution, the Constitution of the United States trumps any state constitution. Federal laws always trump state laws. It's always been like that. There's never been a situation where state law trumps federal law. So we're not.
So we're at this point, which they don't get to it forever, but I was commenting about, 9th and 10th Amendments, that the federal law only supersedes state law if it is constitutional. And if it's been ruled unconstitutional, then it doesn't apply. I mean, this is such basic civics and constitutional law. I don't understand how you cannot grasp this and then be, spewing all these talking points about, the way things are supposed to be from a constitutional perspective. And the other thing that she was saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, ladies and gentlemen in the audience, let me know if you think that the wild eyes in Shannon are starting to come out now. I mean, her little rant there, you can see that she's starting to like foam at the mouth a little bit about this whole deal, but like acting like being forced to have a child. It's like, okay. So number one, less than 1% of all abortions are from rape. Number one. So unless you're going to argue that a greater percentage of that from all the studies is caused from forced intercourse and are the result of forced intercourse, you willfully engaged in the act which was necessary for the formation of the fetus that is now in your uterus. Okay, you willfully partook in the sexual act. So you can't sit here and claim that you were forced to engage in sex, which is necessary for reproduction, and then argue that you were being forced to do so, unless you're going to claim that every time you had sex, you were forced to do so. So unless you're going to say that you were raped over and over and over again by your husband, boyfriend, whatever, one night stand, unless you're going to claim that all of those were rape and were forced, then to argue that you were forced to have undergone the process which is necessary for life, for reproduction to take place, that's incoherent. And you're gambling, as you'll continue to hear here shortly, ladies and gentlemen, which he goes on these whole tangents about how it's not, not actually alive and not part of her, or not part of her body, or it's part of her body, etc., etc. Unless you're going to buy into all that, it's on full display, folks, of how these people do not actually think logically.
Well, I mean, also, how is a state law prohibiting people from crossing state lines to obtain healthcare democracy?
Yeah. Yeah. Are they doing that in Florida? I've heard them talking about that, but I wasn't sure.
Actually, okay. So the 15-week ban that was passed in Florida was supposed to go into effect on July 1st. But our state constitution here, Article 1, Section 23 of our state constitution guarantees a right to privacy for all Florida citizens. So the court struck that down. Now the state is appealing, and Ron DeSantis, who is a wannabe dictator, has said that, oh, that's being misinterpreted. Doesn't mean you have a right to an abortion. But what is more private to me than my being pregnant? Why should the state have a right to know my private healthcare decisions?
All right, so a couple things on that little ramble. Okay, so Ron DeSantis is a dictator for having an opinion about a law and advocating for a law that's currently being litigated in your state. So let's think about this. You're advocating for the litigation and you're going to win in the court in your state, but you don't want to abide by SCOTUS saying that this would return to the state courts, state legislature and the state courts to interpret the laws passed in that state. I mean, think about that, folks. I don't agree, even though my state court will have the ability to determine what is and what is not allowed in our state. I mean, so you want POTUS Biden to be a dictator in your state or inside of a state, but you don't want the governor of a state to be able to even talk about a subject that's being litigated in your state. I mean, folks, just think that through. Just think that through a little bit of how incoherent this is in the rabid, and I keep using that word tonight, but it's the word that seems appropriate to me. Just the rabid way this woman and these people here are, and so many folks. I'm just using them as an example, right? Like they're indicative of so many folks across America right now that just, oh man, they just don't think. It's amazing. I'm sworn up in emotions and power grabbing.
I completely agree.
Right now we're safe, but we'll see.
All right, so there's another question that Logical, Plausible, Probable actually stated to us, which is this right here. So, well, first off, we live in a democratic republic. So are you against the Constitution, specifically the 9th and the 10th Amendments?
So first of all, I agree that we live in a democratic republic. I don't think I contradicted that. So I don't know why he's saying that we live in a democratic republic like I was contradicting that. I said it's not a democracy. There's a difference between a democracy. It's called a constitutional republic, but there's a difference between a democracy and a republic. And
yeah, buddy, I understand there's difference, but and just so you know, dude, we're described as both a democratic republic and a constitutional republic. Okay, they can be used somewhat interchangeably, and are well recognized as us being both. So if you want to nitpick, go for it. But if you went to a constitutional law professor while you're still in college and was like, so are we only a democratic republic or are we only a constitutional republic? He's gonna be like, well, technically we're actually both. I mean, I love how they try to nitpick stuff. It's like atheists, man. Atheists always do this crap. They want to like, well, what's your meaning of the word after it's either common use or you've already explained it once, but you don't do it every single time. It's crazy. By the way, I had also put this comment this comment inside chat that they're now commenting on probably 10 minutes prior, and they're just finally getting to it and then not being able to put it in context, which is pretty funny.
And I agree that we live in a republic, not a true democracy. As far as whether or not I'm against the Constitution, no, I'm pro-Constitution. So what specifically are you asking? What about the 9th Amendment? What about the 10th Amendment?
Good questions. Then after he asked another question, which was, unless the federal is ruled unconstitutional and there is also the principle of nullification, do you deny this?
Is that a question?
I believe it was a question, but I don't know what he's trying to state based on that.
I don't know.
Yeah, so if they'd been paying attention, this is all back in relation to the codification of right to abortion. And man, Shannon is looking intense right there, folks. Look, woo! That woman is looking intense, man. She's reading that comment, or that she's reading that with some intensity right there. Woo! Those eyes, man, burning through your soul. Okay, so like I said, folks, I had made this comment way before this, where they're talking now, but it's like you're a favor of federal law and the Constitution, as long as it's constitutional, but you, of course, I made the point about the principle of nullification, and right before I talked about the 9th and 10th Amendments. So he's like, I'm in favor of the Constitution, except in the context of states' rights and the 9th and 10th Amendments, and not everything, powers not specifically entailed in the Constitution are withheld to the states and to the people. I mean, somehow that is controversial and not easily understood, and somehow the SCOTUS ruling circumvents and overrides the Constitution, or somehow these state laws would be circumventing the federal Constitution, federal law. No, it would not. No, it would not. And if you're going to go down that rabbit hole, you've got different states, for like California, for example, nullifying all these immigration laws and creating sanctuary states and sanctuary cities. I mean, come on. They've been using, this has been going on for quite some time. So you're going to sit here and claim that, oh, well, if federal law does not apply to my state regarding immigration, and nullification is valid from your perspective, then why can't I apply the exact same logic, even if Roe v. Wade, abortion was codified on the federal level? Why can't I just say, I think I'm going to nullify it, and I decide that I'm going to be a fetus sanctuary state, and you're not going to be able to abort in our state. So if you don't like it, go to another one. I mean, it's not that difficult, folks. I mean, just the double standard of these people is astonishing.
Understand, rephrase your question. I think that the 10th Amendment, and I'm going from memory here, I think it has to do with the federal government not basically not taking away states' rights. This is the classic argument that the South used for the Civil War, states' rights, right? But and I think that that's what he's referring to, but I don't know how that applies in this case, because again, we're not talking about the suggestion that I made is not talking about taking states' rights away. It's talking about giving more rights to people in those states. So the people who are trying to take rights away are the
I'm not about taking away states' rights. That is the entire point of the SCOTUS ruling, is that it's a states' rights issue, and that the Constitution does not entail that as a right protected under the Constitution of the United States. How difficult is it to comprehend this? I mean, I really wonder if you actually listened to the hearings. I'm guessing not. And I'm also going to easily gamble that you did not read the ruling on these cases, the rulings on these cases. The fact that you don't think this stuff through, or they're just regurgitating talking points. It's so amazing. It's just like Evo Atheists on YouTube. Can't actually back up their own talking points, spew things ad nauseum, claim that the opposition doesn't know what they're talking about or somehow misinterpreting things, while their words that come out of their mouth prove beyond doubt that they don't understand the macro level of a concept, let alone the intricacies. It is an ongoing, just blows me away every time, man. It's just, all right, let's continue before I ramble too much.
Legislators in those states.
Exactly.
It's the right that's trying to take rights away. I'm trying to give people more rights.
Agreed, or at least following where the popular vote goes, right? If the
I'm not understanding here, because the first question was about how is this democracy, and then you're like backtracking, going back to, well, this is a constitutional republic, kind of trying to pull that whole, we're not really a democracy, we're a republic.
Yeah, which one is it? Which one
you're really just trying to support the overturning of Roe v. Wade however you can because you like it, rather than that you're actually asking genuine questions about the Constitution.
I would completely agree. I would completely agree with that.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not asking legitimate questions about the Constitution. I mean, these people are just epic, man. It's epic. And by the way, I swear to you, I am not purposely pressing pause to have Shannon have some crazy looks on her face, but it just keeps happening. I think that if you are this hardcore of an advocate for the killing of babies, that somehow deep inside your soul, you have been consumed to the point where it's almost impossible for you to have a remotely normal looking expression on your face, especially when you are discussing the eradication of defenseless children. I mean, I could see how that might affect you slightly and result in it being marginally difficult for you to actually not look like a crazy person when you're defending these positions while claiming that I'm the one that's not understanding when. Oh, okay. Anyway.
But logical, plausible, probable. If you got any more questions, fire them off, and we'll definitely try to answer them too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious as to what state you're in. Like, let us know what state you're in and what the law says in that state, and whether or not the majority of people in your state support the current law as it is. If you want to talk about democracy, we can just start there.
Yeah, there's not one state where the majority actually supports the overturning of Roe v. Wade. There's not one. Not even Texas.
Again, crazy woman. A poll does not equal a referendum. Polls do not equal referendums. I mean, so to sit here and claim there's not a single state where this is so. Well, there's actually been multiple attempts to put abortion into state constitutions, the majority of which have failed. But that's neither here nor there. But in this context, you still have that option, genius. As I've already rambled multiple times, go Google whatever the standards are in your state that is necessary, the number of signatures you have to get in order to put a piece of legislation or constitutional amendment on the ballot. You have this right to go do this and go directly to finding out whether or not the majority agrees with your position. But I think that deep down, the vast majority of pro-choice advocates know that if the campaign really happened and it really did come down to a pure democratic vote, and both sides were able to campaign, that their talking points would get obliterated. The whole, oh crap, maybe the majority would agree with like a 15-week ban. Anything after 15 weeks, 20 weeks, somewhere around there, it's banned. But they don't want to go down that far. They don't want to go that far. Oh, we've got somebody backstage. Let's see what we got here. Now, James, before I let you in, if you're an abortion advocate, that's who's being allowed to come in right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say if you're an abortion advocate, that's who's coming in right now?
Yeah, anybody wants to do one-on-one on defending abortion can come in right now. Otherwise, I'll do an open mic when I get done with this. But I was saying I would stop if somebody who defended abortion wanted to come in. So are you pro-choice or pro-life?
No, I'm definitely pro-life. Sorry.
Okay.
I didn't know you were doing pro-aborts right now. Okay.
Yeah, no worries. When I get done with this, if I'm assuming no abortion advocates are actually going to join. So when I get done, I'll just do it open mic like normal. Everybody can come in.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just go back to the YouTube. I'm on my phone, so I'll just go back to the YouTube thing and wait it out.
All right, man. Sounds good. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
No problem.
And actually, I think, I don't know, there's different polls, Bryce, but the last poll I saw, it was like 72% of Americans, not 60%. It was 60% of Texans when that ban was passed, but it was, I mean, it's like the
there's multiple
majority.
polls out there. And so it depends.
Yeah.
Usually when I refer to a poll, I try to be generous and go with the most conservative numbers that exist.
Mm-hmm.
And in the most conservative
Oh,
poll,
yeah.
the majority is for abortion. The majority is pro-choice.
Every poll I've seen has the majority for pro-choice. It's like 60 to 85%. I've never seen a poll that's got less than that. I'm sure that there's some churches and some organizations, pro-life organizations, that poll only people who agree with them that have numbers higher, but
yeah. So I don't know what you're advocating for, logical, plausible, probable. I don't know if you're saying that you believe in democracy, as in the majority of the people should get to decide what the laws are. Because if you believe in that, well, that's failing right now. Or if you're saying that no, the Constitution, the state Constitution is sacrosanct, and that matters more than the federal Constitution, because that's not anywhere. That's not anywhere in any Constitution that says that, right? And I don't know if you're saying that the Constitution, however it's written at the state level, should override the will of the majority of the people in that state. Like, what is your argument? What exactly are you arguing for?
Well, I mean, in no way, shape, form, or fashion have I suggested that the state constitutions would supersede the federal Constitution, assuming that whatever was delineated in both constitutions, in the state constitution, was also a a power delineated to the federal constitution or via the federal constitution. So that doesn't make any sense. Number one. No, I don't think that the state constitution should circumvent or override the will of the people, because every constitution in the United States has the ability for amendment encoded therein. So how could I say that it should override the will of the people in the state if the people can change it? I mean, dude, did you think through what you just said? Oh, wait, we all know you didn't. And if you think you did, then your understanding of basic civics is non-existent. I mean, I really don't understand why you would even say something this dumb in terms of trying to figure out what I'm saying. It's truly astonishing.
Who should have the final say? Is it the people? Is it the state constitution? Is it the federal constitution? What do you want?
Yeah.
Is it the,
That was very well articulated, Bryce. Thank you.
I don't know. And the reason I'm asking it this way is because I don't think he knows. Like, I think that a lot of people who argue in favor, who are anti-choice, they try to gravitate to whichever one gets them to anti-choice, whichever one they think gets them there, whether it's democracy, whether it's the state constitution, whether it's, historical precedent or precedent of the Supreme Court, whichever one they think gets them to anti-choice, that's the one they're going to go with. So it's kind of logic.
Absolutely. And I think the aspect, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, so I would rather, if he wants to, obviously, to elaborate on what he's trying to state so that we can understand. And even as I wrote to him afterwards too, they'll also pay a little more attention to the chat too, so that when somebody does ask you a question, it's actually relevant towards what we're actually speaking about than afterwards, because after sometimes it can be a little confusing of what the individual is actually trying to say based on after the point. So, so I did state that. However, logical, possible, and probable, or and probable. If you if you want, please hit us up in the chat. Write what you're trying to state, and are you for state laws, federal laws, whatever the situation may be, so that we can understand your position a little better. And
let us know what state you're from too. Like,
if that, also that's good too. But if you rather leave it so that you can be whatever, then it's perfectly fine. It's cool. But anyway.
So can I say? I mean, in the meantime, something else that citizens can do besides voting, on the voting end is even if you vote for a candidate that you aren't in love with, you just think they're the best in this instance, hold their feet to the fire. I mean, if they made a promise, they made a campaign promise, hold their feet to the fire, call them out. If they have every single one of us writing to them, calling them out on social media, going to their town halls and calling them out all the time, they're not going to have a choice but to listen. So that's another thing. And the political side. On the personal side, there are organizations that are helping people right now in states where people have lost their rights to obtain abortion care. And there are local abortion funds. If you go to the National Abortion Fund's website, just Google that, you can find you can find your local abortion fund. You can donate to that. If you are in a state where you haven't lost your rights, you can donate to the National Abortion Funds, or you can find a state that you think really needs it and donate to them directly. You can also, Elevated Access is an Illinois-based charity, and they fly people to obtain abortions from states where they're not able to obtain abortion care. They need money because obviously flying is pretty expensive. So those are also some things you can do if you're feeling kind of like, how do I help? What can I do? I know I'm originally from the Chicago area. I have friends in Illinois who are like, what can I do? What can I do? And so that's what they're doing. I have one friend I saw on Facebook, it warmed my heart, was going to a charity fundraiser that was just for abortion funds. So people need that right now. It's I think I've mentioned this before when I talked to you guys. I feel like I'm pretty lucky. I do have the means to be able to get out of Florida if I were to fall into the position of needing an abortion, or if my daughter, I have a 23-year-old daughter, she was to fall into that position, I could get her out of Florida. I could even get her out of the United States if I had to. I have family in Canada, but my situation, a lot of people aren't in my situation. They don't have that ability. They can't, possibly get in certain areas of the state itself, let alone outside of the state. So donating to funds that help people get to this care is essential right now.
I completely agree. So I think logical, possible, probable, whatever it is actually he's stating right here, dude, the people have ability to put laws up for vote. And
that's not what happened here in Florida.
Right.
Yeah. We didn't vote on 15-week abortion ban.
That's where he needs to say what state he's from.
Okay, again, this just showcases they don't understand the basics, right? So the people have the ability to put laws up for vote and for state constitutional amendments. SCOTUS put it back to the states so it can absolutely be voted for by the majority. Okay, so what this woman is rambling about is, oh, the legislature passed a law on this. We didn't vote on it. Well, again, woman, you're an activist. You are a political activist. There's additional methods. Let's Google it. I'm just for curiosity. How many signatures required for constitutional amendment, Florida? Okay, let's see. Signatures required for ballot measures in Florida. Okay. To place a constitutional amendment on the ballot, proponents must collect signatures equal to 8% of the total number of votes cast in the last presidential election. To place a call for constitutional convention on the ballot, proponents must collect signatures equal to 15% of the total. The chart below shows election years and the signature requirements for the initiatives designed to appear on the ballot in that year with the presidential election. Okay, so for an amendment for 2022, they would need 891,589 votes in order to get a constitutional amendment for the state of Florida. So I guess since you're an activist, maybe you guys should get out and start collecting those signatures. Or perhaps you just don't realize that you can do this, which I don't necessarily think is true since you're running around being an activist. So I would wager that the real reason you guys aren't going and doing that is that even if you put it on the ballot for a constitutional amendment in favor of protection for abortion in the state of Florida or these other states, that you would lose. And then if you lost in the public forum, in the pure democratic vote in a state, that you would be left with nothing to defend your position. I mean, so, like I said, there's an option for you, Shannon, Bryce, and Josh. Go get the signatures for the constitutional amendment and put it to the ballot, and we'll see who votes and who wins on and ultimately whether or not your talking point that the majority supports abortion. Well, do it. Go make it happen.
Because this varies from state. This is not the same in every state. Some states do that.
And what's happening right now? Like people are, their lives are at risk right now. So you can get a law maybe in a few years from now that people might be able to vote on. Maybe.
Yeah,
I mean, that takes a lot of work.
Yeah.
But people, because of trigger laws, are right now at risk of death. I mean, we've had three generations of people right now who don't know what the world was like pre-Roe.
That's good point. That's actually a really good point. Holy shit.
I'm more interested in his next comment there because he says, and this is something I actually agree with you on this. If the majority of a state is in support of abortion, let them vote on it. I agree.
Really? Do you agree though? Because what if the majority of a state was in favor of slavery? Would that be okay?
No, I don't agree with that. But I mean, look, I'm kind of being a little bit facetious here because the point is there is no state where the majority is against abortion. He's saying it as though there is. So are you in a state, logical, plausible, probable, where the majority of the people are anti-choice?
Right.
And the answer is no. So that doesn't really work.
Okay. Now he's also saying
Okay. Again, the point that I'm making is the majority can, as I just ranted, you put it up for a vote to the state and see if the majority defends it. If so, it becomes law. And then they respond, so if the majority supports slavery, do you support that? Oh my goodness gracious. Okay, let's think about that, you stupid woman. I mean, it's just, it's so mind-boggling how you somehow think that defending life is the equivalent to supporting abortion. Now, in the context, legally, you raging idiot who does not understand constitutional law whatsoever. The 13th Amendment to the federal Constitution makes slavery illegal. Well, not technically, but there's some provisions for it. But anyway, freed the slaves. Okay, so if a state tries to pass a constitutional amendment or a law which legalizes slavery, then it would automatically be invalidated by the federal Constitution, versus something that is not delineated in the Constitution, has been ruled by SCOTUS to not be a power under the federal Constitution, therefore goes back to the states. There's a clear delineation between the two, and you are too stupid to recognize the difference, and then to somehow claim that what I argued somehow makes me a potential advocate for the relegalization of slavery on the state level. I mean, obviously I'm against it on the federal level too, but my point is, it cannot be allowed without an amendment to the federal Constitution to enable the state to constitutionally have that provision on the state level. I mean, good gravy, man. These people are morons. Let's continue.
So the whole idea of persecution of actions in another state actually being able to be successfully prosecuted is a joke. That will never hold up in court if attempted.
How do we know?
It's worked in Texas.
Yeah, that's what they're doing it right now.
Yeah, that is what's going on in Texas right now. That was implemented in September. Before.
Okay, so these people do not understand what is being said. Okay, so also, and I did not say persecuted, also the whole idea of prosecution of actions in another state actually being able to be successfully prosecuted is a joke. That will never hold up in court if attempted. So what I was referring to was their earlier rant about, and by the way, I had posted this comment well prior, but their earlier rant about, not arresting women for going across state lines to get an abortion. Okay, so the point I was making is that somebody who commits an action in another state where there is no law against it, somehow being able to be prosecuted in their state, will never hold up in court. Let's think about this logically for a second. Weed is illegal in state A. It's legal in state B. If you go to state A and smoke a bunch of weed, you cannot be prosecuted under state B's law for the action you took in state A where it is not illegal. So you can write a law that says you can be prosecuted, but there's no way that would uphold in court and be like, yeah, so I can prosecute. I mean, my state doesn't have income tax, but another state does have income tax. I moved to X state and I'm going to get litigated for money I earned in the former state because I now am under a law that has income tax. I didn't pay it in the other state, so I have to retroactively pay the income tax in the new state. That makes no sense. That is moronic. That is stupid. That will never hold up in court. That's a talking point. And while there's politicians on the right who are, say, well, we should do that. That's never going to happen. You would never be able to successfully prosecute that. And if you did, you'd zoom all the way up, eventually up to appeals courts and ultimately to the Supreme Court. And I would be very astonished if the Supreme Court doesn't yeah, you can't prosecute people for things that are done in another state where it's legal. Let's think about this from another context. California right now has their no more than 10 magazine law. So if I come to Texas and I shoot a gun and I have a 30-round standard mag in my AR-15, and then I go back to California and they're like, you violated our 10-bullet maximum ban while you were in Texas. Therefore, we are going to prosecute you under California law, which bans it. What? No, that is not coherent. That will not happen. But ironically, even though that's what I was talking about, these geniuses don't even recognize that's what I'm talking about. Which is too good. And saying that it's already happening, which it is not. That is not happening. Not a single person has been arrested for having an abortion in another state. So yeah, geniuses, you might want to check your facts.
The SCOTUS made their ruling on overturning Roe v. Wade. They allowed it to stand. They could have put a stop to it until they heard the arguments and made their decision, but they didn't. And they have now ruled that is fine and dandy.
Yeah, so I wish that what you just said was true. Unfortunately, It's not.
No.
So that's the problem.
Right.
When you have a court with people like Clarence Thomas on it, who specifically said he's doing what he's doing to make the lives of liberals miserable. He's quoted, he's on the record as saying that. He wants to roll back people's rights. So if he's on the highest body of the court and that's what his mission is, then what you're saying is not accurate. It seems like a joke. He's a joke. More than half of them on the court are a joke, but unfortunately they have power right now. So
yeah, like
you got a bunch of clowns with power.
I mean, Mitch McConnell violated the Constitution by blocking Obama's appointment of Merrick Garland to the court so that they could get Trump in office, so that they could get a pro-life Supreme Court justice. Supposedly, my understanding of the reason why Supreme Court justices were appointed for life was to keep politics out of their decisions. But clearly that's not what's happening right now. And that is why they pushed so hard for Trump. Trump wanted to be president because he's an egomaniac, and he promised to them that he would appoint pro-life judges to the Supreme Court. And with Mitch McConnell illegally getting Gorsuch appointed to the Supreme Court over Merrick Garland, and then they were just lucky that Ruth Bader Ginsburg died, they got an unprecedented, unelected 3 Supreme Court justices appointed by Trump, and it was a one-issue reason.
There's just so many incoherent things coming out of that woman's mouth. I don't even know where to start. But well, all Supreme Court justices have been unelected. Number one, Shannon. So I'm not really sure what your point is. I mean, Obama's 2 appointees were unelected. So were W's, so were Clinton's, so were Reagan's, so were H.W. Bush, Carter, Ford, Nixon. I mean, let's go all the way back to the originals. None of them were ever elected. So how were these 3 not being elected relevant to your argument? I mean, come on, lady. Seriously, think this through. In regards to the unconstitutional and illegal, yeah. So let's talk about all of the, well, number one, I'm not really sure how you would argue that's unconstitutional. Refusing to vote on something or to go through an appointment. That's not, whether or not you agree or disagree with, that's not unconstitutional. Therefore, it is not illegal to do so. If you have a problem with that, then either change the rules of the Senate regarding this. I mean, think about this. Filibustering is not in the Constitution. It's a rule, which they're actively moving to remove. You've got the nuclear option that happened regarding changing the vote down to pure majority versus 2/3. Or I think it was 60 votes. Sorry. There's so many different aspects of all this that are governed by the rules of the Senate, not necessarily Constitution, like clearly delineated in the Constitution. So clearly, this woman doesn't understand how this stuff works, and that things that are being done under the rules. So if you don't like the rules, then right now, I guess you should start having politicians change the rules, the ones that are elected. But if they're not going to, well, don't claim that what the other party did is somehow illegal or unconstitutional. You're just showcasing how incredibly incoherent and ignorant you are.
Why they were appointed. Only to revoke my rights, my daughter's rights, my friends' rights, my patients' rights. And I don't understand how anybody could support that or say that's a states' right issue.
Victoria has an interesting comment. I'm kind of curious as to what Shannon's opinion on it is, but that is simply incorrect. But I'm going to default to Shannon because you work in healthcare. I'm going to let you explain.
So she says, what's the safest way to end pregnancy? Birth.
No. Birth causes lots and lots of deaths around the world. Birth is extremely dangerous. I once had a patient, 29 years old, perfectly healthy person, no prior issues that should have made pregnancy dangerous for her. She was healthy, had even a healthy pregnancy considering overall, and then went into labor, hemorrhaged, almost died. They basically had to replace all of the blood that she had in her body.
Okay, so it takes them a while to show only one of the comments that I made about the stupidity rant this woman's on. But so I looked it up, and there's about 700 women per year from the CDC data that die from childbirth. 700. There's almost 700,000 abortions per year, and there's millions born. So you're going to sit here and say, and by the way, they eventually get to it. They like dismiss the let's say I'm making up the 700 number, but also like just dismiss it. Like, you don't care about the 700. Interestingly enough, you'll notice they never actually showcase the point, because I posted it in the chat. The 689,000 and whatever it was abortions they have. They completely ignore that and then act like I don't care about the 700. Of course I care about the 700 women that die, but that doesn't mean that that makes me in favor of the eradication of almost 700,000 lives. I mean, come on now. Let's think about this. Let's go for the extreme outlier and then eradicate a gigantic number of individuals because of some outliers. That makes no sense, especially if you're claiming that you're an advocate for life.
Because she hemorrhaged so bad, in order to save her life, they had to do a hysterectomy. She ended up the first 2 days of her life postpartum in the ICU. And this was a white middle-class woman in a wealthy hospital. You want to talk about getting even more dangerous. Black women are 4 times as likely as white women in America to die during pregnancy and due to pregnancy complications. This is because pregnancy is incredibly dangerous. And unfortunately, racism still reigns here in the United States, even though a lot of people like to deny that. And Black women are less likely to be listened to with their concerns. But pregnancy causes death to a lot of people. Pregnancy causes blood clots, strokes, it causes hemorrhaging, it causes, you can give birth, and then postpartum depression. Postpartum depression kills people too. I know somebody who died, never had a history of mental health, had a baby, her first child. She ended up.
Oh, they might have postpartum depression, therefore let's kill the baby. I mean, how about we look at, should we advocate aggressively for therapy, for support mechanisms, for having strong family units, for having men in the home to help her get through these things and not be stressed out? I mean, there's so many different things that can be done to try and mitigate these things that she's now rambling about, which again are not the norm. I'm not saying that there aren't plenty of women who have postpartum depression. That's not what I'm saying in any way, shape, form, but I'm not saying there aren't ramifications from it. But to sit here and claim that this is the justification for abortion, it's just, it's rabid. You're an advocate for death.
So depressed, she killed herself. So no, birth is absolutely not safe, and it's not the safest way to end a pregnancy. And early abortion is incredibly safe.
We may have more context for that because Victoria, she elaborated. It looks like she's talking about the safety of the fetus and not the safety of the woman who's actually giving birth. So
okay, well, I give precedence to the person who's pregnant, the living, breathing person who is autonomous and has their own body and has their own life. I give precedence to them, but still, what you're writing there, babies are pulled out of the womb one limb at a time. No, that's not true. Cite your source.
And even if it was true, by the way, even if that was true, I don't give a shit, because again, the priority is to the owner of the body, right?
You're right, but that's an appeal to emotion by using false propaganda that she probably got from some pro-life organization, because they don't have a problem lying as long as it achieves their goal.
And there we go again with the projection. It should just be about the body. And then she goes on her whole thing. Oh, they're just spewing false information that they got from some, pregnancy center and all that kind of stuff. Like, really? That's literally what you are doing. You have been spewing BS talking points this entire time. The entire time has been nothing but stone cold bovine scatology. And you're going to sit here and argue that the reverse is true. I mean, it is just beyond the pale, folks.
Right. They're not babies. They're fetuses. So the use of the word baby, that's an appeal to emotion right there. Right?
It is. So, but call it a baby. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't care.
Appeal to emotion? Appeal to emotion? Oh, it's a fetus. It's not a baby. Folks, did you forget that I read the definition of fetus earlier in the stream? It specifically designates a unborn human baby of greater than 8 weeks. So here we go, folks. Here is where the truth slips from these infanticide advocates. right? I don't care. I don't care about it. It's not. It's not. It's just a fetus. It's not a human. You're just all about emotion. Really, yeah. Your emotion is showing through that you advocate for the extermination of your fellow human beings.
Care.
That
At
baby
the end
still
of the
doesn't
day, I
have a
don't
right
care.
to my body without my permission.
Okay.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Most abortions, yeah, they are done before the third trimester, before there's even a developed brain there. So
Yes.
there's no person there, by the way. This is something else that's problematic. A lot of these anti-choice people, I don't use the term pro-life, by the way. They're anti-choice,
Me neither.
not pro-life. So a lot of the anti-choice people, they think that the relevant question is, when does life begin? They think that life begins at conception, which I don't even think conception is a meaningful term, because it means a bunch of different things. Like, what is
Okay. What is conception? I mean, dude, it's ultimately the recombination of DNA due to the fusing of sperm and egg. I mean, this is pretty well established. Like, what is conception? I mean, the ignorance, it's astonishing. It really is. It's astounding. It's astounding, folks, that you could actually ask that question. What is conception? And then moreover, he talks about like the brain doesn't even develop. The brain starts developing at 2 weeks, folks, and it doesn't stop developing until you're in your 20s. Okay, so if he's going to argue that, well, your brain doesn't exist, therefore, or isn't developed, therefore I can kill you, are you going to take the same position knowing that your brain continues to develop post birth? Like, are you gonna? I mean, he goes into this little ramble about the whole personhood thing here in a minute. Think about that, folks. Like, are you clown shows advocating that until you have some arbitrary definition of personhood, that you can execute them? That seems kind of like what you're going for here. Let's see.
conception mean? Conception means fertilization. Conception means pregnancy. They're two different things. So they don't even know what they're saying when they say life begins at conception. But I don't care when life begins. I care when personhood begins. And personhood can't begin before, at the very earliest, the third trimester, because all of the attributes of personhood are the result of the frontal lobe and the cerebral cortex, which don't begin developing until so many weeks into pregnancy, right? So there's no person there. So that's the relevant thing.
Right.
And that's when, but there's no one advocating for late term abortions either.
Absolutely. And now.
Okay, I'm going to address that. Nobody's advocating for late-term abortions here in a second, but we've got Lena backstage. What's up, Lena? Are you...
Hey, what's up? Yeah, we talked before. I think we were, it was like a week ago, maybe, or like a few, I don't remember how long it was, but you hopped on Jamie Russell's stream, and we talked for a bit?
Yes. Now, I'm doing this review real quick. Are you pro-choice or pro-life?
I'm pro-choice, and I just came from Bread of Life stream, and we just had quite a heated conversation. Well, I don't know about heated, but we had a great conversation on it, and they wanted me to come over here and watch me.
Oh, okay, right on. Well, we can do that.
I was about to say, the thing they just ended on, I guess I would argue for late-term abortion, although I'm certainly not a fan of it.
All right, we're on a second here. Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Good. I'm part of. I'm one of Lena's backup dancers. You know what I mean? I'm gonna just sit here over here and look cute and shoo-woo woo 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 if need be. But I appreciate you having me back on, enjoying this opportunity.
Right on. We'll appreciate you. Great talking with you last night. Okay, so let's do.
Yeah, I just came from the same stream too.
Okay,
yeah.
Awesome. All right, so Lena was here first, so let's we'll engage first, and don't interrupt real quick, and then
oh, of course, man.
We'll
no problem.
Okay, all right, so Lena, go ahead.
I appreciate it. I just want to start actually by saying, like, I didn't get a chance last conversation to kind of lay out why I engage in these discussions and like what I'm about. So I just want to say, like, I really appreciate doing this. Like, I love reaching across the aisle, being able to have really clear-minded and honest conversations about these difficult topics. Like, this is not easy for a lot of people. This brings up a lot of emotions. Just religion in general, not abortion specifically, but all the different conversations that we have. I just want to let you know that, like, I do this for my own understanding, because that's the only understanding I see as really mattering. The only intelligence that matters is my own at the end of the day. So I want to make sure that I'm right on these things, and I think that I am, and I think that it matters, especially when it comes to situations of human rights, which is what I see it as. So I just want to preface it by saying that I try my best to be a good faith interlocutor, and I hope the same for all parties involved. But I think we've already established that rapport, so we can jump right in from there.
No, I appreciate that, and yeah, it's always good to have you back. So, somebody is echoing here. What's going on there? Okay. All right. So you are pro-choice. Why don't you go ahead and outline your argument as to why you are in favor of it?
Yeah, so the only argument I really came to defend was the argument from bodily autonomy. So I believe that everybody has ubiquitous jurisdiction over their own body. I think this applies equally to fully grown people as it does to fetuses, or really any stage of the development that you want to argue for. I think that they have the right to bodily autonomy, but that when one organism is inside the other, then you have to defer to, the person's bodily autonomy. And if one person chooses to terminate a pregnancy, that is their right under their body.
When your penis is inside the woman to impregnate her, do you have full autonomy inside of her?
Can you elaborate what you mean by autonomy?
Well, I'm extrapolating out your logic, right? So you're saying if something is inside somebody else's body, then you have full autonomy, ubiquitous autonomy, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not
Okay,
sure.
Okay. So if
chop your penis off once it's inside her, like she can she's giving a blowjob, she can bite down.
It's inside. It's inside of her body. So does she now have? Does your penis become part of her body at that point?
No.
Okay, cool. And why is that?
Being in one of the orifices, we'll say, is not comparable in the same sense of bodily autonomy.
Well, why?
If we're talking consensual, obviously, I want to be clear. I'm not advocating for rape.
Well, I'm not going down that rabbit hole. I'm saying that I want you to establish why this is your penis a component of an entirely different organism. Yes or no?
No.
Your penis is not a component of your unique body?
It is.
Okay, cool. So is there a different genetic code which is the foundation to the cells which make up your dick?
Not that I'm aware.
You don't think you have a unique? There's not a unique genetic code which is the foundation to the cells that make up your dick?
I mean, I'm not an expert on the biology, but we'll say that your body.
I'm guessing Dr. Jay Bundy back there is flipping out right now. I think he works in evolutionary biology and is probably flipping out by there being a question of whether or not there is a unique genetic code in the cells which are comprised of dick.
I mean, I would say there is, but I'm just listening to hear where this goes. Yeah, I'm letting you guys go.
I wasn't quite tracking, but I think I get what you're saying, and yes.
Okay, so the point. I'll break it down. Okay, so the zygote, embryo, fetus, etc., that is inside the woman, does it have a unique genetic code from the moment of conception? Yes or no, or recombination? I guess. Yes or no?
I mean, based on my last failure, I want to say yes now.
Okay, the answer is yes. Okay, so the cells that are now the result of the fusion of the sperm and egg and the ultimate recombination of the half of the DNA from the mother, half of the DNA from the father, which now have formed a unique genetic code and a unique organism, exists from the moment of conception. and will always be unique hitherto. So let's go back to the earlier question. Do the cells that make up your dick, when they are inside a woman, are they now under her complete control, or do you maintain the rights to them and her to not be able to like do whatever she wishes?
Yeah, I think you would maintain your rights because there's a significant difference between being inside someone's womb and being like in their mouth, for instance, right? Like the pull out, the ease of pull out, I think is a relevant factor.
Well, right, because you have the capacity to do so, right? And assuming you don't like bleed to death, even if for some reason your penis was removed from your body by one of these, an action she takes, you probably wouldn't die, right?
Well, I mean, that would not be okay. Like that would be
well, no. Whether or not it's okay or not okay is not the question. The question is, you're probably not going to die if she bites your dick off or like somehow cuts it off for some reason.
You could get an infection,
bro. I literally said that's within the realm of possibility, but we're talking about the likelihood. The likelihood is that you're not going to die even if that happens. You might want to because you no longer have a dick.
Good medical care, probably not. Yeah.
Okay, cool. In almost all cases, does abortion result in the total death of this life form that's inside the mother?
Well, I mean, when we use the word death, it implies like the implications of like life. But I mean, yeah, for the sake of the argument, yeah, sure. I'm willing to grant personhood wherever you want, and then say like, yes, it is a. We could even call it a murder if you wanted.
Okay, so you're in favor of murder of the innocent who are unable to defend themselves. Is that correct?
I value the rights of bodily autonomy over the rights of the fetus to use another person. See, that's the thing, is I apply the right to bodily autonomy ubiquitously, whereas I see you guys as applying special rights to the fetus.
Okay, so does the
LPP, does it have to be murder? Is there any distinction to you, like at all, where? And I'm not saying you don't. Where it could be.
I didn't actually use that word. I'm just following the word that Lena used.
Oh, okay. Yeah. She did say you could even call it murder. So that's where you were going with that.
Right.
Yeah.
So
I got you. Okay.
Like if they're gonna acquiesce to that point, then I'll just follow the logic. So
sure. No, I'm with you. I appreciate that. Thanks for reminding me of that.
So in this context, about the ubiquitous bodily autonomy, do I maintain bodily autonomy as a father when I am expected to provide for the child after it's born by law?
Yeah, so I mean, this is actually a separate issue, and I have possibly a hot take when it comes to like, well, actually, I think it's a fairly consistent leftist view, which is that the state should provide for for a person's basic needs, I believe. So I don't think we should.
That's not what we're talking about here. What we're talking about is the right to exterminate another life. Okay, so do I maintain, under the current law, right? Do I maintain 100% bodily autonomy with zero responsibility as a father? Yes or no?
Well, I mean, again, it's not really relevant to bodily autonomy because it has nothing to do with your body. It has more to do with your finances.
Bro, if you don't pay child support, you go to jail. How does that mean? How are you maintaining bodily autonomy?
Because they're not like nothing is entering or exiting your body. Like they're not using your body in any way to sustain the child, right? Like
what are you talking about? Okay, so you have to go and work and use your body to generate money and income in order to pay for food, shelter, so on and so forth. What do you mean you're not using your body? In fact, I mean, you have to think about this. You have a minimum of 18 years. Bro, listen, you have 18 years minimum liability. 18 years minimum liability.
You do realize I just said like I don't agree with forcing people to pay for childcare. Like I think that's a government responsibility.
I get all that. That's not the point. We're talking about in the current stage, following your logic of ubiquitous bodily autonomy, being the justification for the execution of another form of life.
And I explained my definition of bodily autonomy wouldn't have anything to do with the response, like with the laws regarding the financial responsibility of the father. Like it's not in the same ballpark. Like you can like go down this whole, oh well, you're technically like using your body to produce the financial resources, and it's like that's not what we're talking about here, right? We're talking about a procedure that is life threatening, that is invasive, that
Okay, so let's go back to this. It's life threatening. It's life threatening. All right, do you think that it is a large percentage or a very small percentage of women who in modern civilization that die in childbirth?
I'm glad you added the clarifier modern. It would have been quite a slip up.
Dude, we're talking about right now, bro. So if you can be coherent, please, and stay focused on the here and now, what's actually happening now, not hypotheticals. We're talking about the real world. Okay. So right now, are there copious amounts of women who are dying in childbirth?
Yeah, it's irrelevant.
It's irrelevant? You just you just stated that the threat to their life and whatnot is a justification under your position of ubiquitous bodily autonomy. We justify for them to kill the abortion because it's life threatening. So I just asked you, is it life threatening for the vast majority of women? Yes or no?
Yeah, I'm saying it doesn't matter. If it's life threatening to any reasonable extent, and I suppose that there is some like debate over where that is, but I mean it's a medical procedure. Like carrying a baby to term is inherently risky, not just life like lethality wise, but in a number of other aspects, right? So I mean the actual percentage that it affects, it really is irrelevant to the argument. Do you see how I'm arguing for a person's right to their own body to assess whether they want to take that risk, not whether the risk is high or low.
Right, but in the context of we're going to exclude rape and incest from this equation because it accounts for less than 1.5% of all abortions. Okay, we're going to look at the 98.5%. So in those instances, was there forceful impregnation?
Well, I think we just established not.
Okay. So did they engage willfully in an act which is known to be the fundamental of reproduction in the human species?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. So do they have the option for things such as birth control, condoms, etc., other contraceptives to dramatically mitigate the probability of becoming pregnant through a willful act?
Gosh, I'd hope so. I hope everyone lives in a blue state.
Do you think in red states that contraception is not legal or not accessible
anymore? I actually don't know. I don't know which states had.
Wow, dude, what state do you live in, and how old are you?
You asked me that last time.
I know, and I forget what it is. It's been a while. So,
state and age. So, like, let's get back on topic.
No, state and age. Because if you're ignorant of this, it's just astonishing to me. State and age.
I just said 24 in California, and what?
Okay. So do you actually? Okay. So the point I'm making is that if you, as a 24-year-old, are operating from the perspective that somehow birth control and other contraceptives are not available in other states, the level of ignorance on this topic is astonishing. Like, it's available in every state, dude. Like, this is not an issue. And in the vast majority of places, you can get birth control for free in most states. Okay. So the whole, oh, it's not available thing is a talking point spewed ad nauseum by people who are gambling that there are people like yourself who don't take the time apparently to go and investigate these things.
Yeah, you're engaging in irrelevancies again. It doesn't matter.
Irrelevancies? Okay, no. There's very relevant going back to the point that I was making, which is establishing whether or not the pregnancies, it would be question for these abortions, were they the result of willful action, yes or no?
I already ceded yes.
Okay, and or just continue this logic. And do they have
grant they have
and do they have a plethora of things? Which hang on, I'm just going to clearly state this. There is no equivocation. Okay?
Let's say all of it.
No equivocations. Do we also agree that there is a plethora of different options to exponentially reduce the probability of becoming pregnant?
I just granted all of it. Let's continue.
Lena, this is for the audience to make sure that there is no confusion. Okay. Now, if this is the case, how is the bodily autonomy defense justified when somebody went into something from a known potential outcome in order for it to justify the extermination of another life form?
Imagine you offered your kidney to someone else. Okay, this is a comparable analogy because...
Are you about to try and give me the violinist argument?
It's comparable to the violinist argument, but I mean, it's actually, is it the violinist argument? I guess it is, yeah. Well, so the point I was trying to make is that you don't... You can give them, let's say you grant them access to your body, right? I believe that at any point you should be able to say, you know what, no more. That's my level of respect for bodily autonomy. Okay, so
okay, so so does that apply all the way up until the moment of birth?
Yes.
Okay, so why? Just because it's inside of her body?
Yeah, that's the ubiquitous standard.
Okay, so is the baby any more or less viable inside of her uterus or outside of her uterus at that point?
Irrelevant, but we'll say more viable.
More viable which place?
Inside. Is that right?
Okay. So are you saying that while the baby is in the birth canal, and it's crowning, right? Are you saying that until the entire body is out of there, it can be killed?
Well, so now the blowjob principle might apply, right? I think that's a relevant application to the earlier point you were making. Which is
right.
That
I'm coming full circle here. So I'm now coming full circle. So so again, let's establish this. So while it's in the birth canal and it's coming out and getting ready to crown, can it be killed then?
I think it depends on where. And I know this is getting super nitpicky, but when you bring up the blowjob example, I think we're already there. So, I'll say there's a significant difference between giving birth and a blowjob still. When it comes to the stretching of the orifice to get a bit graphic.
Not if you're going to claim bodily autonomy for things that are inside the body. The foundation to your premise is that things that are inside the body are under the control of the body that they're inside. That is the foundation to your position.
Yeah, and that's what I'm being consistent with. I'm saying because
you're dismissing the penis. But you're dismissing the penis.
Right, because of the difference in circumstances that I just laid out.
Oh, so it's completely subjective, and there is no. Okay, so it's all based on your definition or your personal decision about whether or not the bodily autonomy should apply.
Well, no, it's my opinion that bodily autonomy should apply. Now we can argue whether
Okay,
Like,
okay,
why-
okay, okay, okay. Hang on. Okay, so let's establish this now. Okay, so you now have the baby is in the birth canal and literally about to come out of the vagina. Okay. How is
Yeah.
and we've also established that you're okay. It's inside the body, therefore the woman has control. She can make that decision. So
You know,
if you have your penis in the exact same position, is she allowed to chop it off if she wants to? Yes or no?
I already said no to the blowjob analogy.
Well, we're talking about vagina right now. We're talking about some real intercourse right now. Okay.
Teeth
So
there.
so why? So now defend why when you have your unique cells grounded in a unique genetic code, which is the exact same thing as the baby, and is the foundation to what is a unique life form. I want you to tell me, defend why it is not acceptable for her to chop your dick off, and it is acceptable to kill the child. Go.
I mean, so the thing with how is she going to chop
Hang
her
on
dick?
a second, Lena. You guys got a bunch of people that want to be let in, and I know Hillary's emails, who we know is back there. But go ahead. I just wanted to let you know in case you weren't seeing it.
They dropped off. If they come back in, we can let them in. But
I get this is like a hypothetical, so I'm trying to be charitable, but like the reason I was like, there's no teeth down there, but like, okay, I'll go with a thought experiment. Okay.
Well, in ancient times, prostitutes in Asia used to have razor blades that they would hold inside their vagina, and once you stuck your dick in, they would flex in a certain way to hold your dick with razor blades until you paid, and then they would like hold your dick prisoner until you paid. So this is a completely
and that's not the most ethical thing to be doing, I'd say.
Hey, did you say it's not the most ethical thing to be doing?
Yeah, I mean,
so it wouldn't be ethical for her to blackmail you via your penis for money, but it would be ethical to kill a defenseless child who does not have the ability to defend itself. Is that correct?
I mean, you're labeling it with the whole innocent thing. I mean, yeah, sure. Why not? I'm defending bodily autonomy here, and so, yeah,
right. And I'm extrapolating out your logic about bodily autonomy. Okay, and is your penis inside the woman when you're having sexual intercourse?
Yeah.
So why is your dick not now under the complete control of the woman?
It's just not. She's not allowed to cut your dick out with razor blades. That's not part of consensual sex.
Okay. Well, if okay, so it's not part of consensual sex. So is the babies that exist the result in this context that we're talking about? Are they the result of consensual sex? Yes or no?
I mean, in the hypothetical you laid out, yeah.
No, I mean, in like 98.5% of all pregnancies are the result of consensual sex.
I'm not. I don't like to grant statistics, but for the sake of the argument, sure.
Okay, is the organism that now exists, is it comprised or generated via half of your DNA?
I should say I don't like granting without fact checking, but
Jay, can you confirm or deny that 50% of the DNA comes from the father and 50% comes from the mother as a PhD?
I mean, I just think that's kind of I think it's off. Like there's probably some asymmetry that I'm not quite remembering, but I mean, I don't. Yeah, what's?
We'll go with it, sure.
What'd you say, Lena?
For the sake of the argument, we can keep going, sure.
Yeah, but I still think I just don't see it. Sorry, maybe I lost track of where you guys were going. Was there? Why did this come up? Why are we going to this?
Well, we're extrapolating this out into the logic of is the result of consensual sex? Yes or no? In this context we're talking about, right? Yes. If yes, well, actually, it doesn't matter which kind, whether it's yes or no, but are all fetuses, well, embryos, ultimately generated, and zygotes ultimately generated via the DNA.
Right. And
in the
is
sperm and
this
DNA in the egg.
okay? Yeah. I think we're all with that. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, so and Lena is unaware of a lot of things on biology, so I was just asking you as a PhD in.
Oh yeah, I mean,
topic,
I'm a digital biologist, but like, yeah. As far as I know, that's where we're at. Like I said, there's always some
it's relatively
weirdness because of mitochondria and whatever else, but and like I said,
there
weird
can be
stuff
there can be
happens.
minor. Well, and there's stuff with like epigenetic tagging and all that kind of stuff. It happens in getting wiped
Right, and
out
then like imprinting,
effective
so stuff gets
recombination and
weird. But yeah. But for
So
the
there's
most part, yeah, I'm
variations,
with you.
but there's half from the mother, half from the father. There's slight modifications. I mean, good grief, nobody's actually counting like, oh well, there was 3.x million nuclear or billion nucleotides that were from the mother. Oh wait, in this context of recombination, and that was only 200 million from the father. I mean, that's not, nobody's arguing over that, right? It's like it's pretty close to half and half.
Yeah. So we're good. Yeah, it's 50% from each parent, and that's that. Yeah.
Let's be clear, we're also not really often arguing about late-term abortion. Like, I said I would defend it, but it's not the normative case if you're going to appeal to normative situations.
Right, but I'm not just appealing to that. I'm talking about.
Yeah, I also just think that
But
go ahead. I also just think there's a difference between consenting to sex and consenting to pregnancy, right?
Oh, absolutely, but we hadn't gotten there.
Sure. Okay.
Well, no,
So
actually,
we began to try and like set that up.
No, actually,
I know that you might disagree with that, right?
No. I already established I obliterated that point. I don't know if you were paying attention already. I already established earlier in this conversation that the via access to contraceptives,
that does not
equate all those kind of things. Hang on, I'm not finished with we're extrapolating logic as adults.
You're going, but it doesn't work.
I mean, I understand that you have the mental maturity of somebody who's not 24 years old, but that doesn't change the reality that as adults, we have to take responsibility for your actions, and you have to take responsibility for your actions in pretty much any other context, except one that like this, which is actually one of the most important ones and the greatest responsibility you can take in life. And then somehow we want to tell people that you can, in spite of all the different ways to account for this, don't worry about it. You can just kill it and think that somehow is not relevant to this whole piece. Or from the macro view, if you want to not engage, you don't have to worry about it at all. So I mean, there's multiple aspects.
But see, that's my thing. Is like, for me, it's part of a toolkit, right? To me, we take this sort of weird view on abortion where we're like, hey, every baby that is conceived of deserves to live. Whereas like I take the perspective that human life really isn't any more unique or more or less special than chimpanzee life. Go ahead.
Jay, my argument kind of depends on the sanctity of life. So I don't want to get into disagreement there.
Well, no, I agree with you about the sanctity of life. I just think it's arbitrary. And I'm just saying that part of our, I think, quest for human liberty is that, like, I think we need the full behavioral toolkit given to an adult person who's already here in the world. And part of that is, to me, I see essentially abortion as part of a large suite of family planning or reproductive choices. And you see this type of thing throughout the animal kingdom all the time, like where you have, the new male will come in and kill off the previous male's offspring, or a mother will decide that the best interest of her current brood of offspring, it's best that she knocks this particular weak chickling out of the nest. Like, it's brutal stuff, but it's just nature. And I put humans firmly in that. And I think we're like tying one of our hands behind our back when it comes to giving people the full suite of reproductive choices. So to me, I'll grant you, it's human, it's killing a human life, whatever you say. I just think, I'm kind of just with, and that them's be the breaks,
Yeah, I still see it consistent to be pro pro-life, funnily not in the political sense, but like for the sanctity of life, and then want to apply bodily autonomy because of that reason. Like that's why I see it as a human right, and why I see abortion as vital health care, is because being able to terminate a pregnancy is vital health care for a lot of people. So this isn't just, as you put it, oh, let's just kill a baby. It's a complicated situation with a lot of different factors, and the main factor I defer to is bodily autonomy, because it's ubiquitous, because it's something we can all agree on. It's something that nobody wants violated, right? The ways in which
And I guess
bodily
I'm kind of just giving you not only that, but why should a woman in America have less rights than, say, a woman in a third world country who will literally just abort a fetus? You're not a fetus, but she'll like kill an infant, right? She'll commit infanticide, and there's no like legal structure to like do anything about it. They're just like, yeah, yep, she decided she didn't want that
so
baby,
Jay-
so it's gone. Go ahead.
Jay,
Yeah,
I hate to break this. Hang on, I hate to break this to you, but you do realize that the majority of the world's abortion laws are dramatically more restrictive than the United States, right?
I'm just saying where they can be, but there's also places where you don't have legal government at all. And more of my point, even when they are more restrictive, I doesn't think that makes it right. I actually think what I'm trying to say is a little bit more to Lena's point. Like I as a biologist, when I say quote unquote human life is no more special, I just mean from a fundamental perspective of the laws of physics as I understand them. But we are humans, right? And so what I'm kind of saying is, to Lena's point, why should a human person have less rights than a lion or less rights than a gibbon? If some wild primate decides, look, I cannot take care of this offspring, they will get rid of it. I know that that's not, and I know that it makes us cringe to see, a little baby die. It literally makes me cringe to see a little baboon baby die. It isn't pleasant, but neither is COVID-19. It to me, it doesn't override the fact that just has to be what people have the autonomy to do in a system where we evolved with that as part of our reproductive toolkit. And I know that Christians are trying to create a world where that isn't possible or doesn't happen, but to me, that is not the natural state of things, and we are fundamentally fighting against our own nature.
Jay, can I
I
ask you?
don't want to turn into an appeal to nature, but just
Maybe
to
you don't, but that's just my opinion. Yeah, go ahead.
well, just to piggyback off that real quick. I mean, the threat, like the forced impregnation, or sorry, not impregnation, the forced pregnancy, right? Of that's what we're talking about, right? Like that is such an egregious violation of bodily autonomy, right? And it can kill you. Like this is absolutely a pro-life position when it comes to viewing all parties involved, right? I mean, you're going to talk about current situations, but like if we actually looked historically, like that's one of the leading causes of death is
Can I just I just have two questions. First question for Jay, and I guess it kind of goes into what you were just saying, Lena. Okay, are you a Christian, or do you hold to any theological position for that?
we're heathens, we're atheists.
Well, yes, we're religious. I'm a religious atheist.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Okay, is killing a child wrong?
No, not always.
Generally speaking, yes.
But okay, so generally speaking,
And by the way, I agree with her. What I'm saying is, it is not in some sort of, I'm trying to just be direct, right? I'm trying to give you like the direct answer, which is, so on some sort of absolute level, no. But generally speaking, is it morally acceptable to kill children? Like, obviously not. But again, I'm just not putting it as some sort of absolute. So go ahead.
now, okay, All right. So from a Christian perspective, from a biblically Christian perspective, nature, right? Because you go off of the idea that, well, we're just animals, we're just doing what's natural,
Sure.
and sometimes, like a lion will kill its cub, or a gorilla will kill its baby, gorilla. I don't know what the term.
Right. Yeah, that's fine. Infanticide or whatever. Yep.
Right. There will be animals that commit infanticide. Right. But we're not animals.
Yep. That fundamentally think you're wrong
No,
about that.
Bible says we're animals.
No, the Bible says that we are specific.
Ecclesiastes. What is it?
Oh, I mean, are you coming with that from a theological perspective? Like you're theologically committed to the idea that we're not animals? Because I'll grant you that. But I'm a biologist. I mean, you're not going to convince me we're not animals. But if that's your theistic position, I'm happy to grant it to you. I mean, I understand that. Yeah.
Jay, can I
Sure.
ask a question?
Yeah. Go ahead.
What is you're a biologist, what is the evidence that we are animals?
What's the evidence that we're animals? I mean,
Yes. I mean, I know people have made up some charts.
your body. I mean, look in the
taxonomy.
mirror, right? You've got nipples,
No,
like
stop.
mammals,
No, wait a minute.
hair.
No, I don't mean that. I don't.
Okay.
You have a
Forget the charts.
Forget the
Okay,
evidence.
the evolutionist
go ahead.
charts, the taxonomies.
Do you know what the definition of an animal is?
What? How do you know we are an
Define the
animal?
animal.
I mean, we're totally different from animals. We have reason, we have language,
Main
which no
animal.
linguist can figure out where they came from. We have a mind.
No,
that's
don't
just
stop insulting the
mind-boggling.
animals. My dog has reason.
Oh, come
all right?
on, knock it off.
Sam, watch this.
I-
Sam, do you want this? Do you want this treat? Watch this, Sam.
He's
Sam, look at
he's
this treat.
hopeless.
Do you want this
Is
treat?
it Bible
Watch.
reading
Watch.
tools?
Watch. Hang on, guys. It's a serious demonstration. Sam, do you want the treat? Look at him. Look, my dog was sleeping, napping comfortably. I literally woke him up. He got up. He hopped off the chair. Why? Because I put a treat on the floor. Reasons. That's all I'm saying. Animals have reasons. It's called
Yeah,
cognition.
they have reason, but so do people. But reason is not. Reason is not science. Okay, reason is not science. I don't care what Darwin says or the Enlightenment.
Darwin wouldn't say reason is science. He'd say science is science and reason is reason. I don't understand.
Well, Darwin was not a scientist. He was a theologian.
Look, you've completely distracted from the conversation and haven't added anything useful, and you haven't defined animal as I asked. So let's move back onto the abortion.
Oh, that demonstration was totally BS anyway, because that dog and you're sitting there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The dog will come to you just like Pavlov rang the bell, right?
All I'm saying is they do that for a reason. There's a reason.
If you ask me for a treat, I would say no. I don't want your treat. The dog doesn't have that offer though, because you're the master.
But here's my question. Why would you reject the treat offer?
Because you're not my master.
Okay. You see the fact that you did it because I'm not your master, and the fact that my dog
I'm my
did it
own
because
master,
right. And my dog did it because I am his master. My point is, you both
he's an
have
animal.
a reason. Yes.
Yeah, but he doesn't reason through it. He just shows up for the treat. He's trained.
No, he did reason through it. See, okay, I won't do it right now because I respect his ability. Listen, I'm respecting his bodily autonomy, and he's wandered off somewhere else. But later, what I would do is I could have put a different treat on the floor, right? And he would not have gotten off the couch, right? I could have literally, believe it or not, proof positive. Look, I'm reaching into his chair. Look, and all of these things were literally laying in his chair. So if I were to put one of these on the floor, he would not have gotten up because he doesn't like these as much. So he is able literally to decide what he put on the floor something I want enough to make the autonomous decision to get up and hop. He's also old and small. That's quite a leap for him. And he made the choice because he prefers what I put there to these.
He's an animal. He's not a reasoning human being.
And so are you.
I think so, therefore I am. I am not an animal.
Craziness.
I'm not an animal, bro.
Nonsense.
Your biology is so
all right, I
screwed
mean,
up.
we're cool. If you guys want to deny being animals, I'm happy to proceed with the conversation
There's
with your
nothing to
denial on
deny.
record, and we
There's
can
no
keep going.
comparison with any animal on earth.
Right.
Hey, let's
Can
go.
a dog do math? No.
This is
All
useless.
right. Hang on. Okay, so before it goes into, I need to go make another graphic for an overlay for dumpster fire because I feel like we're on the edge of dumpster fire inferno. So, but real quick, let's
Well, he pulls out Pavlov's dog, that's trained to freaking come to a treat, and he doesn't like the other treats because they're probably made from whatever, probably vegan or something. Who knows? Maybe it's a medium dog.
All right. So, logical problem of Weevils is he was the first person to come out, like the additional person. So let's let him air his side. Anything on your mind you want to share?
I mean, yeah. So I actually came in, like Danny sent us, me, Lena, and Jay at the same time. Like, he was just trying to stir trouble. We were going to talk abortion, but this animal thing, I don't know why I want to step in here, but like, look, we can grant, like, I mean, Jay is, I think partly he's just trying to stir trouble as well, but like we could grant that like humans have like a special faculty, right? Like it's certainly true that the level to which we can reason is almost its own category, right, in a certain sense. But that's just to say that there's an attribute that humans have as a species that no other animal shares. But that's true of spiders, right? Spiders are the only species, as far as I know, that can spin cobwebs that fine, right? But that doesn't make them not animals, right? That just, and so look, I can also get,
Well, actually, synthetic biologists have reprogrammed, I think, some goats to shoot spider web. So that's.
All right, fine.
And I evolved computer programs that reason. My point was, somebody said we're different, we're not animals because we reason. And I'm like, okay, all I'm saying is that is not a sufficient argument to prove that you're not an animal when animals reason. Now, if you want to say that I'm wrong or whatever, but it was a sufficient demonstration that an animal can use reasoning to make a choice.
You're filibustering. Let somebody else talk. What I said was we have language which no animal has other than a bark or
and only
parrots can talk or they can mimic.
That's also not true.
No, you're interrupting. We have language.
I'm trying to stop you from
no
embarrassing
linguist
yourself.
on the earth, no scientist on the earth knows where it came from because it is so unique. It is so unbelievable. They're mind boggled about it, but yet, most of them are atheists anyway, or evolutionists.
Can I ask you a question?
The evolutionists have tried to convince people that we descended from an ape, yet you got more anthropologists or anthropaleontologists, I guess, than you do have specimens that they can piece together and wax together and try to make it appear that man came from apes.
So I highly recommend that when you talk
to.
Go ahead. I was going to say I highly recommend that when you talk to biological anthropologists and evolutionary biologists like myself, especially people who do it for a living, I suggest that you tell us what we think and believe instead of asking us.
Okay.
But
I know what you
believe. But no. Here's what I'm getting at. Who says we have the highest intelligence?
What?
When you make this argument to me, science can't figure out why our intelligence is so great. You say
science is wrong all the time. Science is good for maybe 100 years and it changes. That's on the high end.
No, but
it's always changed.
But
the Bible
I'm asking
is
about your
the only
case about our
consistent thing is the Bible.
Okay, so here's the thing. You tell us our intelligence is so beyond the capability of science or any other species to understand, right? But who says that? Well, according to who?
Well, look around.
No, guys, please let Bible research answer the question. Go ahead.
No, look around. Have you ever seen an animal do what people do? Do they build things? Do they design things? Do they make ships? Do they make
So
computers?
Here's what I think logical problem of Weevils is getting at. And he's definitely not here to start trouble with a name like that. No. But hear me out. The issue is it's circular reasoning because what you have is human beings looking in the mirror going, look how cool we are because we build things and we make iPhones and we're smart and we have 401ks. And we look around and we go, nothing else can do that. Oh my goodness, we must be created in the most spectacular fashion ever. Whereas dolphins could sit there and go, well, look at us. We can make little click, click, click noises and they travel through the water hundreds of thousands of miles and we could orchestrate a little circular dance and attack a fish together. And humans just go, nah, you guys aren't as smart as us. Octopus can do all types of crazy stuff. So it's just circular reasoning for humans to decide that humans are the most highly evolved species on the planet.
Again.
I'm not filibustering. I'm trying to explain something to you.
Well, you're not explaining
It
anything.
takes
We've heard these
time.
arguments before.
Education takes
All
time.
you're
I'm
doing is you're
sorry.
explaining your opinion, and your opinion is based on your
That's all
education, and your
It's my
education is
opinion
based
that
on
we're
Darwin,
animals.
Oh, you're
evolution.
projecting, my
You've
friend.
been brainwashed by evolutionism.
You are continually projecting, my friend.
Okay.
It is literally you who has been droning on,
I'll
giving
tell you
us
how you can.
relevant
Oh,
explanations
I'm
of
sorry.
nonsense.
Who's speaking?
So
I'll tell you how you can tell a human from an ape. When you go to a zoo, the ape is the one inside the cage. Okay,
No
that's
one's
how you can
arguing
tell.
that
But
humans and apes
otherwise, there is no
are different.
comparison at all. I mean,
I'd say the ape is the one putting other apes in cages, but go ahead.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. Hang on, real quick, guys. Hang on, everybody. Quick. Okay. Hillary's emails. Let's see if your mic's working. Go ahead and say something. If you're trying to say something, we are not hearing you. Anybody hearing anything?
She's consulting with Joe Biden's laptop.
Ooh,
I can't hear anything.
Okay, go ahead, James. We can hear you.
Okay. My whole point about asking, like, oh, if we're animals, all right, is rape wrong?
do you want me to answer this? Am I gonna get a chance to like get back on the topic, or
Yeah, and this will get back onto the topic.
okay? Yes, rape is wrong.
Jay, Weevil.
Yeah, I'm with you. Rape is
I
wrong.
mean,
Yep.
but I'd probably mean something different from wrong than you do, right? But yeah.
Okay, so we all agree that raping another individual is wrong, but in the animal kingdom, right? In the animal kingdom, there's another part of the life.
Not true. Not
Yeah,
according to
that's
me.
why I wasn't making an appeal to nature. But I mean, that's irrelevant to the fact that we're animals. The fact that we're animals is irrelevant to the fact that humans are different from other animals, or that we're intelligent, or that we have language or civilization or what have you. And all of this is irrelevant to bodily autonomy. But
What she said. I concur.
oh, I didn't hear that last part.
The point that I'm making is that from a biblical perspective, right? God created all the animals, created the fish, the fowl of the air, the beasts, all of it. Then he specifically created man to be in his own image. He breathed into the nostrils of Adam the breath of life, giving him a spirit. We have a spirit and a free will to choose whether or not we want to do things. See, animals, they don't have free will to do what.
Can I ask you a question? Do I have the free will to not have free will?
no, let's not go there. Let me address.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, James.
Okay, because I really don't give two licks and a popsicle what the
Yes.
Bible. Let me be perfectly clear about that. Okay, whatever the Bible says, I'm for the opposite of that. Okay.
I figured that.
Hold on. So for the opposite of loving your enemy and praying for them.
I'm opposed to the fascist parts of the Bible. There's some good parts, all right. Like the one part of Ecclesiastes where no different speech.
Fascist part of the Bible. The Bible literally says Jesus Christ, God manifest in the flesh, lived a perfect sinless life, and died on your behalf.
I literally said this is not relevant to the conversation. I do not care what the Bible says. Do you understand?
I understand that, but what you're doing is you're coming into a chat of people who believe the Bible to some extent, and you're trying to reason with them using way
Materialist.
All right, so let's grant you the breath of life, nature of God thing, and let's see what comes after that. What comes after we're not?
Bible, then life starts after birth when they take the first breath of life. So we're not going to go off what the Bible says, right? Because the Bible advocates for all sorts of weird abortion. So let's go with that. Let's go with actual respect for human rights, which would be respect for bodily autonomy. Now, do you have anything that's like an argument in relation to that value? Because I believe we share that value of like the sanctity of human life
No.
And then we shouldn't be raping people. We shouldn't be torturing people.
What?
We shouldn't be forcing people to have babies against their will.
Why?
Right? Like,
Why not?
because it violates your bodily autonomy.
That's
what-
I
nonsense.
don't care.
Bodily
It's nonsense to me.
All right,
I think we're to give the baby a
We're gonna
choice.
start, listen, let's move on to something else. The argument over bodily autonomy as being the fundamental
Baby's
foundation
bodily autonomy is equally respected.
for the justification for like these kinds of actions. I'm done with that one. So let's move on to some. Let some other folks talk. So Hillary, have you fixed your email? Hillary's email. Have you fixed your microphone?
No, she said nope. Okay, he said nope. Sorry. Yeah. All right, go ahead.
I have a good question.
I mean, I think for a lot of people, bodily autonomy is the whole abortion issue, and there's like no more central thing. But I get that you guys think that's a non-starter. At the same time, I think that like, there's no point in not granting you guys the biblical worldview because that could be a non-starter.
The reason it's not a non-starter, it's a non-starter for me anyway, is the same logic should extend outside of the womb. If you're going to look at it from an autonomy perspective, right?
Exactly.
But I think some of us are saying it doesn't in concept. It might, but it just maybe doesn't because of some practical constraints. But I'm listening.
My point. Hang on. My point is that, and this is what I was trying to establish with Lena earlier on this whole deal, was you have to, if you're going to use something as a fundamental justification logically, then you have to be able to extrapolate it out. And then if it becomes invalid further down the chain, then it's invalid at the front of the chain too. And
you did not reduce to absurdity what my argument was.
I literally reduced it down to whether or not you had autonomy over your dick inside of a vagina, an asshole, or a mouth. Okay, and we established that per your position, you maintained autonomy over your dick, even though it was inside the body of another human being. And
wait, I don't get the connection, because to me, even the extrapolation thing is like we do this all the time, right? Like it might be raining, right? And at some point, like I could literally go outside in the rain and like not even acknowledge that it's rain, because it's just kind of sprinkling drizzles once in a while. I don't even have to put anything on, right? Then there's another level of rain in which it's like really dumb to go outside without an umbrella. And there's another one to where it's raining so bad that if you go outside, like something really awful could happen to you.
Jay, I'm extrapolating this out to when, if we're talking about bodily autonomy, and we're talking about the extrapolation of once it leaves, right? The child.
What I'm saying is that that's not charitable.
Bro, you have to maintain, dude. You have to act like a fucking adult, bro, in terms of reality, and not this myopic little juvenile worldviews that get perpetuated in these arguments. Okay, so if you're gonna claim that I can just exterminate, whoever talks next while I'm talking is out. Okay, I'm gonna make a freaking point here, and if I get interrupted, you're gone. And by the way, Flying Disciple Man, if you can't handle people using strong language, and you're an adult, you can't like handle adult conversation, go like play with the children, okay? Because I literally at the beginning of every single one of these streams, I say if you can't handle the heat, then don't come. All right. So if you don't want to have adult forceful conversation, you can't handle it, go away, or I can ban you. Your choice. Now, in the context of the overall extrapolation of the points being made here, is if you want to argue for bodily autonomy and post birth, you legally aren't allowed without ramifications to just abandon the child, which is dependent upon you. Okay. To say, oh, well, I can't do whatever I want now. I mean, think about the arguments that are made for abortion. She's not going to be able to get a job. She's not going to be able to get education. She's going to be low income. All these different things are used to argue in favor of abortion. Okay. Well, you could extrapolate out the same point post child being born and say, oh my goodness, I have a kid. I can't do everything that I want. I can't go party with all my friends. I can't do everything that I always wanted to do. But now that I have a kid, therefore, I can just exterminate it because I no longer have bodily autonomy. And if anybody thinks that's not what's being argued in the extrapolation of this logic, go look at the Virginia law, go look at the New York state law and the ones that are being pushed in California to allow for the execution of children post-birth. There's legislation being pushed right now to go up to 28 days after birth to be able to kill the kid. So don't claim that this is not the extrapolation of the points that are being argued in law right now. And it's somehow, oh, well, it's not the same thing. It is the exact same freaking thing. I yield. And where's this?
It's not it's all the same thing. And what's in the law books is irrelevant to what I believe on the situation. But yeah, it's absolutely not the extrapolation. I've already stated before that I believe
if you don't see the extrapolation, then my point about you not being able to see more than one step ahead is being proven beyond all doubt. It's the same thing with you guys and same people in chat not grasping the point about if you're going to argue that something that is in your body is completely under your control from an organic biological perspective, then the same logic would have to apply to a component of you that is not actually genetically part of the woman, right? Being in, or the man,
Sure.
whatever context you want to go with, being inside of them. And
LPP, can I ask you something?
Who maintains control under your logic of bodily autonomy?
So my thinking about it, person. My thinking about it was this, like, all right, because somebody asked me this in the chat, like, you use the example of parental rights, like, you know, afterwards, the baby's holding up my life. I can't party with my friends, can't do drugs. My boyfriend left me, and now my home situation isn't stable, whatever, right? Some people would say, okay, well, you can give up your parental rights, right? And if you just extrapolate that backwards, the only way to give up your parental rights, you know, before the baby comes out of you is to, you know, abort it. And
okay.
And my thing.
Let me obliterate.
Hang on. Before you do, let me just say this. My thing is, I don't even want to do that, and here's why. I want to allow you to be able to say, no, that's totally different, because there's we don't extrapolate. That's my point. We don't call you know, torrential downpours light drizzles for a reason. Because extrapolating isn't always, like, you can extrapolate, but at some point it just becomes something totally different, right? In the same way I know you would say it's totally different if the baby's already been born versus, you know, hey, it hasn't and we got to go protect it. I don't want to go, yeah, you're right. So let's not extrapolate backwards, but don't extrapolate the other way.
Giving up parental rights is an option for giving up parental rights, execution of your child, yes or no? Without legal ramifications, obviously.
No.
Okay, cool.
No.
So, is it remotely coherent to say you could potentially go the opposite direction?
What I'm saying is,
or is the point you're bringing up completely irrelevant to the overall
the point I'm bringing up is, look, if someone is arguing about having an abortion to terminate a pregnancy, I think the charitable thing to do, even if you oppose that position, is to just restrict the conversation to terminating the pregnancy. Because to say, oh, well, if your principle is bodily autonomy, then you've got to extract it to after the womb. And then what about when the baby's 35? Or what about during consensual sex with another human being?
Well,
I feel like I get what you're saying logically.
Hang on. At age 35, assuming the child is not like mentally retarded or like disabled or whatever, right?
Right.
Legally at age 18, the kid can be kicked out of the house legally, right?
Right.
And why is that?
Because they fit our legal definition of an adult, and
being able to do
obligations
what?
To them.
And they're able to do what? Hypothetically,
vote?
No, take care of themselves, right?
Sure, maybe.
That's
I don't know. Have you met many 18-year-olds lately? But go for it.
Well, I agree that most 18-year-olds
in theory, yeah.
But, I mean, are you familiar with the legal concept of emancipation?
Yeah, no, totally.
Okay, cool. Okay, hang on. So let's think about this from a legal perspective. If I want to be emancipated as a minor, you have to prove a variety of things. One of which is that you have the capacity to take care of yourself, right?
Right.
Or that you're in because even if you're in a horrific environment, right?
Right.
The judge isn't necessarily going to emancipate you if you're 7 years old because you live in an abusive environment. They'll take you away from it, right?
Right.
But hypothetically, anyway,
I'm agreeing with you.
No, I know you're agreeing with me, but my point is that You say, oh, extrapolate out to 35, right? Well, I'm saying like, okay, well, we have clear delineations that are established upon logical reasons. And in this context of when the parent is able to suspend any responsibility for the caretaking of the child, of their offspring, right? It's because that legal precedent or standard is they have the capacity to take care of themselves.
Right. So maybe
Whether
35
we
was a
prior
bad
to-
example, right? But LPP,
Right.
I get what you're saying. But my point is just to say, I agree with you. And the same way we would say, whoa, 35 is different. You're an adult, you can get kicked out the house at 18, and 35 is way beyond 18. My point is to say, and again, I'm not telling you to agree with the other person. I'm just saying from my perspective, if you really disagree with somebody like Lena, the best way to steelman them is not to do the whole extrapolation thing. It's actually to just grant them, like, hey, we're only going to talk about this bodily autonomy thing in the context of terminating a pregnancy, right? Which a pregnancy is different than post-pregnancy.
Bro, I don't know if you were listening to Lena. Lena's position is that if it's inside your body, you have complete control over whatever it is. That is the position that's been stated. I guess multiple questions to establish the train of thought of the position of Lena.
Yes, right. So
Okay,
when you
if it's inside your body, right?
Yeah.
The Lena's position, and Lena, correct me again if I'm wrong on this, because I asked you multiple times with great specificity. You kept telling me I agree, and I can't.
No, we get that. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, to specifically address things like what you are saying right now, Jay. I specifically did that with Lena, accounting for people like you trying to make these arguments in the future.
All I'm saying is this.
Position.
When you extrapolate it to something like outside the body,
that's why I used examples of inside.
I'm just saying you don't have to, because you're fundamentally changing what the person is arguing so much. You're not talking about the same thing anymore.
No, you're not. You're talking
about
because
because you're talking about not pregnancy anymore.
Jay, I specifically delineated. Were we talking about unique genetic organisms, right? That had different DNA code, that was the foundation of those cells. Were you not paying attention when we established all this?
Yeah, we established that all that might be true, but we're still talking about pregnancy.
Cool. No, we're at the root of all this. If the foundation of bodily autonomy is not just, because we were talking about not just when you're pregnant, we're talking about being able to do for your bodily autonomy. You have complete control over your body, right?
So when else was that violated?
This has been clearly established. So in the point I was making was, if we're going to say that anything is inside the person's body is completely under their control, then you have to extrapolate that to something as blunt as the point I was making about the penis being.
Say this again about the penis.
Okay. Bro, okay,
I just want to make sure I'm clear on it.
I'm not paying attention at all to this. Because
No. It's not even that. It's just.
No. You're done for right now. We got somebody who's coming in. They're going to talk. What's up?
Can I? Oh, sorry.
Can I just summarize the argument real quick? Just if I can man it properly.
Welcome to the stream. How you doing? You got anything you want to say? Okay, I guess their name's not saying anything.
Is it all right if I steelman your argument? Because I want to make sure I'm getting it right.
No, you're not talking right now.
I want to speak on extrapolation.
Why did you have me on here?
Dude, I talked to you nonstop for like 40 minutes, bro.
Yeah, but we didn't actually get anywhere. Like, all you did was ask.
Okay, I said silence. Go ahead, Dan.
I mean, we were going to get a chance.
I want to talk about extrapolation. Creationists understand this, but Darwin over-extrapolated what observable life, what we see, breeding and stuff like that, into the unobservable common ancestry. Now, he didn't have a speck of evidence for that. He couldn't find it in a fossil record. He couldn't find it anywhere. It was strictly in his imagination. So if we're going to talk about extrapolation, I think we ought to carry this argument back to why the left, or well, maybe not all the left, but all left, but the people that believe that the human is the embryo forward until it leaves the body is not a human being, that comes really from, I think it comes from Darwin. Well, eugenics. Remember eugenics? That came from Darwin's book.
Thank you for the contribution.
Hey, would you? Who's interrupting?
Dude, you've been droning on.
Lena, you're backstage.
What I'm trying to say.
If
I can get a word in.
Lena, you can come back in.
I'm sorry, John. I'm sorry, John.
Hang on, Dad. Lena, you can come back in. I put him backstage. I'm not booting him. He left. If you want to come back in, I will let you back in. But when I've directly told you to be quiet and let other people talk, and you start interrupting, you're gonna have to learn to be quiet. Go ahead, Dan. And then after you get done, Dan, Bubblegum's been being quiet, and Slavic hasn't said anything. And then if No Name wants to talk, he can come in as well. Go ahead, Dan.
What I'm saying is this whole thing of killing babies or embryos, I call them babies, embryos and what they call fetuses, started with, I think it started with eugenics, actually, but it came forward and it was adopted by people who wanted to get rid of the lower class. It's sort of a Hitler-like thing. We're too good to have these poor, imbecile, uneducated people around. Well, Margaret Sanger, I guess you remember her. She was a abortionist, but that was a tool of her. She was actually a eugenicist, but that was one of her tools. She promoted abortion really in the name of eugenics. But eugenics is a really horrible thing. The only thing left of eugenics in the United States is abortion. Everything else has been eliminated. So once we can show you that there's no evidence for evolution, then there's really no evidence that people are animals, that they're different, they're special. All animals really are special. I agree with you. All animals are special. All plants are special. They never change. I mean, they have variations, but they never change from one type to another. They're always consistent. It's been that way throughout history. There's not one shred of evidence that is untrue. It's always been the same. Darwin can't prove it. No evolutionists on this planet can prove it. Now, most evolutionists believe the other evolutionist has the evidence. But that's the only reason they believe in evolution, because they don't have the evidence. Nobody, there's not one shred of evidence for evolution on this planet. There's no transitional fossils. Two different things violates Darwin's theory right in the fossil record. That's disparity before, what's the other one? Disparity before, what do you call it? Anyway, disparity came first, and Darwin predicted just the opposite. He believed there'd be a gradual transformation from small single cells or multiple cells to higher order animals. But yet we see that just the opposite in the fossil record. Another thing he predicted was fine graduations between one type of animal to another. Well, he couldn't find them in his day. And after 160 years of feverish digging by paleontologists and their graduate students, they still haven't found any, not in the whole world. Now, they can imagine transitions like from this looking creature over here, but it's just imagination. Without actually seeing that transition, there's no evidence, zero evidence. Well, so what do? They come up with junk DNA. That's great evidence. Well, except it wasn't evidence. There was a false claim, a myth they created. Now they got this ERV thing, which that's sort of ridiculous. In the beginning they had Haeckel's embryos, his fake drawings, which it finally took a couple of team of scientists, I think they're from England, Richardson et al., to shame evolutionists to take it out of their textbooks, because everybody was taught that Haeckel's embryos proved evolution. These guys are nothing but a bunch of con men, and until everybody knows it, this argument's never going to be settled. And that's all I got to say for now.
Appreciate it.
One earlier point, right? Just the narrow thing. Like, I think my understanding of the history of abortion doesn't quite track what you said, because I think so. I mean, this is an article I read by an historian, right? So the first, prior to 1803 or something, 1803, 1805, there was actually no law that prevented abortion. In fact, I think Benjamin Franklin even published recipes for abortion, right? Like abortifacients, like pennyroyal, and so on. So, and okay, this part is a more subjective interpretation, right? He's a historian, but he probably has his own bias. The way he put it is that prior to the 1800s, the attitude was that essentially a version of my body, my rules, right? The woman in control, whatever you want to call it, right? And after that is when abortion rights started getting stricter until you got to, like, I guess, Roe v. Wade and so on. And I don't think, and eugenics, if I remember, was a 20th century thing, right? So I don't know.
I understood most of what you said, but you said that before the 1800s that it was pretty much no restrictions on abortion.
I don't know about absolutely no, but I think it was generally understood that maybe similar to like our current attitudes.
Well, I read a lot of history all the way back to the medieval days, and I don't know if anybody's ever mentioned it. So if you'd like to provide those links, those just name the articles, I'll look them up.
Yeah, I'll find it and share it again.
Okay. All right, let's let Bubblegum say something, and then No Name, if you got your mic fixed, let us know, and then Slavic. Go ahead, Bubblegum.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we're gonna hear No Name, but
okay.
Bubblegum's gonna go first. Go
ahead, okay. Bubblegum. I thought you just asked me to let me know. So okay.
Well, if he doesn't,
all right.
Bubblegum, you got like 2 seconds to respond. If you don't respond, we're going to No Name.
Well, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. Well, my take is different. I'm not against abortion, but I'm also not pro-choice. Well, I do admit his life. Like all Roe versus Wade said is you can have an abortion. They never said it wasn't a baby. They just gave him permission. So you can't just go walking around and say it's not a child. It clearly is. But I'm wondering from you, because I do support eugenics.
Hold on, what? Hold on,
yeah.
What? You're a eugenicist?
Yeah. I thought that was obvious.
Well, you haven't talked about this before, so
oh yeah, you weren't there. It was one of your streams where like you weren't there. Like
hold on. So you're gonna have to defend this position. So what do you mean by you're a eugenicist? Are you wanting to eradicate certain races?
No, it's simply regulating what is allowed. Regulating the genetics allowed into the population. So I'm totally pro. Like if in Norway, if the child is born, like they'll test the fetus if it has like defects. It'll be a mandatory abortion. So they won't even get, like you have a choice. So I'm not against abortion, and I'm not pro-choice.
So
I have to jump in here.
Go ahead, Slavic.
Because for me, that's gonna move down the slippery slope of the next thing will be like if your child is not genetically predisposed to a certain IQ, we're gonna have to abort him. And
well, no, it's not like that. It's more like they're defective.
Well, yes, if your IQ is lower than 70, you're imbecile. What is the definition, right? Even the army won't take you.
Well, no, that's IQ comes later, but you can definitely tell me. But that's different than a child who's clearly has like a very bad mutation. You can weed this out.
Yes, but IQ is very, very tightly correlated with your genetics.
Yeah,
they figured out that maybe like you can adjust it by teaching somebody by a few points up or down, but mostly it's tied to your genetics. So what they're gonna do is then,
as long as it's not effective. That's what I'm saying.
Right now it's not. Right now, let's say they figure it out in 20 years. They figure out how to figure out who has the higher IQ, and then it'll be like, all right, anybody lower than this IQ, we will not allow to have.
You can't. What else? You can't IQ test babies. You can only test if they have some sort of. Well, no, we're IQ testing. You can't IQ test fetuses. The fetus is the.
Yes, but you can IQ test the genome. So they check your DNA and say
you can test the genome if it's defective, but that's not IQ testing the genome.
No.
I want to know about the IQ test for genomes.
Yes. It's not genome. It's a DNA.
But I'm wondering,
the DNA you
Okay.
have in your body is tied to your IQ.
It
You can
is
look up
how?
yes,
there's
but
studies on this.
not in the way you're saying it, because I
So
think you're
if I
saying
send 23andMe a DNA swab, they can tell me my IQ.
exactly.
Not 23andMe, but other
Okay.
people. They done this test.
Through the scanner.
Yes, they
They run it through the scanner. Okay.
No, yeah, they checked your DNA and it's correlated to your IQ points.
Yeah, but the IQ, but the IQ hasn't manifested yet, right? As long as the fetus is in
Yeah.
the womb, right? Like it's like saying it's no different from saying that you could take, like, suppose you had like even more powerful science, right? That could take the sperm and the egg and figure out exactly how they would combine to form and predict exactly what genetic code would result, right? And then run that same IQ test, right? You could still predict the IQ then. That doesn't mean the sperm and the egg now suddenly. It's just a potential, right? It's not.
Yeah, it's kind of silly.
Right?
No, I think the point I'm assuming Slavic, I'm assuming the point you're making is that regardless of how currently effective the tests may or may not be, they do exist. How accurate they are is what's totally being debated. But hypothetically, in the future, which is the point you're making, if we can test these things, then it could potentially be utilized for the justification of the abortion of the child, because it's not going to be X. And this goes to the whole point of what's happening in all over the place now. You have the dual parent, like the dual father children that are being artificially inseminated. You've got the ongoing discussions about whether or not it's ethical to allow for, they're going to have blue eyes. I don't want a blue-eyed kid. I wanted green. And all the different biohacking, which I'm assuming Jay is probably relatively familiar with, given he's involved in synthetic biology.
You think they'll like genetically code for like a gay baby? Like, I want a gay baby. Like designer dogs, designer babies.
Yeah, that's gonna happen.
Are you laughing about this? I mean, the designer baby thing is like being aggressively pursued right now.
Oh my god, are you serious? That was a joke.
Yes. No, are you not aware of this?
You can laugh, but it's actually happening in China already.
No, because there's like this comedy duo called Whitest Kids You Know, and they have this comedy sketch in which like you go to the doctor and you get like a designer baby, and the doctor is like this uber liberal, and so he keeps pushing for like very progressive, like, do you want a crippled baby? Do you want a black baby? Are you racist? And they just give the white couple a black baby, and they just mix it into like to a pirate black. It's hilarious.
But about the genetic thing about your IQ, they actually already have tests that they can, not 23andMe, because that's just a company that's trying to sell their product. But there's already enough information for them to figure out how your IQ from your genetics.
Well,
that's not your. I'm not talking about what you learned, but your actually brain power. Let's say that way.
I have to go, John. I just
want
to let you know I got an doctor's appointment at around noon. But anyway, thank you very much. I really enjoyed it. I always do. And God bless everybody.
Yeah, good idea. I hope your appointment goes well tomorrow.
Well, we'll pray for you.
Well, I was gonna say, well, this thing, you can detect like if the baby's gonna have like Down syndrome, and that's pretty obvious. And I'm pro terminating that. But like when it's a fetus, like, it's regular. I don't care if it's like the uber smart baby or not uber smart, as long as it's not a defective baby.
Okay, but let's say this way. Let's say in 20, 30 years, they figure out if they tweak this part of the genome, they can make your baby uber smart. And in the future, if you want a good job, you need an uber smart baby. Your kids have the best.
Well, and if in the future we can tweak the genetics, we could just fix the babies. But I don't think that's gonna happen.
Yeah, they wrote a book about this about 60 years ago called Brave New World. So just letting everybody know.
All right,
but
hang on. This comment from Lena just showcases that they did not grasp the point that was being made in this entire thought process that I went through very, very slowly, step by step with them. I was never suggesting that that action was acceptable, and you agreed that taking that action would not be acceptable just because there was a component of your of the different organism inside them. I also established that we weren't talking about non-consensual pregnancy because we were removing the forced impregnation from the conversation, which you also conceded, you raging idiot. You conceded this point that we were not talking about forced impregnation. We also established that there were all sorts of things that could be done to further mitigate the probability of a unintended pregnancy from taking place. So if you extrapolate this out in any other context, if you make every single possible action to not have X occur and it still does that mitigate you from responsibility from whatever that was? Of course not. In no other context would that be so. And yet you still don't grasp this. Anyway, I yield. Go ahead, guys.
I do have a question. They were talking about the specific laws in states and trying to set up different laws. Let's say hypothetically there was a country that said this is technically not even hypothetical, but they decided in our country we will not allow anybody unless they are, they set off a certain characteristics. Whoever is not that, they will be aborted. Would you be okay with that? Like, since you are for, what is it called? I forgot the word already, but eugenics, yeah. Like the whole country said, the majority of the country said, we want this kind of laws. Would you be like, that's okay? I mean, we're still animals, so. Or would you be like, that's not right?
Wait, me?
Yeah.
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
I'm saying that if there was a country, they all agreed, they voted on laws that said that the only way you can have a child is if you fit into a specific criteria, how it looks, whatever they decided. And if you do not fit in this,
like the Nazis.
It doesn't have to be Nazis. Nazis just decided that the Jews were evil, whatever. But I'm saying that it doesn't matter. Whatever. Some country decided they wanted a specific look or a specific characteristics. Whoever does not fit on that, they will be either aborted, don't live in our country, or whatever. Do you think that would be wrong?
No, I don't think that's wrong. I mean, it's not my standard, but I don't think it's wrong. No.
Okay. So would you say you're saying it's not wrong because we're animals, or what's your basis on that it's not wrong? Because I mean, the antebellum South had the same ideas. It was just slavery.
Well, I'm guessing. Are you guys saying abortion is wrong because it's objectively morally bad? Because the reason I'm saying is because there is no morality.
So would you say that killing babies after they're born is still okay too? Because there's no morality, right? Technically, then.
Yeah,
what's the difference?
No, yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I would say it's not morally wrong.
So, let's say a mother, the kid is 5 years old. She lost her job. She can't take care of her. She's in a bad place. She can put the child down like a dog.
Well, it's not like I'm not gonna support it, but I'm not gonna say it's morally wrong.
Why would you not support it?
Because I can acknowledge, for example, somebody asked me this question. Well, would I let that happen? No, because this is me. I'm making a free will choice. Mm-hmm. So I acknowledge that I'm still an actor on this. So I can just stop her just out of my own free will.
But why specifically? What would cause you to say that we should stop her? Because technically, if we're just animals, if she's,
I'm not saying we should stop her, but I'm willing to do that. And I'm not gonna say it's because of my will, because of who I am.
Oh, you're your own god. That's right. You're a pantheist. I forgot.
No, I'm not a pantheist. You think free will is pantheist? You think free will is a pantheist concept?
No, you said you just follow your own rules, so you're fine. You just do what you gotta do, bro.
Hold on. No, I'm trying to figure out.
So I don't see how that connects to pantheism.
Here, sorry about that. I'm just trying to figure out specifically, like, as a Christian, I see every human life as, valuable, right? Well,
Yeah.
if you do not see that human lives as valuable, if they're just animals, right? Just like, if my
No.
dog gets sick, I had to put him down. He had cancer. They put him down. Yeah, it was kind of sad, but what do you do, right?
No, I don't accept humans or animals. I acknowledge humans have a spirit.
So do you think that they're more valuable than animals?
Yeah, I would say that, yes. But I'm still not gonna say it's morally bad to do this.
So
because
okay,
I just see
Would
as like I don't see there's a good choice here. Like
Would
there's
would it be morally right or morally wrong for me to kill you right now?
it's not morally wrong, no. Am I gonna let that happen? No.
So
does it make a difference? Let's say that way. Like, is there any difference between somebody killing somebody and somebody not killing somebody? Is there any kind of difference between those two options? I know you're saying morally. I understand that you're looking at it as a moral is a specific type of judgment.
He's dead in one and alive in the other, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's the difference.
Yeah.
But is there any does it matter? That's what
No,
I'm saying. Does
I
it
mean,
matter?
No, not morally, no.
No, I'm not saying morally. I'm just saying in any way. Does it matter if somebody
It matters to me.
Can I ask you a question though? Can I ask you a question honestly?
Yep.
Because I think this always gets to like, hey, I'm a Christian and I value life more than you atheist. And I just think that maybe cool, but like from corporate operator bubbles perspective, they're pretty much saying, hey man, I'm conceding that I don't give this whole life thing a lot of objective value. But then I feel like when you guys talk to most agnostics and atheists, we're like, hey, we actually do put a lot of value on human lives. And then you guys are like, no. Actually, this life is really just the appetizer. And the real life is the eternal life we get after this one. And this life is just the snack. And so I'm like, wait, I thought you were just this life is so precious. So I'm kind of confused because don't you think that there's a life beyond this one such that we should be willing to forsake this life for the benefits of the next, right?
Well, they're not
Yeah, that's a good
utilitarians.
spin, bro, but not working.
I'm not trying to spin it at all. I'm asking him a question.
Yeah, let me answer the question. The way I look at it is the reason this life is really important is because I think C.S. Lewis puts it this way. He says if you have an anger issue, right, and it's getting worse every day, but a little tiny bit, it doesn't really matter if you live 70 years. By 70 years, maybe people won't notice it as much. But if you live for eternity, well, then you need to deal with it. I look at while we're here on this planet, we have the opportunity to build a good character for the rest of eternity. So that's why this life is really important.
Well, my main question for your question is like, is it objectively morally, for like, is abortion objectively morally bad?
See,
wrong?
I understand. I understand what you're saying. I can say morally it's objectively wrong, but since you don't look at things in you think morality is a religious term, would you agree with that or no? Or do you look at?
I'm against the liberal take of subjective morality as well. I just don't think it exists at all. It's just
a
mental disease.
Bubble, would you think that it would be preferable in your mind, I'm not going to say right or wrong, that more people, maybe even everybody or most people, share your same view?
Yeah, but it's not something. But that would require taking away people's free will, and I don't think that overcomes people becoming like me.
Is that a moral claim?
No, it's
I
just
was listening. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's more like I just don't want people to lose their free will because
so then it's a value claim.
No, because then it would just be robots and it wouldn't make sense.
I'm just wondering, by what criteria are you appealing to that?
He's just saying he can't force people to agree with him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why is that? Is that like a bad thing?
Well, I can only try to convince you.
Why?
But I mean, if it's a good or a bad thing or a neutral thing, then it has like a moral component to it, you would say.
What's the thing? I don't think one shoe fits all. So like what might work for me might not work for you.
So that's subjective morality.
No, I don't believe in subjective morality. I don't think morality
but
exists at all.
But
you think?
So, okay.
I kind of don't understand your position. If there is no morality, is there any right or wrong? Let's just keep like subjectively. Is there better things than? Is that how you look at it? There's better things and worse things.
Well, here's the way I see it. If there is this right and wrong, it's just purely God's opinion. For example, in a programmer, if he programs like an avatar in a computer, he programs it to do a specific task, and if that avatar does that specific task, he's behaving rationally. But if that avatar bugs out and starts not doing that specific task the programmer programmed it, then it's no longer behaving rationally.
Operator Bubble, you're a theist?
Yeah, I'm a theist.
You just don't believe in objective morality.
Yeah.
So what is God to you? What do you mean by being a theist?
Fundamental and ultimate.
Creator, not creator.
Creator.
Jesus, no Jesus.
Well, I would say the ultimate and creator are two different ones. So
right,
I do believe in the
salvation,
creator.
no salvation.
For those who want it.
Eternal life or nah?
I don't know about that one actually. I'm still confused.
Okay, did Jesus die for your sins?
No.
Do you consider yourself a Christian?
No.
Okay. Do you have a relationship with your creator?
No.
Spiritual, soul, any of that
No,
type of stuff?
No, I'm not religious.
Okay, thanks. I don't want to take up. I don't want to monopolize. I actually got to head out. I got to, get up tomorrow. I'm sure some of you guys other do. I'm on the East Coast, so it's super late. LPP, thank you so much for having me on, man. I always appreciate my time on this channel. I'm like you. I'm game for the drama and the fallout of the adult language. I think it's a good time. I love the fact that people who genuinely disagree and come from wildly different perspectives come here. So. Kudos to you and wish you all the best, man. Hopefully I'll see you soon. If you're going to be up late night like this, I'm sure we'll bump into each other. And if not, I'll reach out so we can set something up.
Right, man.
Come back again.
Yeah. Appreciate all you guys. Good to see everybody. Have a good night.
Yeah, good night.
Good night.
I do have one question for people that think that abortion is okay. If I'm trying to figure out what specifically do you guys consider? Like, would it be okay then to abort babies after they're born because they're still
That's not an
reliant
abortion.
on the mother?
So just
That's
say killing.
It's still ending the life of the child.
But
right?
that's not an abortion.
Murder is
Why
a
not?
legal term.
Why? Well, abortion means to stop something, right? To pull out, right? Where abort, stop the mission. You don't stop the mission after the mission's over, right? So that's why it's important.
Yeah,
definitionally.
I understand definitionally.
Why
but
we
what I'm
use
saying is
words.
that, yeah, but what's the difference between ending the life of the child while it's still in the womb and when it's out of the womb?
Well, at that point, it's entirely dependent on the mother, right? And there's a significant chance that the mother could die, right?
What do you
I
mean?
mean, you know that there's a significant chance. It's not an insignificant chance.
More
in
women die in childbirth than actually give birth?
I didn't say that. Why? So why is something being a not insignificant chance equal more mothers die giving birth than succeed? How do you get there from that?
Okay, so
Why do you think that
a matter
way?
of the value?
It's a 20. Like if it's a 20% chance, right, of dying in childbirth versus having an abortion with a 1% chance where you could die.
So
You can die
1/5 of
from
the babies die? That's just bogus, bro.
Okay, so
It's way more than
That's
that.
not at all what I said. I
So
said
it's-
if there's a
hang on,
20% chance that the mother could.
Okay, it's not 20%. I'm going to tell you the math right now. It's 23.5 out of 100,000, which equals 0.0235 chance of the mother dying.
Said if there's a 20% chance, so she's in the doctor's office and her doctor is looking at her in the eye, and he says, look, you've got a medical condition, preeclampsia, for instance. There's a 20% chance that you could die. You have a choice right now as an adult born human being with constitutional rights to your body, right? And to your life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. So at that point, it's a medical decision between you and your doctor and not some politician, right? So the doctor looked you in the eye and said, well, there's a 20% chance that you could die. But there's a law that says, no, I can't remove this tumor from your body.
Hang on, man.
Oh,
the vast majority of the laws that are going into effect have risk to the mother provisions in them. So your whole point is null and void.
How is it null and void if it's not true in all cases? You said the vast majority, but the fact that it can still happen in places like Arkansas and Missouri, there are people who live in states like that, where they go to the doctor, they go to the doctor, and their doctor says, "No, I'm sorry, I would give you an abution." But
you're appealing to this special case.
Hang on, Kelby, everybody be quiet. No name. Do you live in Missouri?
It's possible that a woman could be told, "Well, there's a third."
Okay, the president realizes he's on mute. You just used Missouri as an example. They have a it's currently legal there. There's actually a constitutional amendment to the Missouri Constitution that's going on the ballot to not make it legal. So you need to check your data.
There was a trigger law in place in Missouri that as soon as Roe v. Wade was overturned, abortion would be illegal. And then there's a law in place that's on the ballot right now to prevent people from leaving the state to have an abortion.
God bless the good state of Missouri, right?
Well, I mean, no. I mean, that sounds like the premise of The Handmaid's Tale that everybody said, no, don't worry about that. That's bullshit. That's not real.
This tale is about rich people forcefully impregnating women and making them essentially their concubines. That is not what we are doing. We are merely saying that you cannot kill a child in the womb. And embryologists have determined, I don't care what biologists say, embryologists have determined that life begins at conception when the DNA from the mother and DNA from the father combine and create a separate, new, unique DNA that is completely separate.
Oh, look, buddy, you're literally just bloviating right now. Okay. The reason why I know that's bullshit is because the in vitro fertilization clinic thought experiment. If you're in that in vitro clinic and you've got one toddler that you can save, or 1,000 viable fertilized embryos, the place is on fire. You've got seconds. You can grab a rack and roll it out of the building, or with 1,000 viable fertilized embryos in it. Or you can save one born toddler. Which one do you save?
It's irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant, and if you're gonna dodge, then it tells me you're dishonest and lying.
We're talking about choices that we are freely making.
That's a legitimate question.
Yeah,
You know why?
And by the way, no name. My point about the injunction from the appeals court for Missouri, I just looked it up. I am correct.
Hey, I can tell you.
Can you post a link or a citation for that? Because my understanding is that there was a trigger law in place in Missouri that made abortion illegal.
I didn't say there wasn't a trigger law in place. I said that it's been blocked via injunction, which is upheld by the appeals court, and which is one of the things that is leading to. So that the trigger law is under injunction. You know what that means, right?
Yes, it means it's temporarily suspended by a court. And that can be further appealed and kicked up. Yeah. So they're trying to pass a law instead that says a judge can't block it.
Hey, name.
Actually, there's a constitutional amendment. I believe it's going on the ballot in November to change the Constitution. So my point is that the law is not in effect. Number one, it's under injunction.
Yeah, it's temporarily suspended.
Right, as it goes through the appeals process. Right.
But the trigger law, if I'm not mistaken, the trigger law has an exception clause in the case of Missouri if the life of the mother is in danger.
Correct. And which is one of the points that I was making about this, of his rant about all this stuff. It's like, Well, in your own state, number one, there was exceptions, and number two, it's under injunction.
Well, my state is Alabama, so Alabama's even worse. So.
God bless Alabama.
Yeah, I got a question for the Christians. Like, do you guys like or against abortion when it's rape, or pro-abortion when it's rape?
Well, that's a funny study because a lot of the rapes don't come into pregnancy. Because generally the men do not ejaculate because it's a power thing. It has nothing to do with. Oh yeah. Yeah, you need
oh my God! I mean, that is such pseudoscience bullshit.
No, it's not.
That literally, there was a senator on TV 10 years ago who said women can just shut that thing down. Like they can't get pregnant from rape.
No. I did not say they can't get. All right, so don't go to the big extreme. 100%. I said the vast amount of rapes do not have anything to do with pregnancy.
Yes, it's less than 1% of abortions are from rape.
Okay.
Well,
hey, since we're all about these percentages, and you guys sound like a bunch of accountants now.
Okay,
don't kill a child for what it's for.
So no name. Alec, be quiet.
Yeah.
No name again, dude. I just looked up Alabama. You really need to go and research your own shit, bro, before you talk crap and like use examples. So I just looked it up. And the Alabama law has an exception for life of the mother. So
then you left.
If you're not going to actually go and like, I say he's gone, but I mean, dude, if you're not going to actually go and look up the shit in your own state, and they're going to come in and talk trash and act like this horrible stuff that's going on, blah, 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 and you don't even look up in your own state. I mean, this is why I don't take most of you guys seriously.
Well, again, Alec, that didn't really answer my question.
What?
Oh, hold on, Bubble. I just want to answer no names, hypothetical scenario, right? They make a straw man argument, right? This is what pro-aborts do. They make the strongest possible argument to say, well, it was this disabled woman or this disabled 10-year-old who was raped by her brother, and the baby's going to be retarded. And then they say, This is the reason, or this is the standard by which we have to determine all other abortions. They make a straw man argument. Listen, if there is one baby, like if there was one baby in a fertilization clinic, and there were 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 viable embryos, of course I'm going to save that baby because it's got an inherent life that's already here. Now, the better question is to ask, okay, let's say we're walking down the street and there's a viable embryo on the ground. Do you stomp on it or not? That's the question that you have to ask, because there is no, well, maybe, given these circumstances that are completely crazy and out of the realm of reality, or so minute, so
well said, James, because I believe what they do is they take the argument from the minority and they scale it to the majority. Whereas if you ask most Christians, would we be more accepting of these rare cases of incest or rape in exchange for the vast majority of lives being saved? We would say yes, probably, right? If I could protect 95% of the unborn babies for these rather remarkable edge cases of incest and rape with a deformed child all put together, I think that would be a different conversation. But they do the opposite. They take the minority case and extrapolate it to the majority and hold it to the standard of the minority, which we need to reject out of hand. So I would have a question. Can I ask you something, No Name question, as you were posing logical, ethical problems to us. If you knew you lived in a state as a woman and you knew abortion was illegal and you knew you couldn't leave, would you still choose to have unprotected sex and not want a baby?
I wouldn't have sex at all.
Okay, so with the woman,
well, I mean, because protection is not a guarantee, right? Like a condom doesn't work 100% of the time. No birth control is 100% effective.
Abstinence is 100% effective.
What?
Hey, I do have a question specifically about that idea.
Not an option.
About that hypothetical with the embryos. I think it's the same problem as the trolley problem, right? Let's say that you had one person and then like 10 people on a trolley. It doesn't prove that the other people have no value. It just proves that they do have value because it becomes a moral question. It becomes hard. If it wasn't...
baked into it is a moral question, sure.
Exactly. So it doesn't prove that they have no value.
I didn't say that they didn't.
No,
I just said I know that for a fact that you value toddlers more than you do embryos.
But that doesn't make the embryos not valuable.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, a penny has value. A diamond has more value. If you could pick up 1,000 pennies or a diamond, which one would you pick up?
So you're agreeing that by your view, we had the right to arbitrarily assign value to life based on whatever I mean, how does it not?
Well, I don't know about the arbitrary part. I get triggered by that word because I think people misuse it a lot. I think we do have a method by which we arrive at what's considered viable or a human life and things like that, and that's a kind of a spectrum or a gray area. But at the end of the day, I just think it comes down to being a medical right? Like it's your body. If you go to your doctor and your doctor tells you that there's a significant chance that you could die from having this baby, then I think you as a woman should be able to make that choice.
But what about the case where you don't die, No Name? What if the doctor says there's no threat? What if the doctor says there's no threat to your life?
I mean, again, it's still her body.
Well,
but the reason why it should exist in the first place is just at the very minimum to guarantee that medical risk.
So in a theoretical world where that would never happen, then would you say it should always be outlawed?
Oh, sure, yeah. I mean, it's all like if we had the technology to zap the embryo out of the woman and into an incubator and there be no risk involved whatsoever. Sure, yeah, definitely.
But what about you seem to be denying responsibility to the woman, No Name?
Like the hypothetical about stomping on the embryo. Like I don't know why I would do that. I don't walk around stomping on bugs either. I'm not a Hindu. I don't like not step on bugs because I feel like they're reincarnated. It's just like there's no need to. Like I have no animosity in me to do that. So why would I do that?
That embryo has life. That it has an inherent value. Right. Exactly.
Well, I mean, an inherent value doesn't mean a great value. Like I said, a penny has an inherent value. It's not great, right? So just because an embryo has inherent value, like technically my skin cells have inherent value, right? Like you can take my skin cells and do shit with it. You can turn them into stem cells. And
they're on controlled death by the cell DNA, so they die.
Well, but the thing is that you can take skin cells and you can turn them into stem cells, and from those stem cells you can then turn them into things would be indistinguishable from the cells that an embryo generates, right?
Yeah, you're still presupposing a mind.
Okay.
What?
There
are multiple people talking at once, so take turns, guys.
So no, I got this hypothetical. Well, let's say that there was a bar or like a party that if you go there, you have a high chance of getting attached to another human being, and that human being would be attached to you. Like it would literally it would be surviving off of your body. Let's say that way. Would it be illegal for somebody?
You mean a girlfriend? I've had plenty of those, Bubba. They're basically leeches, right? They just latch onto you and suck you dry. And having gone through a divorce, I can guarantee you that if I had known better, I'd have just hired them by the hour to begin with.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is that would you legally be binded to hold that to make sure that person 9 months, in 9 months you would be able to cut them off and then you don't have to deal with them, right? Knowing
yeah, man, look, I mean, you get into this weird, like, if you get into a car with me and we drive somewhere, you are accepting certain risks, right?
Yep.
But if I get into a car accident through some malice or incompetence or whatever, you can still sue me, right? Just because you agreed and consented to get in the car didn't mean you agreed to be mauled in a car accident or killed. right?
But a woman.
So there are things in life we take certain risks, but we have other ways to mitigate them. So I mean that's
that's kind of a weird little scenario. Anyway,
let's think about this car analogy though. So
well, I mean you do, right? You agree when you get into a car, you agree that we could potentially die on the trip, right? But that doesn't mean that you agree to die. It's not like you would go, I consent for you to kill me on the road trip.
I agree, but you got to think about this.
Okay.
That plays out though. So in that,
And you're super low for me, by the way. If you could turn your volume up a little bit, that'd be great. Because I've got it maxed.
Okay.
Or is there a way to individually turn people up?
Is anybody else having a hard time hearing me?
No, I
You're
hear
the
you.
quietest.
No, they're like the loudest.
It may be on my end. StreamYard keeps crashing on me, so it may be my fault.
I had a hard time for a while just earlier, but I think it's better now.
Okay. So in the analogy you're using of driving the car, she is getting in the car, but she is not also driving the car. Are you suggesting that in sex, which is obviously the predicate for the pregnancy to take place, that there's not required simultaneous action from both parties?
You're right. She's not driving, but that's like saying she's not penetrating, right? Like you're both traveling, right? So instead of saying driving, which implies some kind of control, we're both taking a road trip in a car together.
No. We're talking about the liability aspect here, right?
Yeah. What I'm trying to say is in my analogy, the road trip is sex. I'm trying to make my analogy clear.
Well, your analogy doesn't correlate with.
It does. You're not listening to it.
No name. You're not. You need to be quiet and let me extrapolate my point out. Okay.
You don't want me to make it clear. Okay, that's fine.
You can respond to me, dude, but you need to stop talking over when people are actually making a point. Okay.
Well, I was just trying to correct you because
shut the fuck up and let me finish my point.
Okay. Triggered much?
Okay.
So Christ-like.
It's his channel, bro.
Okay, I'm gonna put you backstage until I make my point, and I'll let you back in. You like to talk over people and not actually let people finish points. Now, in the context of trying to say that, the road trip is like the same thing in the car. If you wreck the vehicle and you're the driver, you're the one that has potential liability if you're acting irresponsibly. Okay, this is not that complicated to extrapolate this out. Versus in the sex act, you both have to be engaged in it directly from a controlling perspective, right? And then if the thing that would become the liability comes to fruition, it requires your sperm and her egg to fuse together for recombination to take place, and in order for the new life form to occur and to come into existence. If you want to sit here
that was a good point, and as well, his argument was not analogous. His argument is that the passenger is a baby, and the baby had no consent to be put in the car and has no rights to whether it's killed or not. Would be a better analogy, right? So,
well, I mean, I would agree with you. Now,
no, but that's terrible. That's not my analogy at all. And that's why you won't listen. You don't want clarity.
So, no name. I'm literally allowing you to respond now. Okay.
Okay.
So don't sit here and say that I'm not allowing you to have clarity.
Well, you've had me backstage, so I didn't know that until just now.
Dude, okay, ladies and gentlemen, did I or did I not tell him I was putting him backstage until I made my point and I was going to let him come back and respond?
Yep.
Okay. Now, no name. Did you hear what I just said and what people agreed I had said? Okay, so were you paying attention before?
Yes, and you guys got my analogy all wrong again because you obviously don't listen and you don't want clarity.
Okay, I'm literally going to allow you now to steel man your position, okay? Go ahead.
Steel man my own position. Okay. In the analogy, sex is the road trip, right? Like, I agree to have sex with you, yes, right? But I didn't agree to have a baby. Just because I got in a car with you didn't mean I agreed to die, right? Just because I know that that's a possibility. That doesn't mean I agree to it. Do you understand now the analogy?
Yes, and also addressed why your analogy is not applicable to pregnancy. Did you not understand?
No, that is your assertion. You didn't make an argument for why. You can't just say no.
I did. You clearly weren't
didn't.
paying attention. Okay.
You didn't. One guy just said it's not analogous because it's a baby, and it's not analogous because I don't like it. But you didn't say why.
The purpose of sex is to create a baby. The purpose of a road trip is to go somewhere. You're kind of completely.
Oh, so the purpose of sex is to have a baby. Do you know how many times you have to have sex on average to have a baby?
Biologically, the purpose of sex is
Mine was the first shot, bro.
Purpose. That's
No,
good for you. Yeah, I'm pretty fertile
You
too.
can do different things on a road too, but generally it's designed for cars to take trips on it.
Okay, real
No,
quick,
people
George
use it for
Bond,
fun.
Hang on, super chat. Hang on, George. Hang on, George is a super chat. Hang on. Has anyone considered the psychological effect of an abortion on a two-woman? There's a British study that looked into that with suicide, alcoholism, etc. being a result. You're right. There's a lot of negative ramifications.
Yeah, I posted that. I posted that in the chat a long time ago. It's it's exorbitant. A lot of Swedish people, because they have abortion on demand in in the Netherlands, Sweden, Denmark, and these people go bonkers. I mean, it's it's sad. But I just want to ask your name a question. Do you, when does life become life?
I was gonna ask you guys
as far as a human body, human baby, and all that. When does life become life?
Yeah, it's alive. It's alive. I mean, it's not inorganic. It's not a virus or something like that. So it's alive right off the bat.
Viable. When does the heart start beating with a baby?
Well, viability. Heartbeat doesn't imply viability. You can have a heartbeat.
Oh, sure it does. It's its own blood at that time. It's separate blood from the mother. That's what causes morning sickness.
Viability means you could take the infant out of the mother and it would live on its own.
It is living on its own in its protected place where
it's living on its own. Its mother's placenta is not living on its own.
It is the perfect environment to grow a baby. You can grow one.
So my body is a perfect environment for a tumor to grow too. So what?
When the heart starts beating?
So
around 6 weeks, right?
No, 3 weeks.
3 weeks. Okay, sorry. I thought it was 6.
Before morning sickness even happens, because it's the blood that causes the morning.
Yeah, lots of women don't even know they're pregnant for weeks. Correct. That's why 6-week limits are bullshit, because you could be, 2 months along before you even find out you're pregnant. And then
here's the thing. It takes 2 to tango, bro.
Yeah, so what? It takes 2 to tango on that road trip I was talking about too. I don't agree to die.
I got
a question.
Responsibility, and I had no problem with
on your analogy with the road trip. That'd be the same thing as getting into a car with somebody that's drunk.
No, it wouldn't. Why do you want to change the analogy? In the analogy, we're both consenting adults. We consent to get in a car and take a road trip together. The road trip is a metaphor for sex. It doesn't matter where. We're just taking a road trip, right? We're just going around. We're driving up the Appalachian fucking trail, right? It doesn't matter. The point is that we both consented to get in the car. Okay.
Yes.
We're riding up. We're riding up to the Smokies, and on the way up there, I stop paying attention for a minute, maybe take my eyes off the road, and we get into a car wreck, and you lose your leg, right? Now, you knew getting in the car that was a possibility, right? Every time you get in a car, that can happen. We have insurance and things like that because you can still sue me for negligence.
Right. Because you're the one that was driving, correct?
Yeah, same thing about can the pass, and this is what I kept asking you, and you wouldn't answer.
Dude, shut up. Was the passenger in control of the vehicle? Yes or no? Go ahead.
You won't answer that question. Can the passenger reach?
Okay, dude, listen. Shut up. Answer the question. Was the passenger in control of the vehicle? You just stated you stopped paying attention and had the accident. Was the passenger in control of the vehicle? Yes or no? Go ahead.
Not at that moment. I was using that as an example, but you won't answer the part about.
Okay. Now you're back on mute again. Now, in the context of sex, is in order for the pregnancy to take place, must there be equal contribution from the mother and the father in order for the new life form to be created? Yes or no? Go ahead.
I don't understand what you mean by that.
Okay, so let's break this down. This is why I was saying that your analogy is completely irrelevant. Now, in order for the embryo to form, and zygotes and everything else, right? The zygote, sorry, initially to form. Does it require the fusion of sperm and egg and recombination of DNA from the mother and DNA from the father? Yes or no?
Look, man, can the passenger reach over and yank the steering wheel? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. That is a bizarre question. Can the passenger yank the steering wheel out of the driver's hand? Yes or no?
Yes, they could. That's irrelevant to the liability. In that context, the liability would be on the passenger, not the driver.
Right. So so now we're
back on, sorry, you're back on mute, buddy. So let's get back to the point that I was making of why your analogy is ridiculous. Now, in the context of the formation of the zygote, is there the necessity of equal liability from both parties, unlike in your dumbass analogy, where either it's the passenger or it's the driver? In the context of the formation of life, is there equal contribution from father and mother? Yes or no? Go.
No, the woman can be unconscious. There doesn't need to be equal contribution. She can be knocked out. The dude can ejaculate within 10 seconds. And then what did she get out of the process? Nothing.
In the
what did she contribute?
Of the life form, does it necessitate?
Yeah, it requires two living beings with no sentience whatsoever. You can just ejaculate into a cup and make babies that way. So what is your point?
Okay, so number one, we're invalidating your analogy because
you're not, because you never let me get to the judge.
Get to the judge? So
yeah, because in your court case,
silence.
On the road,
silent, dude. When I put you on mute, stop rambling. I don't know why you keep talking when you're on mute and you're being talked over. Okay, now in the context of I'll let you go to the judge. Well, I'll let you back to talk again. But we have already established that in this context of your analogy, there is either liability on the driver or liability on the passenger. There is not joint aspects of all this in this context, which would be applicable to the mother-father necessity for the formation of the life form. Now, go ahead. Extrapolate your point.
Okay. So you keep saying it requires some kind of equality, right? Yes, physically, you're right. Yeah, there requires there to be a sperm and there needs to be egg. Yeah, we've all taken, sex ed. I assume. So I don't know where you're going with that. Like, I don't understand why that matters. Again, the consensual act of sex doesn't mean you consent to all the ramifications of sex any more than consenting to get into a car with someone consents to all of the possible ramifications of getting into a car with someone. Okay. And if you were standing in front of a judge and you said, well, Your Honor, the passenger reached over and yanked the steering wheel out of my hand. That's why we got into a wreck. And the judge said, well, you knew the person. You didn't have to let them in your car. And you were driving. You were in control. And the passenger has zero control over the situation. So we're just going to say that you caused the accident. You know what I'm saying? Like that. There are mitigating circumstances and nuances in life. And I think the problem with black and white thinking that fundamentalists have is that they assume because their morality or whatever is, dictated to them by God, that they have this understanding that every life is sacred. Right. And I know that they don't believe that. I know they don't act that way. You just make a mountain out of a molehill about abortion. Right, because it's a win. It's something I think it's something that you can really rally people behind. It just nobody think of the children.
Yeah,
but at the end of the day, I mean, it's like
the world.
Your own Bible. I was a Christian for 26 years, and the Bible says you're not a human being until God breathes into your lungs. Right?
Where did it say that? What?
It says you're not a person until God breathes the Spirit into your lungs.
Okay. Okay.
So your own morality.
Whoa, hang on.
I'm getting a lot of echo all of a sudden.
Somebody is echoing. Everybody on mute. Everybody on mute. Okay, are we echoing?
So your own morality seems incoherent and inconsistent, right? Like it doesn't line up.
So no name. You again either just ignored the point that I already made to invalidate your position, or you're just repeating it.
Well, you didn't invalidate my position.
I did, because you literally.
No, you have an opinion.
Dude, when you got to the judge, you're now saying, oh, well, the passenger reached over and grabbed it. well, and them still saying that you're liable. And they also said that the passenger getting into the car doesn't consent to all the potential ramifications. Okay.
When you get into a car with someone,
dude, shut up, man. I'm just obliterating your point. Shut your fucking mouth.
No, you're not. You're just
I haven't finished my point of to why. And if you don't think about this, you clearly don't know the laws of thought. Now, we've already established, and this is the reason I forced you to actually concede the point in relation to the necessities for the formation of life. You have
for the road trip, both asses have to be in the car. Yes.
No, dude, the control of the vehicle is what is the foundation for liability. Whether or not it is the yanking of the control away from you or you being incompetent as the driver, there is separation of who is in control in that point.
But that doesn't invalidate my point.
And yes, it does in the ultimate cause, because unless you want to go down the less than 1% of abortions that are caused by rape. Okay. If you want to look at from the majority, the vast 98.5% of all abortions are not the result of forced impregnation. Okay. So in that context, for all of those, right? If you want to make exceptions for rape and incest,
nobody forced you in that car either.
Okay. Now, in the context of this, you are, in order for the life to form, it requires equal contribution of liability to both parties, because
that's the road trip.
Without equal contribution, the road trip, you're saying on the liability side is whoever was in control, and the thing that you don't have to accept responsibility for is a thing that was executed or the result of the actions of somebody else.
Right. So we're both wearing our.
Dude, shut up. In this context,
no.
Dude, you're backstage. I'll let you back in. You can respond, but you just now. You have equal liability if you are having consensual sex, because in order for the pregnancy to take place, there must be equal contribution genetically from both parties. Otherwise, the life will not form. Sex is the road trip. Pregnancy is the liability. Unlike your analogy, there has to be dual liability, because one party cannot cause the fertilization of the egg, which creates the new form of life and the recombination of the DNA. If you do not grasp this, then you just need to shut up, because you do not comprehend basic biology nor basic logic. Go ahead.
Okay, so I understand basic biology, right? Like, I keep saying that the road trip is sex, and that the potential, like losing a leg in this instance, is the equivalent of getting pregnant, right? So the woman loses her leg. The passenger in the passenger seat loses her leg in the car accident. Okay.
Wait,
she
you
consented.
never said anything about losing.
Already there.
Yeah. She lost her leg. It was just a terrible car accident. She lost her leg. So in the car accident where she lost her leg, did she consent to lose her leg in the accident? By getting in the car.
You're adding more.
You're right. I am. I'm adding more nuance to it. Did she agree to lose? But why? Because this is sex, right? Like me and you agree to have sex. Okay, we both work.
No name. You're a dumbass, dude. Was she driving when was she the one that caused the loss of her leg? Yes or no?
She was in the car, so you could argue that she was.
No, in the terms of the actual comparison.
No, the brakes on the car. How about this? The brakes on the car went out. Nobody was at fault, right? The brakes on the car went out. So that's like the equivalent. That's like the equivalent of a condom breaking.
Okay,
right? The condom busted.
Can she sue you then for the brakes going out?
She could. She was within rights to do it, isn't she?
Yeah, but would she win?
I think this
probably not.
Going nowhere.
I mean,
Can we get back to my question?
I don't know. Like, did you check the brakes? Like, were you negligent in that? There are, but the thing is in this analogy,
potentially she could win. Hypothetically, she might be able to win, but in something that's outside of your control, and from a general liability perspective,
rubber brakes.
That lawsuit is not going to go anywhere, So again,
yeah, the rubber break.
So this goes back to
the rubber.
This goes back to the joint
condom break.
So this goes back to the joint liability. Joint liability in this context, or in this case, nobody being liable for a unforeseen activity. It doesn't mean that you can just like negate. Oh, well, I didn't concede to have my leg hurt, therefore I'm just going to ignore the fact that it happened and not have to like recover. I mean,
Can I go back to my question?
So do you agree that every time you get into a car with somebody, you consent?
Dude, you're a freaking idiot. I think somebody was trying to say House of Commons.
Yeah, no.
I was just going to add a minor point, LPP, that I think it's important to stress as well that it's a joint liability. Men who have casual sex that lead to consequential abortions are also responsible. This is not just about the women, right? It's men who shouldn't be running around getting women pregnant, right? And then somehow washing their hands of their responsibility for the abortion. It's a dual responsibility. And I have a quick question for No Name. You see, when I hear your arguments a lot like this, all I hear them all couched in concepts based on rights. I rarely hear the invocation of responsibilities. Do you think a woman or a man, both together, should be held responsible for the consequences of an unwanted child? Let's say they hook up. They have sex out in a casual format, then they decide that they have a baby and then they want to abort it. Those concepts are all couched in rights. What about the responsibilities? Because they were irresponsible.
Well, sure. I think it's irresponsible to have a baby when you can't raise it or afford it.
Or don't want it. Forget even raising it. Okay, so should there be any punitive measures for irresponsible behavior, just like DUIs will make you lose your license? Should society put responsibility constraints on people? Because they knew they didn't want a baby. They just met, they had casual sex, they had a child.
No, not any more than like accidentally catching an STD. Like what would be, like you get a jail time for getting crabs?
So you should believe there should be no consequences for irresponsible behavior, the least.
Well, there are consequences, right? I mean, you have to go through the procedure, you have to pay money, you have to deal with the trauma. It's not an easy decision. I've known women that have done it. My mother had an abortion. She's got 5 kids. But what would have been I'm the second. So it would have been in between me and my, younger brother. And at the time, it was it was necessary for her. You know, she had to do it. She didn't want to do it. And I don't think a lot of people want to do it, right? I don't think it's just like people casually get knocked up and let's go to the abortion clinic tomorrow. I think it's a painful, traumatic decision for women. And by kind of flippantly treating it like it's some whim, like getting your hair did or something, really minimizes that. I think there are consequences, but not all consequences are necessarily adjudicated.
Someone quoted the well-known British study of the long-term traumatic and psychological effects it had for women, mainly things like regret and all sorts of proxies for grievance. But again, I think you're missing my main point.
Sure, but there are long-term traumatic effects of having children too. So I mean, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, right?
Mm-hmm. But not quite, because I think what we're talking about is something downstream from the actual root cause of the problem, which seems to be a flippant attitude to casual sex in society. That's the root. I think that's what.
Well, you act like that's something new, Bubba. I mean, as a historian, I can. No, it's not. You know, we glorify our ancestors like they were some kind of paragons of virtue, and that we've somehow gotten worse over time. I think we're a far more moral society than just about any society that's ever existed on this planet.
That's extremely true, though, isn't it? Until there was no-fault divorce and the invention of the pill. All the historical records suggest there was far lower rates of sex. Sex exploded with the advent of no-fault divorce, followed by the invention of the pill.
Did you say a lower rate of sex?
Correct.
Well, I think that has more to do with monarchy than actually.
Do you know the Romans actually made a plant extinct in Europe that was used specifically for abortions, right? Like it was a plant that women would make into a concoction and they would drink it or eat it, and it would cause them to abort the pregnancy. And it went extinct because the Romans used it so much.
To your credit, No Name, gin in England was used as an abortion way. They would get super drunk on gin from the juniper plant. Which,
no, I didn't know that. Having
Yeah,
drunk
no,
gin a few times, I can believe it though.
So
Anybody who
Noonie-
drinks that shit for pleasure, it makes
Noonie,
absolutely no sense.
You're familiar with the law, the pater familias, where somebody could legally murder their entire family. Well, no, I'm sorry. Let me not use the word murder. That's a little arbitrary to say. Or
Right. Yeah, you can't murder. Yeah, murder implies that the other person has a choice in the matter.
Right. So so back then, if a woman had consented to become my wife, therefore, according to that law, my property and all children that come forth from her also therefore my property. And then we go live off on our estate somewhere. Then I decide that I'm not. I don't.
It depends on who you were. If you were rich enough Roman senator, you could get, or an emperor, you could get away with that shit. Most other people couldn't.
Okay, I really want to get back to my question. Which Christians are or not for like abortion in cases of rape?
No. Why should the child be punished for what the father did?
Okay. Does everybody have that same position?
Yeah, there's been many actual brilliant geniuses that have been born from rape.
I just want to know who's against this and who's not against this, because like I don't think all of you have the same position. So, are you all?
Yeah. Are there any Christians who are for it?
I'm not.
Oh, in the case of rape?
I think I think the only reason there could be abortion is just for medical reasons. Let's say that way. If it's going to kill the mother.
Wow.
Like,
did you know in Alabama, right after they passed that law that said that rape wouldn't be an exception in the case of abortions, they also tried to pass a law that said the rapist could get visitation rights for his child.
That's messed up.
Well,
Yeah,
for those who said no,
I agree with that.
Well, for those who said no, are you against, like, let's say a hobo breaks into your house and doesn't want to leave? Are you okay with forcibly removing them?
That's so bad. He doesn't have ownership, bro. And yeah, see you later. It's my property. It has nothing to do with the body either.
Yes, it does.
Did you invite the hobo in?
Yeah,
No.
if he pays rent, he can stay in the garage.
You don't invite hobos in.
Hey, if he wants to pay rent, he can stay in my garage.
Well, this is
Okay.
not about that.
Well, good night, guys. Y'all have a great evening.
Who was that? Was that no name?
So, so you're gonna say like if you're gonna say like the body has body autonomy, despite being
Yeah, a house and a body are two different things, man. You can tear down a house and add on to a house.
The concept is the same. The concept is the same.
Do you even understand why we're against abortion?
I'm guessing because you guys believe in objective morality from God, right? That's why. I mean,
Because life is life, and life is sacred.
well, no, it's because your God tells you.
This is the thing.
Your God.
And
I'm glad you just
Sacred, before I believed in God, so
I wanted to.
Well, no, you couldn't.
whether or not it was justified in believing that is another story.
Well, are you guys taking like a biblical position or just like legal position?
Life.
It's purely biblical. Why would if
I heard multiple answers here.
my life contrary to what the scripture says, you would say I'm a bad Christian. But then at the same time, if I live my life the way that I'm supposed to, i.e., by the Bible, you'd say I'm a bigot, I'm a fascist, I'm whatever. So it's like, do I follow what the Bible says? Do I align myself? And this is what every single denomination of Christianity is supposed to do. Do I put my life or do I put my values in line with what the Bible says, or do I make the Bible say what I want it to say? And the ultimate answer is we are supposed to live our lives according to what the scripture says. And if the scripture says, before you were in the womb, I knew you. I fashioned you. Isaiah 63 says, I fashioned you in your mother's womb. You know, so as a Christian, and this goes to all the Christians. If this goes to all the Christians, if you call yourself a Christian, but you don't live by what the Bible says, you're not a Christian. Like you can say, I'm a Christian, but if you don't live by what the Bible teaches, you're going to be standing before Christ, and Christ is going to say, "Depart from me, I never knew you."
So,
Amen.
So would you also be against masturbation?
Me personally, no, because masturbation
it's biblically wrong.
Does not create life.
Well, it's biblically wrong.
An egg to create life.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm going to have to bounce. Thanks for having me on, LPP. It's a pleasure. Cheers.
Always good to see you. Always good to see you. Glad you're able to join us.
Well, no, you said it because you were taking a biblical stand, and it's biblically wrong to masturbate.
Where does it say in the Bible that it's
nothing in the Bible talking about masturbation, to my knowledge?
Yes, there's one part where like this guy
he spilled the seed, so he didn't get the girl pregnant.
Yeah,
that's what it was. But he didn't masturbate. He pulled out.
Well, that's the same concept applies. You're not allowed to.
No, that was disobedience.
Yes, it was disobedience to God because he was supposed to give the seed to keep the family lineage, and he failed. And see you later, buddy.
Well, he broke the law. Yeah, but I actually have a question.
So the masturbation isn't wrong. It's just disobeying God.
He didn't masturbate.
Well, spilling the seed. Let me correct that.
Yeah, he pulled out.
I think you're just thinking of lust and lusting after women, etc.
So spilling the seed isn't wrong, but disobeying God is.
Yeah.
Well, he disobeyed God, and the thing was, he was,
depends on the context,
doing the action, and when he was going to ejaculate, he pulled out and spilled his seed on the ground instead of implanting into the woman. And so I can't remember the names at the time, but it had to do with the lineage of Jacob. So anyway, that's
his name was Onan.
Nobody says he was masturbating. It was not masturbating. He was sent into the room. He did not masturbate. He just didn't finish the ejaculation inside.
Well, spilling the seed. It was I thought spilling the seed.
Go ahead and ejaculate all you want.
Bubble, let's just break this down for Bubble, okay? The whole thing about whether it would or would not be correct is what is the subject in your mind?
I'm confused.
Right? So, hang on. So, in this context, right? If let's say you are, we'll use an easy analogy. Like you're a soldier, right? You're married. You've been sent off to war. I'm pretty darn sure that God is not going to be looking down with, well, I check us anyway, but like from a judgmental, are you sinning perspective, if you're jerking off thinking about the last time you had sex with your wife, I'm pretty sure that's not a sin. Okay. Now, if you were jerking off about the prostitute you had sex with while you've been, on deployment or whatever, that's a totally different context. Would you guys agree or disagree with me on that?
Agreed.
Well, I'm interested in how you guys are working off this, because is abortion objectively wrong because it's God demands that, or is it?
It's objectively wrong. It's objectively wrong because it's ending a life that has literally not done anything wrong to any person.
But
merely existing. Just so that way they can be a person. No names hypothetical was wrong in the sense that, well, we get into a car because we're going on a road trip.
Well, I don't want to talk about no name, but I'm wondering, is that wrong because God says it is, or is it wrong in and of itself?
It's wrong because
it's wrong in and of itself, but that's also reinforced by the fact that God says it's wrong.
Well, what does the Bible say about abortion? Because I don't know.
I don't think
thou shalt not kill.
Well, that's not really talking about abortion. It's only talking about
well, it's just killing in general. You're still killing.
Killing
we
in
have
general.
First century documentation that Christians knew about that herb that guy talked about. That was used.
So that's the thing. God-
that thing was not permitted.
But that's the thing. God has killed, and God has killed babies. Let's not ignore this in the flood.
Yeah,
So
that's
they
answered
died.
because they were diseased and they would carry on the disease
That's
and it
not an
would not
excuse.
go away. So that is
Hold on,
why everything was destroyed in Jericho.
No, that's not an excuse.
Yeah, read the chapter,
Hold on a
man.
second.
I don't
Hold on a
even think
second.
you
Can
read it.
I answer that question? I think it's specifically what you're asking why Christians hold to that belief. Well, first of all, we believe that God gives life and that we can't take it. In the Old Testament, God did tell Israel to go, fight and kill, but God can, take life because He gives life, and for Him, it's not like it's just like moving locations. The person
That's the
doesn't
thing.
just disappear. For us, the person just disappears, but for God, He just moves locations pretty much.
Well, that's the thing. Because like when you say like it's wrong in and of itself, first of all, that's appealing to like something outside of God, and it's also contradictory of God. Like, who is all this? He says it's wrong to kill babies, but then he goes ahead and kills babies.
No. See, God is loving. God is love, but He's also just and a justifier and a judge.
But
And
that's the
His
thing. That
judgment
if you're just
constantly-
justifying thing, you're just saying it's subjective, and it's
See,
just
what
his
you're
opinion.
thinking about is okay. So these heathen nations, right? We see in the scripture. Okay, the Canaanites. God told the Israelites to go in and kill the Canaanites. This is a tired argument from atheists. They say, well, why is it that God would tell the Israelites to go and kill all the Canaanites? Okay, well, first and foremost, God uses, yes, at times God does use miraculous events, right? Parting of the Red Sea, the 10 plagues. Yes, supernatural things that happen on the earth. But a majority of the time, right, when there isn't a new message being revealed, right, that's the purpose of like miracles, right, to confirm a message. He uses people. So when God tells the Israelites, go and utterly destroy the Canaanites, right? What were they doing before that? For 400 years, they were murdering their children, sacrificing them to Baal. They would put them in the fiery furnace, the fiery Moloch furnace. And
Wait.
The babies were being burned alive. They would bang the war drum to drown out the cries of the babies and the mothers. For 400 years. So when people say, well, why doesn't God stop evil? When God steps in and stops evil, people complain.
No, I'm not talking about the
So-
evil. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the contradiction of what you're saying that God says it's bad to kill babies. It's objectively bad to kill babies, and then he goes ahead and kills some babies.
It's
Yes, but
objectively.
I understand your question. I think what you're trying to say is it wrong for God to kill babies? Is that what you're saying?
Well, first off, does this objective baby killing exist outside of God, and is God saying it is objectively wrong to kill babies, or is this merely his opinion? Say like, well, you can't kill babies this time, but maybe next time you can kill babies.
Perfect God knows exactly what is perfect and what is right and what is good. Setson.
So I'll answer your question. Okay,
Based on
think
his
of it like this. Every human that's alive today has been alive throughout history, who's ever been like formed in the womb that was then aborted. God sees them as a painting or a sculpture or like a bench. Now, as an artist, right, because God is the author, he's the writer, he's the creator of life, at any point he can take that life out of earth, right? And he's not wrong for doing so because he's the one that created it. He's the
Who's pumping
Yeah.
rusty water?
Oh yeah, it's hurt me. Well, he can do that, but but then you're admitting this idea of it being objective is wrong, and it's just mirrors God's opinion, and it just changes on His will.
Yes, that's true, but it's specifically, it's not like I said, for God, it's not like it's okay. Let me give you an
Okay,
example.
first of all, you need to read the whole chapter, Bubble. And the fact is that in Jericho especially, right, told them to go in and kill every one of them. Okay, that is basically because they were diseased.
Hold on.
Because they were
Not an excuse, dude.
It
Yeah,
is
so
an
let me give you an
excuse.
example.
Alex
Let me give you an
Cox,
example. I have
advocate for
an interesting
euthanasia.
example. I have an interesting example. Let's say that you set up an ant colony, right? And you put in the ants. They would start from one section and they go to the other section, and then they would be taken out, right? And you can take those ants out at any time from where they're starting to walk all the way to the end of the line of that ant farm.
Okay.
And taking them out of that box does not actually kill them. Just like when God, from God's perspective, when our life ends here, or anybody's life ends here, they're technically not just dead. They're just moved to another location. Let's say now they're in the spiritual world, and then eventually there will be a white judgment throne when everybody will be Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying he's killing the spirit. Perhaps the spirit still lives, but I'm talking about the act of killing the baby. Yeah, act of killing. The act is still there.
Yes.
So the action. Ouch, my ears. I think you should let it go. Okay, I think it's gone.
Like specifically God killing them through what? Like disease or
just killing them, like for example the flood.
So then now you're saying abortion isn't really murder because they don't really die, and then you're actually guaranteeing their place in heaven.
Like who's like the child or the people that commit abortion? Because God can take somebody out, but it doesn't give us the right to do it. Because we did not give life, we can't take it away.
Well, my main question here is like, is it objectively wrong to kill a baby, or is it just God's opinion or God's will? Like,
no, it's based on God's law given to us. Let's say that way. He said, "Do not murder." Therefore, we should not kill anybody. We shouldn't murder people.
Okay, so it is just as like his will. He's like, this is my opinion.
Yes, not opinion. It's based on his nature.
Yeah, it's a moral law. God doesn't murder babies.
It's on but it's on his nature. It's like this. Yeah. Like I have a child, right?
Yeah.
And I love my child, and if somebody told me to go ahead and go kill them, like I wouldn't be able to do it because I love them. Unless somebody like literally takes my hands and forces me to do some, but I wouldn't be able to do it because I love them, right? It's based on God's character. So the laws that he gives, it's not outside of him, it's based on his own character. That's why the Bible says that God cannot lie. It's not like when Jesus was walking the earth, he couldn't physically move his mouth and
I agree. I agree it's in character, but I'm saying like, it's not objective because it seems his character isn't bound by that. It's like it's not set that killing as a baby's bad.
He won't.
Yes, but his character is based on his nature. So what I'm saying is that yes, all his laws are actually grounded in him. He is the source of all goodness. That's how we consider that God is the highest perfect being. Being perfect means that he's perfectly good, and it's not that he's acting perfectly good. He actually is that goodness.
Okay,
which means all goodness comes from him.
So when he kills babies, it's still perfectly good because God can do no evil, and I would agree with that because it's just his will.
Yes, but when you say God kills babies, he doesn't. He lets them die. Maybe let's say we could say that way.
All the Christians here have already agreed that it's absolutely acceptable, justified, permissible, whatever. If a woman is going to die, if for some reason that a special instance that if a child needs to die to spare the life of the mother, I think all Christians here are. So I don't think there's any issue with it.
Of course, yeah.
So in the sense of where God is allowing something to happen that we would say, oh, this is horrible. Well, yeah, I think God also thinks it's horrible, but some things are also necessary.
Yes, like God could literally stop somebody's heart, like supernaturally stop somebody's heart and make them die. That would not be wrong, because God gives life and he can take it away. let's say that it was not his
Yeah, I agree with that.
to give.
But he can no longer at that point say it's objectively wrong to kill.
I want to know if the other Christians would admit that they would have their wife get an abortion if she was raped. I have to say that I would probably prefer that, if I'm honest.
Let me say this: I would prefer it, but I probably would not go through it, even though just because I even struggle with self-defense. I struggle with that. I always
my flesh would prefer it.
Yeah, that was my question. When people say no to like abortion, well, then you have to say no to killing a home invader or like a hobo just coming in.
I'm saying like it would be like the only way I probably wouldn't is if she insisted that we keep the baby, and then that would be difficult as it is. I have to be honest, like that's a hard situation, but like I would have to just commend somebody who went through with it. I mean, that's to raise a child like in that sense. I mean, that's insanely difficult. Like I think most people would rather just have it taken care of and not say anything about it and feel bad about it.
Yeah, I understand that it would be easier to not to have to deal with it. But like even for me, as a Christian, I struggle with self-defense because the way I look at it.
Yeah, because I see it consistent. Because if you're gonna say no to a rape abortion, you also have to say no to like hobos coming in or a mugger coming in.
Also, many people in other countries they will kill their wife for getting raped because they can't be thinking about it. So I don't really see much difference.
That's awful. I wouldn't do that.
Damaged goods.
Okay, the hobos okay, that is borderline moronic. Okay, let's think about this for a second. In the context of the child, they don't have the ability to defend themselves, whether it be in the uterus or out of the uterus.
But
in the context of the external, somebody else, these the threats, right, coming to kill the woman, kill the children, threat to you or otherwise, they have the ability to not threaten you versus the child. It's a totally different context in whether or not there is justification to quote unquote self-defense.
No, this is in the context of a woman being raped.
Hey, Steven's trying to say something good, Steven.
Oh, there we go. The muting, unmuting was my attempt at raising my hand. It wasn't working very well, I guess.
I saw you. I acknowledge you.
I actually have what would probably be a better analogy as far as this is concerned. Now, do all of us here more or less agree that it is wrong to kill somebody unless it's in self-defense? Either defense of yourself or your loved ones?
I would disagree.
Yeah, basically.
So for you, it's okay to kill anybody?
Assuming we're not considering war.
I agree.
In general sense, outside of like war or whatever, yes, I would agree. Self-defense is
well at war. When you hit the field, the other side's going to kill you, so it's still sort of self-defense.
Yeah, I'm saying war I accept completely, obviously, and then outside of war, you've got in normal times, then yes, self-defense, 100% justice.
Oh, there's capital punishment, right?
I'm against it.
Even a threat when you're not sure is maybe justifiable at times. Even
yeah, I guess executing a prisoner would cover executing.
Okay,
a prisoner.
I'm talking about a person doing it, not a judgment against somebody.
Okay.
So
picture. Right? Like that's the one thing. That's one case where it's not self-defense or war.
Okay, how about this, Christians? Let's say you catch somebody that kills one of your children, and then you kill, and then not you. Say they kill them, then they catch the guy, then they kill him. Then where do you end that? But I'm sorry, I didn't want to derail whatever you were going with, Stephen.
Where I was trying to go with this is the analogy as far as a woman being pregnant and abortion and all that is. Let's say that there is a 90-foot tall cliff, and a woman has, say, 500 foot of rope, and she is able to hook herself to a tree that's on the edge of a cliff. And the guy's running around down at the bottom, and the game that's stated, there's a sign at the top, it says, if you get a baby hooked to your rope, you're supposed to pull it to the top of the cliff. And the guy at the bottom has a sign that says, your part of the game is to try to hook the baby to the rope. Well, the whole fun in the game is the guy's running around trying to hook the baby to the rope, and the woman's up at the top, and she's swinging the rope around and everything, trying her best to avoid having a baby hooked to it. Okay, nobody. This at this stage isn't going to kill anybody. It's not killing anybody. It's not murder. But let's say that the man manages to hook a baby to the rope. So the woman starts to pull the rope up. Then she decides that when the baby's at the 30-foot mark, that she doesn't want to pull the baby up at the rope, up with the rope. So she cuts the rope off. Did she just kill that baby?
Yeah.
Okay. So that would be a bad thing to do at that point because she knew the risk when she was dangling the rope. That was part of the game.
Yeah.
The game was fun. She was playing, and the man managed to get the baby on the rope. So she was supposed to pull it up. That was the way the game was to be played. Now, let's say that she's just sitting there relaxing, and she has the rope pulled up because she's not currently playing the game. Somebody comes along, takes her rope, and throws it over the edge, and there's a baby hooked on it. Well, according to the rules of the game, she has to pull the rope up. And she decides, well, since she's not the one that threw the rope over, again, baby's 30, 40 feet in the air, she's just going to go ahead and cut the rope and let the baby die. Did she kill the baby?
Yeah.
So that's still murder, right?
If you're trying to connect that to being raped and having a baby, I'm not sure.
Well, in that scenario, yes. Okay, so it would still
either
be
way,
murder at that point.
It's killing. It's still,
Oh,
yeah, if you cut the rope,
correct.
it would be you killing it, yeah.
Okay, now let's say that she's in the middle of playing the game. And remember how I said she was attached to a tree to make sure she couldn't fall over the cliff? That's the whole fun of the game, is it's supposedly no risk because you got a nice solid connection. Let's say that her harness breaks, and to prevent herself from falling over the cliff, she has to let go of the baby. At that point, would you still consider it murder?
Hell no.
That would be the difference between, say, a woman having an ectopic pregnancy and having to have the baby removed, and a woman having an abortion from being raped or just having casual sex. That's the way I view it.
I like it except for the rape one. The rape one seems like too much murdery. Make it less murdery.
Well, the thing is she didn't throw the rope down, but the other end, the baby doesn't know the difference in the game. The rope's there, the baby's attached to it. It's not the baby's fault.
Fair enough. You're right. You're totally right. Maybe you should keep it and get it adopted or something. But even then, that's half your baby. It's like at that point, keep it.
That is a great idea. Haul it to the top of the. It's like if my girlfriend got raped by somebody, and I would want all kinds of unimaginable done to the person that raped her. If she got pregnant, I honestly don't know if I could raise that child, but more than likely what would happen is that once the child was born, it could be given up for adoption.
But by then you'd probably want to keep it. Like you'd have time to sit on it. I mean,
if I elected to keep it, then that's that. I mean, between the two of us, that would be our choice. But what I'm saying is, rather than killing it, the baby didn't do anything wrong.
It's true. You got me. I think I agree.
All right, so real quick for some of the people in the audience. This is regarding life beginning at fertilization. This is from Princeton.edu. Quote, development of the embryo begins at stage 1 when a sperm fertilizes an oocyte and together they form a zygote. Human development begins after the union of male and female gametes or germ cells during a process known as fertilization, also known as conception. Fertilization is a sequence of events that begins with the contact of sperm with a secondary ovum and ends with the fusion of the pronuclei, the haploid nuclei of the sperm and ovum, and the mingling of their chromosomes to form a new cell. This fertilized ovum, known as a zygote, is a large diploid cell that is the beginning or primordium of a human being. Embryo, the developing organism from the time of fertilization until significant differentiation has occurred, when the organism becomes known as a fetus. Embryo, an organism in its earliest stage of development, in a man from the time of conception to the end of the second month in the uterus. I mean, it's like, I guess it begins kind of what we were arguing. Interesting. I would say that among most scientists, the word embryo includes the time from after fertilization. It just goes on and on and on of all these medical journals and textbooks and papers and such. So, anyway.
Yeah.
John, the rape thing. Let me ask you this. So I think I take the Stevens argument to be rather agreeable, and but I'm still not sure if I think taking away the option for say a couple where the woman's raped and she becomes pregnant. I just don't think. I think that's one of those circumstances. It might be one of the only circumstances where it should be considered permissible, perhaps, to end the pregnancy, but I don't think you can really call that murder unless you call the rapist being responsible for it or something. I know that's really not logically correct, but to say it would to place murder on someone's head when in that circumstance seems a little bit ridiculous. Although I do find it agreeable what Stephen said. I'm just, in a sense, it is.
Well, okay, so let's think about this. Let's think about this from a legal perspective, right? And this is where a lot of these provisions come into place, right? In those cases, what can we do as a society, right? Well, if you're going to have no provision for abortion in that context, then you need to have special provisions for what will be done for the child if the mother does not want to keep it.
Yeah, that's true. That would be a good one.
And this is the other thing that drives me up the wall about the abortion debates, right? Is the people like No Name, those other folks going, and Lena and all these people tonight, they go in these long-winded diatribes about how bodily autonomy and how it's going to kill the mother or stop the mother from having life and her bodily autonomy and yada, yada, yada. It's like, okay.
You're saying the exception isn't the rule kind of thing. I agree with you, by the way.
Exception isn't the rule. And moreover, if we're actually looking for solutions to the problem, it's from a societal perspective. We need to be also talking about
killing the rapist.
Well, there's that too. But what are we going to do in the context of providing for the children, right, and whatnot? Because we take care of the mothers, and they get food stamps and all that kind of stuff, right? Okay, fine. But what about all the kids that would exist if they weren't being aborted, right? Well,
that ain't gonna cut it. That ain't gonna cut it.
There's a massive amount of people who are trying to adopt in the United States. Okay.
Well, that's the thing. It's all fun and dandy in America, but when you go to places like Africa, the kid gets born and now it's suffering, and that's perhaps even worse than an abortion. Because I also see this.
I'm not arguing for abortion. Just to be clear, I'm not arguing for abortion.
Yeah.
Well, okay. So let's also think about this, and let's extrapolate this out. What resources, from a intellectual perspective, do not exist because of abortion?
No, I'm talking like in the context like somewhere desperate like India, Africa.
No. Okay, we're talking about the resources, right? So, how many of the hundreds of millions of individuals that have been aborted and do not exist, is there a overall reduction in the mental capacity available to the planet because of this? Yes or no?
Okay, can you repeat it?
Yes. There is a reduction. Every per human could be worthy or could contribute.
Right. So, as a result,
not in places like
we didn't say every human would. We said
well, I think it's more likely in a first world country, but in a third world country,
no. Okay, so it's more guaranteed. Okay, let's think about this logically. Try hard, Bubble. Okay.
That's the thing. I'm not only viewing this from the biological perspective. I'm also viewing this from the spiritual perspective.
Right,
sure, I can
think, dude. Think super hard. Okay.
Okay. What is your question?
I'm trying to get it out. Just silence. If your claim is that this in first world okay, but not in third world it's worse off. Yada yada. Okay. Your argument necessitates that there could not be improvement to that environment as a result of the intellectual capacity that would be represented by a child that no longer exists because it was never born. It was aborted.
Well, that's the thing. It's. Oh, you done? My bad.
So you have to. We're in first world, right? Were we always first world?
Okay, well, here's what's wrong with that.
Were we answer the
The
question?
problem-
Were we always first world?
No, of course not. But what's wrong with that? It's the probability of that actually happening in the third world. Of course not. The third world, that's neither here nor then. You're talking about a future scenario.
I'm talking about where we are now, dude. Okay, so
Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about. The third world right now.
Have over the last 50 years, have there been copious amounts of abortions globally?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so there is it. If you okay, do you concede or reject that hypothetically, inside of the hundreds of millions that have been aborted, there were individuals that could have directly improved the negatives that you're now referring to from still being in place? Or do you think that third world countries are destined to be third world in perpetuity?
I reject the idea that kid is going to come from the third world, because the probability of that happening is very low.
Well, hold on. To change that environment? Okay, so let's go back
No,
to
I'm rejecting.
Okay, dude, have we always been first world? Yes or no?
No.
Did many of the individuals who are fundamentally responsible for going from third world to first world, did they have to exist in order for that to take place?
Yeah, well, most of those individuals were like high society.
Dude, there were so many that were not.
No,
They came from nothing.
Yeah, but they got funding.
Tesla.
But most of them are still high.
A lot of
society.
the Jews that the Nazis
my
killed were probably not the smartest people in the world. So
Yeah.
That was hyperbole, by the way.
That in Einstein wasn't.
Or
that
worse
smart.
than that, it was satire even.
Okay. Again, Bubble, we're thinking from the macro view.
But that's the thing.
Suggesting if there's been a million people, okay, out of a million people, are there quite a few geniuses?
Well, here's the reality. The likelihood of that genius coming from a third world country is very low. It's most likely going to come from a first world country.
What are you talking about, dude? You don't
because
think
they have
countries that have come from third world
because it's not genetic, it's education based.
What the oh dude, okay. Genius is not education based.
Yeah, look it up. It's actually genetic.
Well, I'm not assuming they're born retarded.
Between genetic, it's primarily genetic, and there's a small portion that comes from nurture. But the education is the application. Education enables the application of the genius.
Yeah, a balanced breakfast can go a long way,
The babies aren't born with the information.
No,
sure. Some of them are more able to interpret that.
Okay, bro. Do you think there's a high probability that Abraham Lincoln had a relatively high IQ?
Yeah.
Well, he was an atheist, a communist, so no.
What was he able to educate himself based on the resources that were available to him until he reached a level where he could go off to like a higher level education? Was he living in poverty?
Pat Beard is a real person. He really existed, or is that what you're saying?
I don't know his history. Was he poor?
John, I think what he's mistaking is the knowledge, and the amount of brain power you have. He's
no, I understand.
Them.
No, I understand that, but like you're proposing that like this difference is big enough for like
it is huge.
To make
That's
a difference.
That is
IQ doesn't tend to go up much with training. It's kind of like a natural ability.
But that's the thing. Most low IQ are born at the third world because they have lots of mutation.
No, it's usually because you don't have enough food or whatever.
Nutrition.
Nutrition. Yeah, nutrition also plays in it, but
maybe.
It's also genetic.
But still, it's not like it can't happen because like genius is kind of
okay, are we gonna ignore that Africans and Indians have like the worst amount of bad mutations in their populations?
No, we're not gonna ignore that. But what I'm saying is that
So it's clear not gonna come from. Sorry, I hear some echo. So it's clearly not going to come from the third world.
No, some will, just a lower percentage. at best.
Extremely low. So it's like you're appealing to some magical number.
Dude, we're Christians. We believe people are created in the image of God. I mean, they're humans.
Well, they might be humans, but they're humans that are more down the drain than the other humans in the first world.
God
Fine.
uses the
Yeah,
force.
they're fine. There's less ability coming out of poor countries, admitted, right? But they need to be uplifted more. And it's like, but you can't say, therefore what? I mean, what's your point?
So my point is, like, I think it would be better for them to, like, if they're born in this world, because I'm viewing this from not only a biological but also spiritual, because I acknowledge that they are
sterile.
You said you have no morality. What is spiritual?
Yeah, I can believe in God and still not believe in morality.
But what do you mean by spiritual then?
Okay, like the soul, spirits.
Do you think the soul makes a difference, or I'm not sure.
No, because I'm aware these. Do you believe in ghosts? Because I know some Christians don't believe in ghosts.
I believe in demons. Would that consider ghosts?
No.
Spirits of the dead cannot.
No, I don't believe in ghosts.
A ghost would be like the spirit of a human that's passed away.
No, that would be not very biblical, but unless
Yeah.
in special circumstances.
Well, so you got some of you don't. So yeah, some of you don't believe in ghosts, but I do, and I know some of the ghosts of children who were unborn are around, but I also think, like, is it worse that these children are born, have lots of suffering in their lives, die off, and then their spirit becomes demonic and they become a vengeful spirit? So I don't know what's worse. Either you have an aborted.
That's not for us to decide. You're saying it's better off for the mother to kill it rather than it having actually a chance.
No, I'm saying what's worse, a vengeful spirit or a spirit of an unborn child that's just kind of neutral.
It's the same difference.
Well,
no.
The
So
suffering.
I
They're
understand.
suffering one.
I understand what you're saying, and I think if we have a Christian worldview that there is no human ghosts as you kind of see it, our worldviews are so they won't overlap very much. You're saying that they become vengeful spirits. That's the reason we should abort them, so they don't grow up in a terrible environment and become vengeful spirits. But most of
they're
Christian
no longer
view,
saved. They become demonic.
yeah, but most Christians will not see it that way. We have almost no
I see a
overlap
big
in that.
danger here.
Oh,
Bubble,
control of all things. He's
Bubble. What you're advocating is
he's
basically genocide against the third world.
No, I'm saying
Not just the third world. Anybody that will have a terrible life, kind of. That's a slippery slope that way.
How about Skid Row?
And from your worldview, if you were in power, to say that you were in power, in a position of political leadership or whatever, you would want to enforce you would want to put these plans into place to do this thing. Now, as a Christian, right? Because this is a Christian board. This is a Christian area, right? At least from my perspective, there, scripture wise, ghosts, you talk about ghosts, apparitions, whatever. It's just they're not the spirit of like a dead person.
Well, that's
they're
what
not
you
the
guys
spirit.
think.
That's not.
But I can clearly
That's
see
why
these
I
ghosts
asked
as
you
different.
earlier if
They
it
lose them.
would be good if everybody shares your same view.
Well, these ghosts are
Everybody
clearly
did, it would
losing their
seem like
minds
we
in
would have the
purgatory.
animal kingdom.
No, what they are is they're demons. They're fallen angels.
That's
They
what
can
you
come.
think.
No, that's what the scripture says.
That's what your
And
book
that's
says. When you
I
actually
have to-
talk to them, they're human.
If I have to be logically consistent with myself, I have to be able to read the scripture and determine what it says based on the evidence surrounding it in the different
Yeah.
context.
You have no reason to believe anything any spirit says. That is
Yeah, I understand the Bible and the Quran says like there is no human spirits, and I think that's bullshit. They're clearly human.
I don't care
your
what the
opinion,
Quran.
but if you have no reason to believe anything a spirit tells you.
I don't care what the Quran says because Muhammad was a false prophet. He He said it himself. He was a false prophet. His body's laying in Mecca right now.
His aorta was severed.
His aorta was severed. But Jesus not laying
Well,
in that tomb.
James, Bubbles. So would you say that the reason to end anybody's life is to make sure that they don't become a ghost that has a terrible, let's say somebody's going to grow up to be a murderer. He grows up in a very violent family. His dad beats him, his mom beats him, so his life is terrible. He might commit suicide and become a specter or whatever, or evil ghost. So in your worldview, would that be okay to say, hey, this guy is growing up in a terrible family, it's better to
let's say my
end his suffering?
It's more preferable for like in a third world country for a person for a couple to have
why
an
does
abortion.
it matter? Why does it matter if it's in a first, third, anywhere?
Because the probability of them suffering is more likely. It's severely more likely.
No, but there's a lot of suffering that happens in inner cities because people grow up in broken homes.
Yeah,
and
but
they grew up.
it's nothing comparable to the third world.
But how do you know?
Well, first off, I am from the third world. I've seen the
If you
savagery.
look at the average happiness level of like kids and teens in like Africa, and literally like the poorest parts of Africa that aren't like completely majority Muslim, like you're talking about like not Uganda, more so like the western side of Africa, their happiness levels are going to be way higher than the kids in Philadelphia.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm from Ukraine, and we have the same issue.
They might not be as literate, but like that doesn't.
I think Ukraine kids are gonna have a fun time for a little while.
Yes, we have the same issue here in Ukraine. Right now, there's a war, but even before the war, the people that grew up in really poor villages,
yeah, but it's nothing.
They had a hard life. They had a hard life, but they never most people weren't.
I mean,
Go ahead.
I mean, there's a difference between the struggle in life. Of course, you're gonna struggle to survive, but there's a difference between that and being attacked it's a different struggle from that of the third world, where you're gonna have to kill, eat impossible cannibalism.
Like I get what you're saying, but like you can't, just because like we can't base our lives. This goes standard across the board for atheists, theologists, whatever, agnostics, whatever, pagans. You cannot base your life on how you feel. You can't. You have to base your life on logic, right?
Well, I'm basing it on logic. This is logical.
We as people use logic and emotion, right? It's grace and truth. But many people decide, well, today I'm not feeling happy. And this is the exact thing about abortion. And this is the point, is that with abortion, you say, I don't love this child for X, Y, and Z. Therefore, I'm going to kill this child. Or they say, I'm going to abort this fetus. I'm going to remove this pregnancy. I'm going to stop this life. Whatever they say, whatever they rationalize. But at the end of the day, no matter what it is, however far, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years in the future, they think back at that point and they say, that was a really bad mistake. But you have to come to the point where you say, well, why?
I don't see how that deals with my... I don't see how that relates to my argument.
Basically, what I'm saying, you cannot abort somebody or you cannot euthanize somebody, you cannot kill somebody based on happiness. And or based on emotion. Does it happen?
It's not emotion based. It's not an emotional argument.
It's not emotion based. Well, because these kids are living in a poor, destitute area and they're going to have bad lives, it's more merciful for me to kill them?
No, it's a spiritual argument.
Yeah, of course it's a spiritual argument, but if you're not coming from a proper spiritual background or a proper spiritual understanding of what that really means, you're not going to be able to come to a conclusion.
Well, that's the thing. You don't acknowledge them as human ghosts. I do. I see that they are human ghosts that are losing their minds in purgatory, and
So-
eventually.
Purgatory doesn't exist. It was
Hold
a
on,
concoction.
James.
It was a concoction made up by Catholics.
Hold on, James.
So
You're not going to change his mind by telling him that. I am curious on your view specifically. How would you verify that they are ghosts or human ghosts? The only reason I'm asking this is because let's say we somehow quantify, like we do a really long study and we quantify that if somebody experienced, like let's say, this much amount of suffering, that they will become a vengeful spirit. Would you then conclude that if they're getting close to that limit, we should euthanize them to make sure that they don't become a vengeful spirit?
Well, at that point, it's already too late, and you're just pushing.
Yeah, but let's say we did a study. This is hypothetical. Let's say we all had a big study, and they figured out that if you experience this much trauma or this much suffering in your life, in your worldview, because in my worldview this could never happen, because Christians don't see that ghost as. But let's say in your worldview, I'm just kind of throwing.
I get you.
So, would you then agree that let's say we had, studies backing it up, saying that if somebody experienced a certain amount of trauma, that they will become a vengeful spirit? Would you be okay with then euthanizing people before they reach that point?
Well, I think it's some of it's subjective because it really depends on if the ghost wants to be vengeful. Because you can be treated, very mean through your whole entire life and still overcome it, but it takes a very strong will to do that. And I don't think everybody has that strong will.
How would you know ahead of time who has a strong will or not?
Well, that's the thing.
Hold on. Let's do another hypothetical. Let's say that we did enough studies and we figured out that children growing up, that they have a higher proclivity to become vengeful ghosts. Let's say we did like personality studies or whatever it took to.
Well, that's the thing. You can't solve this with a study. It really is up to the individual.
No, let's say it's not 100% accurate, but let's say it's 80, 90% accurate. That we could figure out what kind of personality, if you have, that you have a higher chance of becoming a vengeful spirit. Would you be then okay with euthanizing people like that?
No, because I don't base my opinions of. I don't base my actions off of studies now.
So the reason it's going to be a problem with Christians kind of holding to any kind of worldview because as Christians we don't see that the ghosts are.
Yeah, I get it from you. Yeah, you were. Yeah.
You agree that there's a God, a single God, and that the God is responsible for creating souls, and that the same God that created all human souls. So, don't you see that the God of love that we believe in would not allow this sort of thing to, as far as the way you're describing it, it would imply that God created a whole bunch of souls in which are suddenly out of his control, wandering around. I mean, unless you're describing like souls in some kind of hell.
No.
But other than that, you would have to then imply that God is sort of an absentee landlord. Is that your sort of view of when you say you believe in? Because I know you said you believe in a primal God, right?
Well, yeah, I do believe in it. I do believe in an ultimate, but I'm also a polytheist, so I do believe in multiple creators.
So are these other gods like causing?
Yeah, watch out, Jamie. You might cause a copyright strike. You might want to chill with that.
Ray Parker Jr.
Sorry, Kelby. Sorry, I can't pronounce your name. Kelby.
So, do you think that? Well, do you think that these other gods have anything to do with humans at this point? Like the souls of humans?
Live with humans?
The souls of humans? Like
yeah,
all in the same kind of astral plane or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, so again, the primary God.
Well, kind of. I do believe in a multiverse, but like as in like a theistic multiverse. Like there could be another verse created by a god.
Sure, but in any case, the primary God in your view is he just are these other gods operating out of his? These other gods are operating just like any other people are. The only difference is they're in an astral world as far as their ability. Yeah, your view. Have you come up with your own view on your own, or is there something that this has a name?
Yeah, I'm just a general polytheist. Like, if you ask me, Thor,
cultural like baggages behind it, like because I mean, if you're acknowledging deities and spirits, do you think that all of the different deities and spirits around all the cultures and histories are all the same spirits with different names, or do you think they're all actually there's a spirit for this river over in Germany, and there's a spirit for this volcano, and there's a god for this cloud, and there's this and that? Are they all different, or are they just all? Is there just like, or do you not know?
yeah, they're all different.
So there's thousands, billions of gods.
Yeah, or whatever culture says, this is God existed. I'll believe it.
Do you think that you could know this information, or is it just a?
Yeah, I can prove it.
Sorry, say that again. I didn't hear you.
Yeah, I can prove it.
Prove it, or you can know it, because like
I can prove it, but it's not conventional. It's the same way. It's the same experiment I used to prove Jesus, but it's not a conventional experiment. I'm not interested in doing it.
No, I understand. It's like to contact the other side. People use like Ouija boards and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
And another thing is that the reason I'm asking this specifically is because I understand that you can prove that there is a different, like, a spiritual world, right?
Yeah.
But how can you prove that the information that you get is legit? How do you know that it's not, like, in the Christian worldview, that people that talk to spirits and mediums and familiar spirits, the Christian worldview on that is that those are demons and they are trying to deceive you, right? So how can you prove that they're not trying to deceive you, that they actually are what they say they are?
Well, I don't think I can prove it to like a Christian worldview, because like the Christian worldview is like, will pretty much just say this is just a demon pretending to be a god. So
yeah. So how could you prove that it's not a demon proving? Are you just going off what they say, right?
Well, not really. For example, the way I experimentally, this is not conventional, but the way I do to prove God is basically get somebody possessed and then use the cross. Well, why does the cross work? Because Jesus is real, right? It would follow. So you get somebody levitating, speaking in tongues, crawling up the wall. The stuff happens.
I have another scenario for you. I want to cast some sort of summoning spell to call people to my window of my house. I decide to light some candles, burn some incense, get on my knees, say some chants, hum some blah, 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 put on some freaking Enya, smoke some weed, whatever.
Enya? Nice.
And then all of a sudden, somebody shows up in my window. Oh my goodness, my spell worked. Let me give you another scenario. There's a demon standing right behind me, actually making things happen, that wants me to think that I'm actually doing things so that I won't look to the actual God that is the creator, whose son is Jesus Christ.
No, that's the thing. That's what you have.
Sorry.
Like, you have no real way to tell the difference, is my point.
That's the thing you do. When somebody's possessed, you can definitely tell the difference. They're crawling up the wall. They're levitating. That's clearly a
right. But if you think you did something to cause that demon or that ghost or whatever you think it's possessed by to be manipulated, why don't you think that it would make you want you to think that you have power and that it's just performing for you?
Because it would be counterproductive. It wouldn't make any
not
logical
if it's trying
sense.
to keep you from Christ.
Well, the thing, if I'm using the cross, it would be counterproductive for it to like say, well, I'm just going to pretend the cross works.
Cross is not a magic term.
A cross will cast out a demon.
Yeah, the cross only works in the hands of a believer. So like if I use the cross, it wouldn't work. But if a Christian priest uses the cross, it will work.
Yes, but it doesn't. It's not the cross.
It's not the cross that does it.
It's not the cross. I agree with that.
So let me give you a scenario. The only reason the reason I'm saying this is because to me it's interesting that you would believe a spirit that would tell you that I am a god, right? or like let's say that I'm Zeus or whatever. It doesn't. I'm not saying that specifically Zeus, but just one of those deities, right? But how would you know that that's who they are? They're not just putting on a face, because in the Christian worldview, it actually encompasses those worldviews as saying that the idols, behind the idols, there actually are demons that are getting worshipped, and so Christianity, the actual worldview, holds the whole. You can see through the Christian lens, you can see the whole reality. Let's say that if you believe that it's pantheism, right? You would have to believe that there is one God. Either he created only our universe, universe, or is it all universes?
Well, in pantheism, the universe is God, and that's falsifiable, through observations.
What do you mean by the universe is God? Is that like, you mean like he is literally matter?
In pantheism, their God is the universe. So like there's nothing outside. So like to them, pantheists, the universe is eternal and is infinite.
Okay, well, we know that that's just completely wrong. We know that space and time had a beginning.
So yeah, pantheism is we debunk that. It's clearly not pantheism.
So how would you what's your worldview on it? That there's a one creator?
No, multiple creators, one ultimate.
Are they like? Would you consider them all powerful, or all knowing, or they have less than that?
I would say less than that, clearly, because like I'm not sure if you guys do you know Dr. Fuzrana? Do you guys know that guy?
I did not know him.
Dr. Fuzz.
The reason I'm asking that is because then who would like if God is not all powerful, all knowing, eternal, forever existing or whatever, then where did he come from, right? Because in the Christian worldview, God's eternal. He's been. There was no time that he was not there, or there was never a moment, or there was never. He was always there, right? I don't know. It's kind of funny way of saying it.
I agree. The ultimate has always been there, but other gods who are not the ultimate have come from the ultimate.
So the ultimate created the other gods, or they just popped out of him?
I don't know. How would that come about? I don't know. Maybe he did create them. Who knows?
Why would a god create lesser gods inside the universe? This is why pantheism is actually stupid.
I'm not a pantheist.
Okay, I get it. I understand.
Okay. I do have a hypothesis for this. For example, in your Christian worldview, it is humans who are being tested, right? Humans are the ones who are
not just humans, but everybody.
Well, no, we're not being tested. We're being proven.
Let me give you a really good example. Let me at least paint you the picture that I understand it, and then I don't know if other Christians would agree with me or not. But this is the way I look at it: is that God created angels, beings that would be in His presence. What I mean by angels is that if we as humans would see them how they are, we would probably fall to our face like we're dead. They're so powerful or glorious that it would terrify us. He created these beings to serve these other beings that are way lesser. And they, a third of them with Lucifer, or whatever we call them, adversary, but the adversary and a third of the angels decided they did not want to follow the reason they were created for, to serve the mortal man, right? They thought they want to be like God, that they get worship. Well, those angels are now the fallen demons or fallen angels, which are now trying to break apart God's plan. And so it was a test for the angels and also for the humans. It wasn't just one-sided.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not only just a test for humans; it's a test for angels. I agree with that. So I'm pushing that up one more level, and saying it's also a test for the gods. So like one ultimate god, not only just testing humans, angels, but he's also now testing the gods.
Let me ask you why you call yourself a polytheist when you're saying you sound like you're saying right now that there is one God over all the other gods. So that doesn't that make you a monotheist? Well, or do you so because
well,
they all come from the one God. A river can't go higher than its source, right?
Well, if you want to put it that way, but I would say I'm a polytheist because I believe in multiple creators. But if you want to say I'm a monotheist because I do believe in one ultimate, sure.
What do you mean by multiple creators? What do they create?
Humans.
So multiple gods created humans?
Yeah, because I don't fall into the Adam and Eve.
You ever played Final Fantasy? You know, there's like different races, with different
so yeah.
tribes, different gods.
Doesn't that get disproven by genetics?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Don't you? There's more diversity within racial groups than there is outside between some parts of racial groups.
Actually, quite the opposite. That's why you guys have trouble.
We've talked about this before, haven't we? I remember.
Yeah, because you guys have trouble with the Coins argument, and that's like your Achilles heel. So my position is the ones that's being supported the most currently.
Why?
Well, atheists tend to ignore the problem with species.
Yeah, I agree with that. Same thing. It's like, show me speciation. They'll never will.
Well, they'll take a ladybug that has 10 spots and go, okay, that's a species. And now we have a ladybug that has 11 spots. That's a new species.
So do you think the gods that created the different humans look like the humans?
To some degree. Because you can have like freaking gods who like look weird, bizarro.
So do you think that a god has any like actual form, like a true form? A god? I don't mean the god. I mean your gods.
I guess it could. I wouldn't know about that.
What I'm actually curious on specifically the creators. If they created humans, would you say that they were like completely different? Because like from my understanding, that they can track the mother, the hypothetical, Eve, or what do they call it? The genetic
mitochondrial
marker.
Eve.
Yeah, mitochondrial Eve, and the also on the father's line, right? They can track it back that everybody supposedly came from Africa. So all the
well, no, actually, it seems like I actually see some papers now like they're trying to backtrack that. It's like, oh, there was multiple origins of humans coming into evolution, but that the X and Y chromosome only tells you like how long humans have been around. Doesn't tell you like there was like exactly only one original man and one original woman. It's just a way to track how long humans have been around.
From my understanding, they have the models of the I can't say that word anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have they track that back that like to see what kind of mutations each branch has and how it branches back together like a tree back to the roots.
Yeah, that's evolutionary precepts, and that's totally wrong.
That seems to be how you view the actual godhood, because you would see all the gods as branches, but then this primal god is kind of like the tree trunk root, right?
Well, they wouldn't create it then. It was not. Then he didn't create humans. They would like modify humans, maybe.
I don't really see a valid distinction. Which once this primal god has created them, then whatever's happening, I mean, because then you could say, well, these gods had sex and had other gods that eventually became lesser. I mean, it wouldn't even really make a difference to the actual argument if there are these gods, but there is one higher god above all of them all. Why would you even worry about the other ones if the highest God has actually condescended to us for us to know Him? I mean, that's
that's the thing.
You're saying,
it fits in perfectly with the Christian worldview, as even in the days of Noah, they had the sons of God came down, found themselves wives, and then there was the men of renown, the Nephilim. So it fits in perfectly into the Christian worldview. So all you have to do is just realize that the God creator is Yahweh and his son is Jesus Christ, and there you go.
Well,
You
I
still
would
hold.
disagree. I would disagree with
still-
that. I think.
I'm saying you still hold to exactly the same worldview.
Well, I hold to like slightly similar. I mean, I still believe in the ultimate and that, but I don't believe in this, one Adam and Eve origin.
But even if you don't believe in Adam and Eve's origin, there's some people that don't believe in Adam and Eve origin, but they still like. I think inspiring philosophy believes that he believes in evolution, but he believes that Adam and Eve was not specifically. It was like a calling or whatever. They became priests.
That's a funny comment. When did Noah?
Okay, so real quick, so we're about to go to bed, or I'm about to go to bed. But I was going to call straight up bovine scatology on No Name's earlier claim that he was a Christian for 26 years.
Yeah.
Based on this statement, which is, quote, "Where did Noah's sons find their wives if everyone drowned?" Well, I'm pretty sure it stated that the wives were on the boat, which would
Yes, they were
mean that
married.
they were married prior to, and then they came on the boat. So why would they need to find wives after? That doesn't make any sense. So
that eat on the boat.
So No Name, I'm just gonna ask you if you're straight up lying about the whole "I was a Christian for 26 years," because that seems like total bovine scatology. But anyway.
Yeah, to be honest, when he said the other statement, he was, I forget exactly what he mentioned, but he said something like, well, the Bible says this. I think either about abortion or about and I was like, I'm a Christian. He said, I'm a Christian, 26 years, and the Bible says this. And I'm like, no, the Bible doesn't say that. I already forgot the thought he was mentioning. So and when he says this, it kind of sounds even more sketchy.
So basically, like what I wanted to say, the idea that I came in, when I was talking with Lena and Jay, basically, it comes down to abortion is a moral argument. It's not a political argument. It's a moral argument. And you can't argue from moral relativism and say, well, morals are morally relative. You have to have an objective moral standard, and you can't have that objective moral standard set by your own self. There has to be an objective moral standard set above everything else. It's the same as the laws, the constant laws of the universe. If humans were to cease to exist, these objective laws, the laws of thermodynamics, et cetera, would still exist. We just discover these. So it's the same thing with morals and morality. Morals and morality are completely objective. Humans don't influence it. Now, of course, over time, societies, because of cultural and societal decay, over time, their understanding or their reasoning behind either following or not following that objective moral standard decays, diminishes. Obviously, we see that all throughout history. We see that all throughout civilization. Every single civilization is turned away from God because ultimately He is the ultimate moral arbiter, the moral arbiter of what is right and wrong. If God says something is right, it's right. If God says something is wrong, it's wrong. This is a Christian perspective, and we can't, as Christians, and I said it before, we cannot, if we get into a political position when it comes to work, anything, we cannot, as Christians, have a church view and then a personal view. Our personal view has to align with the church view. God in our image, we can't we can't rationalize what God is in our minds. So we make an idol to say God would be okay with aborting a child if it was based on rape. We can't do that. We have to come to what the scripture says. God knows that baby even before it's formed in the womb. God knows that baby. God knows how many hairs are on that baby's head. God sees the beginning from the end. And cutting that life short is it's not diminishing that baby, because that baby is going to glory. And we know that from when David's son was, David's son had the fever and ended up dying from, the son with Bathsheba. And after he was done, he got up and he stopped mourning. He got on his robes and he went and ate. And then when the psalmist came over to him, asked him what was going on, he said, my son can't come to see me, but I'm going to go see him. So we know that, like, there is an afterlife, and that's, the atheist Jewish perspective of, well, there is no afterlife. No, David thought that there was an afterlife. And if David was the king and David was the psalmist, then of course there's an afterlife. Because if you read the Psalms, if you read the Proverbs, if you read the Pentateuch, you read all of these things, obviously there was talk of an afterlife. But ultimately, we can't make a subjective moral argument to say, well, abortion is okay in certain circumstances, it's not okay in others. And we see what's happened with that. When the church, and this goes back to before any of us were born, the early 20th century, the church, when we stopped being involved in the home when it came to the children, with the prevalence of evolution, this idea that evolution was coming through and people were believing it, it's a bunch of bunk. But it grew up over time. And then, of course, it infected the schools. It changed the way that people thought. Then you had communism come in. That further changed everything. And then we're at where we're at now. And it's no wonder in 3 to 4 generations, right? In 3 to 4 generations, we went from being a country that genuinely feared God, that genuinely wanted to do right, maybe not by God, Jehovah God, but by the person's, like, who they felt as though was their creator, and has completely fried our brains, have completely destroyed what it means to be like a civilized human. Practically there's hardly any way from coming back from that. The only way that we can come back from that is to go back to God. And the only way that we can go back to God is through his word. It's not by, like, seeing angels. I've seen people, they said, I've seen Jesus. We walk not by sight, but we walk by faith. And faith cometh by hearing, and hearing by the word of God. If the word of God is not preached, if the word is not being read, if the word is not being made clear to people, they're not going to be able to have faith, and people can't. Obviously, we get to where we're at today. So,
Hey, Bubbles,
yeah.
I got a quick question. Then maybe a
Hey
statement.
guys, let's do a round of last words, and I gotta go to sleep. It's 4:15 my time.
Yeah, I gotta go to sleep too already. Hey,
Yeah,
can I ask Bubbles a quick question?
Sure, go
Quick
ahead.
question, and then we'll do last words and go to bed.
I was gonna ask you, if you knew Christianity was true, would you like 100% that you knew it was true, would you become a Christian?
Yeah.
All right,
But
so
I know.
let me give you some advice. Let's say this way.
Mm.
How about you pray and ask Jesus to tell you, open it up if it's true.
I know it's not.
How do you know? Have you ever asked Jesus to tell you?
I asked.
You asked through the means of prayer, or through, trying to contact the spirits? Because that's not the right way of asking.
I asked whoever to answer, and there's other gods.
Yes, but how do you know that's the truth? How about this? All right.
Well,
I understand you asked that way.
We
How
can
about
have
you ask
we can have
the
different
Bible?
streams.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's like slitting your spiritual wrists into the ocean and letting whatever's smelling your blood come right at you, man.
No, what I'm saying is, how about you ask in the way that the Bible, asks to ask, and see if God opens the truth up to you. That's all it's an experiment, right? All you gotta do is genuinely want to know if Christianity is true,
I got
You asked.
I got work in 2 hours, man. We could do this in another stream. Be cool.
All right, let's do that. All right, guys. Okay, last bubblegum. If you got to work in 2 hours, last word first. Then James, Kelvy, Steven, and Slavic, and then we're going to bed.
Yeah, say Frosty Gamers. I'm out.
Yeah, I just want to say to anybody who's listening, if you're truly wanting to know who Jesus Christ is, if you're truly wanting to know who God is, read the King James Bible, read the book of John. It's the most personal scripture that you're going to get. It has the details of Jesus' ministry. It has the most individual conversations between separate people. It has the most emotionally impactful, language, if you want to know that. But basically, all I want to say is Jesus loves you. God loves you. Jesus died for your sins. And if you repent, turn away from your sin, and trust in Jesus Christ as your personal Savior, you can have a home in heaven. Guaranteed. No doubt. 100%.
Right on. Kelvy?
Thank you very much for what you're doing. And yeah, amen. Praise the Lord. Pray without ceasing. And have no fear. Everybody take care.
Appreciate it. Have a good night, man. Steven?
Yes. Just alluding back to the earlier analogy that I brought up about the woman with the rope over the side of the cliff and everything. Sadly, now we've reached the point in our society where we're actually letting the woman pull the baby all the way up to the edge of the cliff and then kick it over the edge. But that being said, feel free to go ahead and clip that analogy out and use it however you wish.
Appreciate it. Slavic?
I would say, Stephen, I really liked your analogy. I thought it was a pretty good one. I would say to Bubbles, it's funny that you're willing to try that way, but try the biblical way. It's a little reluctance, I guess. I don't know. All I'm saying is that I did talk to another guy that's a pantheist or something similar to that, and it seems like he's also really, really against trying Christianity. So I think most people that, if they want to know the truth, God or the Bible shows the way to the truth. So if you read the Bible and you ask God to open the truth up to you, it will be opened. But you have to want the truth, because it says, they perish because they do not love the truth, or they didn't want to know the truth. Hey, thanks for having me, and appreciate it.
You're welcome, man. Appreciate you guys all joining us, and for everybody in the audience for sticking it out this long. We're coming up on, just past 5.5 hours, so this is a good one. Yeah, so everybody have a great night, great day, depending on which time zone you're in. Hope you will contemplate the things that were discussed and consider things about abortion, sanctity of life, the likelihood of God's existence, all these different things, topics we covered. Contemplate them, use your minds, and ultimately make sure that the conclusion you reach on any of the topics is logical, plausible, and probable. Have a good night, everybody.